Yo, yo, yo. goal! The final stretch! You're on fire! You're on fire! What a goal! Five, four, three, two, one. Time's up.
To just not see that shit, but like I think even if it's negative, everybody's entitled to their own opinion, and if you don't like it, just ignore it. I don't think why.
No, and that's what I do, right? I play around with it, bro. Like when they used to talk shit, I used to fuck around with it. Like,
You win!
I just go along with it. Me valía madre, güey. Me vale madre. And it got to the point where they were just like, you know what, fuck it. I'm not even gonna talk shit to this fool, whatever, you know. And some of them became cool with me, and they see that I'm not that bad, homie. I'm not over here trying to. You know what I mean? I'm a family man, güey. At the end of the day, homie, I got kids too. I got two fucking fine, and your boy be working, but shit happens, homie. You know what I mean? Because of these tattoos, it tends to. Exactly what you're talking about, bro. And yeah, he was supposed to, bro. Fucking, but he ended up
Yeah.
nowhere. We won't say his name, but we won't.
It's only on the left side though. Something better than nothing.
It's chill to smoke you out, and that's all I'm trying to. Righteous individual. Hey, so you can see the comments too, right, my boy? So you can actually see when, like, cuando miras que es un comment para ti, my boy, because a veces they just go off fighting. So criminal, repping Norte Califas, homie.
Yeah, that's part of you know that jam way that jam blew up really quick. So that jam came out on a CD. I don't even think it was
Ready, go!
Talks about me kicking it with the homies like after dark y que sepa que verga, because I took a plica right there in the hood. It is fucking dark, right? And I took a fleek away. They try to say like, oh, this fool's over here late at night. No, it was not late at night, homie. And luckily there was an active.
Sometimes I got the feeling that they were
No, yo no lo odiaba. Pues sí, la caga el vato y yo pienso que sí, pero no la caga. Como que- Never. Not once in my life. Yo,
No vayas a chillar.
What's up, fool? Why, bro? Why'd you do it? What happened?
estás tomando.
¿Haces eso?
No. A ver, para mantenerme despierto.
¿Mientras juegas esto?
No, pero sí.
No, Darwin, no lo haces. Y así como está, para yo meterme acomodar lo que resta. Tú me dices cuando quieres que le diga a mi hermana de lo de eso, ¿eh? Yo ya te averigué. ¿Cuándo tienes dinero para vender a mi hermana de lo de eso? Yo ya
It's all Fresno.
You
Yeah.
know what I mean? He was también.
Pero vi que pusiste como del 10, ¿no? Ponías el 10.
The final stretch. What a goal! You're on fire.
¿Mañana me dejas con Mimis?
What a goal!
Yeah, los baños. ¿No se puede recoger ahí?
Te voy a preguntar ¿no me dejas? O hasta el...
You're on fire.
Of course. What else? What else? You want me to leave you there or what? Pues si te puedo dejar, te dejo.
¿Coges hasta cuándo?
Baby, I'll pick you up. It's like, okay.
What a goal! What a goal!
Say that like I'm just a whole different person, and you know, my state of mind might trip some of you
Five,
out, but
4, 3, 2,
I'm older now.
1. Time's up.
Ah, that 41.
Life has changed. I'm
That
gonna
40.
keep it that way, and I hope that everybody can you know, go through the same process and grow for the betterment of your guys' selves and your guys' family.
Simón. And that's good. That's a good thing, bro. You know what I mean?
You lose.
You know, and I appreciate you jumping on, carnal. To be quite real, I appreciate it, bro. You know what I mean? And for everybody else that's been here, bro, like I did say to everybody, homie, I send my love to all the regular people, because
Nice, nice.
I made public statements about this case in various endorsement interviews. I hereby disqualify myself in this case. Case is now reassigned to Justice Court Department 3.
It's been a while, but we have an update on the Henry Ruggs situation. And this story is without a doubt the most tragic story that I covered within the past year. Hell, it's probably the most tragic story I've ever covered in my entire career. And we're gonna bring you guys everything in regards to how it's progressing, what the future's looking like. Before we get to the content, I wanted to take a moment to thank you guys for your incredible support. Both the Flight Mic and microphone experienced its greatest week on YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram since we began. Honestly, I would not be where I am without your guys' support, especially over the past summer when things were a little bit more difficult and my future was looking a little bleak as well. So from the bottom of my heart, man, I just wanted to thank you guys for your love, for your support, for staying by my side through thick and thin. I'm very blessed to be doing this job, and I'm very blessed to have an audience like Mike Mafia. Now that we get all that out of the way, work! So I've made almost $5,000 playing this game over the past couple months and posting my picks and selections onto my Instagram story for you guys to follow them. And the game that I'm obviously talking about is Prize Picks. Right now, when you use my promo code microphone, they'll match up to $100 of your initial deposit with another $100. And it's been a lot of fun. I mean, yesterday I had Killian Hayes getting less than 21 points, rebounds, and assists. You went into the third quarter with 18, and he finished the game with 20.5. I can't tell you how euphoric that feeling was when I saw that I was able to make $210 off of a pick that came within 0.5 of not hitting. So if you want to check out Prize Picks, make sure you use my promo code microphone for a free 100% deposit match at $70. And follow me on Instagram if you want to follow my picks on Instagram. Mike check 1212. What's going on, everybody? Henry Ruggs has a tattoo on his leg that states Roderick D. Scott's date of birth, the date of his death, and an epitaph for a young man who never saw his 18th birthday. I will do something great, and I will be something great. For those of you guys that don't know who Roderick D. Scott is, on the morning of March 3rd, 2016, Henry Ruggs and Roderick Scott headed north on Interstate 65. Henry Ruggs was originally supposed to drive, but he caught the flu, so he stayed back while Scott rode with 4 other passengers, including his longtime friend, Mary Adams. According to Adams, the driver was speeding and was distracted on her phone. He had asked her to slow down, sleeping in the backseat, unrestrained. When he awoke to the thump-thump of the tires riding over rumble strips, Adams somehow managed to doze off again. Shortly after that, the car started hydroplaning and then left the road and overturned. The next time he woke up, Adams was lying in the middle of the road. He had broken 2 bones in his neck. He asked where Scott was, but nobody at the scene or the hospital would tell him. Ruggs was at home in his bed. His phone kept ringing, and Henry Ruggs kept hitting ignore. When he finally answered and heard the news, he wanted to rush to see Scott. His brother, Devontae, had taken his truck to the hospital. So Ruggs ran roughly a mile to Boston Center South to get to Scott, and over there he found out his friend was dead. On finding out his friend was dead, Henry Ruggs said he lost himself, that he carried around guilt because he didn't drive him that day. Ruggs would even say that I honored him every day. Everything I had, I honored his memory. Because he always told me, I will do something great, and I will be something great.
I honor him. Everything I have. I honor his memory because he always told me, I will do something great. I will be something great.
Now you might be wondering why I'm telling you this story. Well, 2 years later, Henry Ruggs would find himself in a similar situation. After spending some time at Topgolf, where people frequently drink while hitting balls as far as they can in Las Vegas and in other such areas, Henry Ruggs decided to get into his Corvette. He drove 156 miles per hour until he crashed into onto the car of Tina Tinter, where Tinter and her dog would get into his car that was burning on fire and got incinerated to death. Authorities would say that Henry Ruggs' blood alcohol content, which was measured 2 hours after the crash, was 0.161, which is more than twice the legal limit in Nevada. Authorities say that Ruggs tore through Las Vegas's valley west of the Strip at 166 miles per hour in his Corvette Stingray. His Park County coroner ruled in December that Tinter and her dog burned to death in the crash, saying, "I've been involved with the justice system for over 40 years as both a defense lawyer and a young prosecutor. I've never been involved in, or am I aware of, another criminal case involving somebody driving power." So at this point, Las Vegas Raiders had no choice but to cut ties with Henry Ruggs. The first wide receiver off the board is a truly deep and special 2020 NFL draft class that contained wide receivers like CeeDee Lamb, Justin Jefferson, and Jerry Jeudy. This draft class would go down in infamy, by the way, for the John Gruden era, which last year was a horrible year for the Las Vegas Raiders in general. But 7 picks later, they would also draft David Arnett, so not necessarily the greatest draft haul for the Las Vegas Raiders. And just like that, one of the most unfortunate and saddest stories in the NFL occurred. At the time, Derek Carr had this to say about the player that was supposed to be the Raiders'
To not let him know that he really could, I'd be there for him at 3 a.m. That, I want to be better, He needs people to love him right now. He's probably feeling a certain type of way about himself right now, and he needs to be loved. And if no one else will do it, I'll do it.
The interim head coach, Satya, said that we want to express our sincere condolences to the victim's family. Kadarius Toney was probably the most empathetic and tweeted out something very controversial, saying, "He's young, everybody makes mistakes, he messed up, don't drag him for it, that's goofy to me." And Nick Saban said, "We're going to support him through it. We have a lot of compassion for the victims, and our thoughts and prayers are with them." With that being said, once you get released by the team that drafted you, and once you're awaiting the case for a DUI that resulted in the loss of life, your future is incredibly uncertain. But through it all, we saw some very interesting things over the past year. Primarily, something that I originally thought was incredibly unlikely is that Henry Ruggs was reportedly holding out hope for an eventual return to football. As of March 16, 2022, Henry Ruggs secured permission to leave home confinement twice a week for 3 hours at a time to work out at a training center that caters to pro athletes. It's unclear whether Ruggs hopes to play football again. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. Maybe he just needs to have something to do, something to break the monotony, something to give him hope, an outlet for the feeling that he is trapped at home. A way to use God-given faith that will begin to erode in time. Whether Henry Ruggs will make it back or not is a different conversation for a different day, because on one hand, you had Dante Stallworth, who was suspended for 1 season after pleading DUI manslaughter. 1 year later, defensive end Leonard Little was suspended 8 games after an involuntary manslaughter plea. But before we even get there, we have to figure out how the court cases go for Henry Ruggs. And originally, there were some things that were really interesting. At first, Henry Ruggs' side tried to argue that his blood alcohol concentration should not be used in court. Check this out. Henry Ruggs was in court that morning where his lawyers argued that the results of his blood test should not be admitted as evidence. Justice of the peace and Zimmerman denied the motion. There was a story that was played later. That was the last bit of update that I was going to bring you guys. Yes, there was footage of Henry Ruggs working out, but for the most part, it's been relatively slow from that front. Now, here's where it gets interesting. The current situation is there's a huge dispute over how Henry Ruggs is taking the rules. As a matter of fact, the judge is being accused of showing some favoritism in the Henry Ruggs case. Check this out. A Nevada judge on Wednesday delayed a long-awaited hearing to determine whether former Las Vegas Raiders player Henry Ruggs will stand trial in a fatal 2020 crash, saying it can't proceed until the case is properly assigned to a judge in the lower court. The decision came in response to a request filed Monday by attorneys for Ruggs asking the state judge to block Las Vegas Justice of the Peace Ann Zimmerman from presiding over the case. Until recently, Zimmerman had been overseeing all DUI cases in Las Vegas, including the case against Ruggs, as part of the specialty court program. But those cases were transferred earlier this month to a different judge appointed to take over the court. Ruggs, who is out of custody on bail, is charged with driving under the influence on November 2nd, 2021, and slamming his Chevrolet Corvette into the SUV of Tina Tinter, causing the vehicle to go up in flames. Lawyers Richard Schoenfeld and David Chesnoff argued in their filing that Zimmerman singled out Ruggs and violated his right to equal protection when, without notifying the attorney, she decided to keep the former wide receiver's case on her calendar while the rest of the thousands of DUI cases were transferred to a new judge. It's outrageous, said Chesnoff. We've been like a deer in the headlights. So this is a really interesting situation. Imagine there's a bunch of DUI cases that originally were going to this judge, but they all got transferred over, except for one particular case, and that's Henry Ruggs' case. So Clark County District Judge Jennifer Schwartz said she wanted to hear from attorneys representing Zimmerman and the Justice Court before reaching a decision and scheduled another hearing for March 22nd, at which point she is expected to deliver a ruling. Gesturing to the courtroom gallery where Judge Schwartz sat with relatives, Chesnoff added that Mr. Ruggs has been beautifully presenting himself in a very difficult case. This is a critical stage of a criminal proceeding, and a judge just walks down the hall and goes to another judge and says, "This is what I want to do." Zimmerman had been scheduled to hear evidence in the case on February 1st.
The final stretch!
Now that hearing to determine
You're in
if
trouble.
Ruggs will stand trial isn't likely to take place until after March. According to their court filing, Zimmerman said that she and the new DUI specialty court judge came to an agreement that she would finish hearing the case. She had previously made some substantive rulings in the case. It's not uncommon or extraordinary for a judge to retain a case and hearing it. Does not. Ruggs currently faces more than 50 years in prison if he's convicted, and the former wide receiver was released by the Raiders shortly after the crash. So they're accusing the judge of singling out Henry Ruggs, which makes this situation a little bit more sticky. So we have an update on that as well. Las Vegas Justice of Peace Harmony Letizia ruled Monday that she doesn't have jurisdiction to move the case back to the Justice of Peace Joe Bonaventure's courtroom. Kayla Newberg noted
What the
on
fuck is
February
wrong with my
21st that Bonaventure recused himself from the case because he spoke publicly about it while running for re-election last year.
I was running for re-election during 2022, and I had several conversations about this case. Public statements about this case and various endorsement interviews and throughout the campaign for re-election last year.
The Ruggs' DAs, Chesnoff and Schoenfeld, filed a motion asking Letizia to undo the ruling. Bonaventure presided over Henry Ruggs' first court appearance in November 2019. He ordered Ruggs to be held on $150,000 bail and the highest level of electronic monitoring if the 24-year-old was in custody. She accepted it. Time Ruggs was 156 miles per hour. State prosecutors said Ruggs was alcohol twice the defendant at 1.6
3,
So that's where we are currently.
1.
There's two judges who decide over this.
Time's up.
Clearly, Henry Ruggs' defense wants Bonaventure because instead of Bonaventure ruling that Henry Ruggs should be released on a $1 million bail, he got released on a $150,000 bail. It seems like that judge would rule a little bit more favorably in the case of Henry Ruggs, whereas Zimmerman may be a little bit more harsh on Henry Ruggs because she said that blood alcohol concentration levels will be taken into account in this case. And that's where we stand currently. Truly, this is a horrible situation all around. I feel tremendous empathy for Tina Tinter's family. I even feel a little empathetic towards Henry Ruggs because I could only imagine the amount of pain he's going through having done what he has done. I mean, the man lost his spot in the NFL. He fumbled generational wealth. He ended the life of a poor young woman by making a horrific mistake. And I said this on this channel during the Jalen Carter situation that we covered a while ago. There are instances where you do have the opportunity to make a horrific mistake, learn from it, and make sure it doesn't happen again without damaging your life significantly. And then there are cases you don't have that opportunity, where your mistake is so bad that it causes you to never have the opportunity to potentially learn from this mistake. At least Henry Ruggs is still alive, but he will have to have this on his conscience for the rest of his life. Unlike the woman that drove Jalen Carter, whose life ended as a result of drinking and driving. At the end of the day, you guys already know how I feel about this. There is no reason to drink and drive whatsoever. There's no reason, especially nowadays when you can have an Uber come pick you up from anywhere you want at any time that you want, especially if you're an athlete that could pay a driver to drive you wherever you want. It never really made a lot of sense to me. Let me know what you guys think about this situation in the comment section down below. Aside from that, I'm your boy Mike, and I'm dropping our mic until our next upload.
By now, a lot of you know my secret since the photos have been leaking online. Yes, I am terribly short in real life. Now, throw your stones if you must in the comment section, but your words will not hurt me because I am a small target. Now, of course, the real secret is obviously that I went on Joe Rogan, did about a 3-hour podcast, and I didn't want to say anything when we were setting it up a couple months ago because the whole time I'm thinking there's been an error. You know, this guy has to have famous people to talk to, or important people maybe, but sure enough, it happened. And yeah, I just wanted to take a moment to highlight my 3 favorite moments from the experience, starting with the Logan Paul and CryptoZoo part we got to talk about. So obviously, most people know that Logan Paul promised to refund the victims, but the behind-the-scenes information, which I haven't talked about, is that he hasn't actually paid anyone yet. He hasn't even said a word to his community since January when he got in trouble. And it's just been really frustrating to watch because, frankly, I'm tired of talking about Logan. But many of these people are helplessly waiting and begging for Logan to respond to them, and they've been getting nothing. So I followed up with Logan privately twice about the lack of refunds and heard nothing. I got left unread. So I finally decided to make it public. Enjoy. You told everyone it was going to make them money, and then you never delivered anything. So my story was basically showing the victims of the scheme, and then in response, he's like, well, I'm going to sue you for that.
He said he's going to sue you.
Yeah, he said, I'll sue you in court. And then the backlash against him was so severe that he releases a video saying, thank you, CoffeeZilla, for showing at the world what happened. And I appreciate it. I responded out of anger, but I'm going to make things right. I'm going to fix the game to what it was supposed to be, and I'm going to pay back $1.7 million. I'm committing $1.7 million to anyone who bought an NFT can get a refund. Now, there's a bit of an issue with that. So that's nice. I actually think it's great that that happened, but there's 2 issues with it. Number 1, which is that the NFTs were only half, a small part of the sale. They actually weren't even half. Because people bought these tokens. So the people who bought tokens get nothing. He's offering, you know, this refund on the NFTs. The other problem is he hasn't refunded the NFTs. It's been like over a month since he's done this. So he said he's going to do it. And then the Discord, like he's posting in this little chat room with the investors. After he said he was going to do it, he's posted nothing. There's no way to get a refund right now. So I keep asking him, like, hey, you promised $1.7 million to these investors. They're all waiting. It's been over, I think it's almost been 2 months now, and there's nothing. So it's like, you know, he says that he's refunding people, which sounds great for PR, and then it's just like radio silence. So my experience, because I've talked to Logan, and that's why I know he didn't respond to me, because I texted him. I said, hey, where's this money? He left me on red. But I've talked to him, and when I talk to him, there's just sort of this feeling of, he's like, I just don't want to think about this. I don't want to be, you know, he wants to focus on Prime, which is successful. He doesn't want to be bothered with the victims of the scheme that he ultimately thought of in the first place.
Is it possible that he's just gathering the money or working out a way to do it legally where it makes sense?
It's very frustrating because, you know, at every turn it's just sort of like, you know, it is, I want to say it's possible. We just don't know, and it's just sort of like, when you promise people refunds, like the longer you wait, you know the less people are actually going to take that refund. If Walmart says, hey, bring in this skull, I'll give you a refund, and you're like, all right, when can I bring it in? And they don't respond to you for 2 months. They know that you're less likely to actually take the refund. So I don't know if he's doing it because he wants less people to get the refund. He probably is busy, but my thought is a transgression of this magnitude where you're playing with people's money and livelihoods, you cannot take it lightly. And that's one of the things is these influencers got into this crypto space. I don't think they fully appreciated they're now dealing with financial investments, and it's not a joke. It's not like a brand deal where, you know, if NordVPN isn't as great as they said it was, you know, it's all cool.
Right.
It's your company, and you promise people you're going to make the money, and now you haven't said anything for over a year, then you say you're going to refund them, and you don't say anything for 2 months. That's an issue. So that's my favorite segment from the show. I just think it's so important to hold these people accountable. And the second moment I wanted to talk about was talking about AI and deepfake scams, which is something I'm concerned about, but I haven't gotten the chance to talk about too much. Just recently, one went viral using Joe Rogan, and I wanted to get his response to it after I'd done some research. Here's a clip of the deepfake scam and his reaction to it.
And the AI stuff's scary because ultimately you'll get the AI deep faking you into, you know...
Yeah, there's one of me. There's one of me and Andrew Huberman selling some supplement that's not real.
Right, yeah, Alpha.
I don't know if the supplement's real, but I know that the commercial's certainly not real.
I mean, Andrew, look, Alpha Guine's only been out for 2 months, but if you go to Amazon and you search testosterone booster from Amazon already has it at the top of the search ranking.
Yeah, they deepfaked you. I think it went viral on Twitter for a bit. I
well,
saw
everybody
it.
knew it was a deep fake, luckily. And
It wasn't quite good enough.
yeah, and then, you know, we tried to figure out who's doing it, and you just run into a bunch of shells. It's like very difficult.
I'll
to
tell you
figure out.
offline who's doing it.
Okay.
I know. I looked into it because I was curious. I was curious. And, you know, that same person had put out a lot of ads about, like, Kim Kardashian. They had deepfake of Kim.
Okay, so I'm gonna share Pete's secret for his feeding.
They had one of you saying that, like, so they have one of you saying, like, this product's great, you know, go buy it. And then there's another one where you were complaining that Andrew Tate launched it, and you thought you were sort of like, Andrew Tate's going after my brand.
Andrew Tate made this competing product to Alpha Brain. He called it Alpha Brain, and it's a coffee with some nootropic and test-boosting ingredients in there. And I'm not sure if that was a slight at me for some of the past comments I have made, but yeah, look, I'm impressed with the formula. I respect what he's doing, and all around, I mean, I guess just hats off. Although I wish he wasn't competing with me.
It was kind of this hilarious thing where they were playing both sides. It's like, it's Joe Rogan, it's also Joe Rogan hates that it's out there because it's so good. Then it's like Kim Kardashian loves it. They had every celebrity was like basically endorsing this thing all through AI, and it's just a testament of our times. Like, celebrities are the new sort of authorities for better and often for worse. But people use that as currency now, and like with AI, you can just like fake a lot of that stuff.
That's what I'm worried about, is the volley. I feel like this is the very first volley in a war on reality.
This is a weird experience showing the person who was used in the fake ad, like the fake ad. But something I actually forgot to mention in the show, which I think makes it 10 times worse, is that the person who sells this Alpha Grind product and uses these AI scams goes by the name of Genius CEO, and he sells a course on selling on Amazon. So it's not just preposterous that he uses it to sell the product itself. He then brags about it online, where these products are getting sold by AI scams. And then he sells a course, I guess, on how to do the same thing.
Let me tell you a story of how I made $300K in 2 months. And yes, there is some artificial intelligence in this story.
Very strange. I forgot to mention it, and I just wanted to correct that. And I also want to say this technology's only gonna get more creepy. So yeah, the future, it's not great. Now, the final part of the show I wanted to highlight is a Celsius rant, which if you haven't seen that video, you can go check it out right now. But it's just also a rant about scams in general, and it really sums up a lot of my thinking lately. Just the problem of these scams being under prosecuted. Yeah, I hope you enjoy it.
I watched the Celsius video that you put out recently, and I watched it today, and I was like, this is so valuable, because I'm seeing all these people, because you showed those people that did get scammed, the people that get fucked over by this guy who created this thing, and, you know, they have a voice now, and you can also, like, let all these other motherfuckers that are trying to do something like that know that CoffeeZilla's out there, and he's gonna find you, and he's gonna put you on blast, and people are gonna know, and it's gonna be more difficult for the next person. Again, it's not the wealthy investors that will sue. It's these people that put in $2,000, and it was the only $2,000 they had. That's where it's so valuable, and I know that you feel that way, and it comes through in your video, and I think that's why it's appealing. That's why it's working.
I really discovered early on that nobody cares about the numbers. The numbers are like the headline or whatever, but ultimately you can't make this stuff doesn't matter until you get people involved.
Yeah.
Until you hear the victims talk, they're the heartbeat of everything. Because until you hear that, like, what's $1 billion? It's impossible to talk.
Yeah.
And it's not. And then you watch the guy. Who would fall for this? You know, it's easy to get cynical if you just see the numbers and the guy who defrauded people.
Yeah.
The second you humanize it and you show a person, and all of a sudden you see someone with all the same problems, and you can just tell, you can see it in their eyes, and they're just wrecked by this guy who they believe, who truly they believed in. It's like the biggest betrayal. You trusted somebody with everything, and then they stab you in the back. Like this, Alex Mashinsky, CEO of Celsius, his whole thing was banks are evil, which is not crazy. I mean, it's like, you know, you can understand why a lot of people resonated with that. They're like, and it wasn't even they're evil. Yeah. Sorry, I was going to correct that. He said like they're greedy.
Yeah. Oh.
And that's true. Like it's like,
and he's not.
Yeah. He goes like, banks are not your friends. True statement, Alex. And then this interviewer's like, but Alex is your friend? And he's like, yeah. He's like, basically, you can take the same ride as me, 8%. 8% a year. I'll just give it to you. You know, we're doing the same thing as the banks. We're loaning out your money, but we're going to pass on 80% of the revenue back to you instead of the banks, which they take all your money, right? So people bought into that. They said, that sounds great. Like hey, the internet changed everything. You know, we think crypto's going to change everything. Why not have a bank that instead of serving its shareholders, it serves its customers? It kind of like there's something that makes sense there. It's really compelling. And then come to find out, Celsius was never making money. They said they were paying out, you know, you with their profits. They were paying out you with new deposits. Like new people were coming in and they were paying you out. And so it was this giant Ponzi scheme where they set the rewards because they knew if it's high enough, people are just going to flock to them. And so, but they had this compelling explanation for why, like it kind of made a little bit of sense. And then when it finally goes wrong, he just walks away. I mean, yeah, he's getting sued civilly, but where's the criminal action? Is he going to go to jail? Probably not. And it's like, that is so messed up. That itself is a crime. I think it's so sick that we throw the book at people who will rob a store with a gun, right? Steal $10,000. People who steal millions, billions of dollars often get away with it because it's just done a little differently. There's not the drama of the gun and even if no one gets shot. It's just he pushed a few pencils around. He got you to sign a few shady, but that's just as sick and twisted. But it's just done in a way that socially is slightly more acceptable, and they get away with it way more often. But I would contend that these people are literally financially murdering people. After Celsius, people committed because of. Literally, it's a fact. People committed suicide because they lost everything.
I'm sure FTX as well.
Of course. You know, the bigger the scam, there's just statistically, it almost becomes impossible that you don't at least, if not financially, sort of metaphorically murdering a family, you literally kill somebody. And people walk away with, either only the guy at the top goes down, or nobody goes down. And that is crazy to me. It's like, what message are we sending via our regulators? Basically, it's like, hey, you're going to get a slap on the wrist if you're caught.
And what you just did, is why you're so successful. That's real. This is how you really feel. This is and this is why your show works. This is it right there. Like what you just did is why I'm interested in your show, because this is your real thoughts and opinions.
Something has to change.
Yes.
I mean, something has to change, where you can't just go on like this. Where if we're really going to allow, if we're gonna take our financial future in our own hands, we're gonna allow these influencers to talk about finance. Somebody has to be there when things go wrong.
Yeah.
And there has to be consequences. If you lie and if you cheat and you steal, there has to be a guy at the end of the day who's going to put you in trouble. And I think a YouTube video is not nearly enough. This is why I'm constantly saying, like, hey, can someone from the government, like, go lock this guy out? Go lock somebody. I know it's like a lot of this is new, like the crypto stuff is new, but they're doing old crimes in a new way.
Yes.
It's always been illegal to steal people's money. Yes. And that is what's happening. And that's why I put these people on my show. So you don't think it's some like rug pull where it's all fake money. No, there was real money in these companies and they just stole it a new way, but they're still stealing money. And the fact that we haven't found a way to put some of these people in jail is mind-blowing to me. And we're sending a bad message that, hey, just keep doing it. Just go start a new. There are people now, they were trying to start GTX after FTX.
Oh, boy.
Some new guys are trying to start like the new
boy.
thing.
And then
it's
HTX is next. Jesus Christ.
It's just like, you know, you have to, that's half the purpose of the law, is that it's partly, you know, for, you know, you did something wrong, you get punished, but also part of it is you do something wrong, you send a message to you socially signal that we do not tolerate this. And right now the social signal we're sending and accepting is, if you scam, there's a very high likelihood you will get away with it. And if you don't get away with it, you'll get a little slap on the wrist. You get a little fine. And that's not working.
No, it's not.
Well, that's it. In all seriousness, it was a surreal moment, a very cool one. And I just appreciate you all getting me this. Thank you for watching. And even more than that, thank you for caring about change. Ultimately, I think we're shining a light on a really important issue. And I'm just grateful anyone pays attention. So, yeah. Thank you, and I'll see you in the next one.
Should I make 5 Bloody Marys? Should I make 5 Bloody Marys?
Yeah.
Should I make 5 Bloody Marys?
Hey, Big J.
Hey! Big J Okerson, everybody!
We were missing some Gene Short.
Something's burning. Something's burning.
Thanks, buddy. It's gonna be a fucking fun day. Last show, we're almost done. We're a band.
Me and Bert live in LA.
We're called the Fatties. You've heard of the Fat Boys? We're the Fat Men.
So honored to be in your presence.
Are we rolling? Oh, hey guys, brand new episode of Something's Burning Super Bowl edition. Although you're not watching this Super Bowl, you already know that the Eagles won. We're here with Mark Norman, Dave Williams, and Shane Gillis. We are at the Mullen Arena. We did 4 shows. It has been a fucking blast. We have met. Who have we met, Shane?
Christian McCaffrey is pretty cool.
Pretty fucking. My dad geeked out after him and Chris Godwin.
Yeah, Godwin.
Chris Godwin got me good.
Godwin was cool. Dave Davis, obviously.
Dave Davis is
the
fucking
man.
legend.
The man.
Fucking legend.
Great head.
Ray Rice.
Ray Rice. That's night. That's night.
There's so many mistakes. It's been a blast, and I would like to put this out there right now.
You're in trouble.
Next year, doing it again in Vegas. I've already got the place locked down. Vegas next year. It's gonna be a fucking blast. We're all thick with comics. Everyone's gonna do 15 minutes, and so that no one has to fucking do an hour and a half at the end of the goddamn night. Fucking, you know how jealous I am of you guys?
Yeah, I bet. Every time you're up there, I'm like, I lose my voice every show.
Yeah.
If I had to do an hour, I lose my voice by the end of my 15 minutes.
Do you think?
No, I think I've been screaming every fucking night.
Drinking every night.
Yeah.
No, not his act.
I was hoping for a BM.
Hold on.
Foul me.
There it is.
That's what they call it.
Because it's like a Bloody Mary. It's a BM.
Yeah.
All right, I'll make it BM.
Please. I think it's spicy. I've already had 2 miscarriages.
BM? Dave BM?
Sure.
I'm a big vodka BM guy.
Is there any other kind?
No, but I mean, like, I'm heavy vodka.
You? You're heavy with everything.
How about Mark being a guy BM?
I don't know. It makes me mad every time.
What?
You guys pronouncing his name like correctly.
Yeah, that's how he says it. You should say it how he says it.
Guy Fieri. Every time, Guy Fieri.
And you couldn't get the oven on.
Guy Fieri.
Show tomorrow night? Yeah. Mark Luther. Hope you like the video. Guy goes. come to roost, my favorite was the look on Nikki Glazer's face when I said, Caitlyn Jenner will be doing this episode with you. And she went, oh, please say something. I go, why? She goes, oh, I just did 15 minutes of the jokes that Caitlyn disapproved of on Howard Stern.
Oh.
And then she was like, please say it's not her. And then Caitlyn just walks in. She goes, hey, everyone. And Nikki's like, "Rah." And last night, Shane, we're sitting on the podium right now. The guy's going to be here any second. And Shane goes, I got a pretty aggressive sketch about it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right.
It's a great sketch.
Should I make 5 Bloody Marys?
Might as well. We'll drink it.
Should I make 5 Bloody Marys?
Yeah.
Should I make 5 Bloody Marys?
Hey, Big J.
Yeah, Big J Okerson, everybody. Come on in real quick. No. Get in here. I know. Do that in a second. Big J Okerson.
Don't give up.
We were missing some jean shorts.
Yes.
What's up, buddy? How are you? Hell yeah. Is this flowing or not?
My blood pressure.
We're having Bloody Marys, steak and eggs, hash browns, done Waffle House style.
You know what? Should I make the BMs?
All right. Rachel.
That was good.
Rachel, did you make them this morning?
Mark made me one for breakfast. Was it good? Yeah, he did a good job. I kind of hate it.
For real?
They work.
The one I had this morning was great.
They work.
Put that here. Everything's on this. I got to be honest with you. If I was going to make one product that I would sell for Something's Burning, I wouldn't make an apron. Here's what I would make. I would make a fucking flat iron. These things are fucking awesome. You cannot fuck anything up on a flat iron. I should have never said that. Not to fuck this up. This thing is awesome, and it cooks so fucking easy. I love these fucking flat irons.
Yeah, I want to get a cheesesteak shark.
What? I did cheesesteaks on those. Those cheesesteaks were fucking phenomenal.
Those were good.
Did you put vodka in there?
Oh, yeah.
Are we sure?
Yeah.
Worcestershire. We have.
These are rare as hell.
Oh.
That's what Custard said. What did, do we have, we don't have any.
Stir.
Always talking about dessert.
5, 4, 3.
Did the horseradish come out?
Can I get that pepper?
Yeah.
Nice call. Good call.
We got these at Fully Loaded last year.
Yeah. We all think that's in our blood pressures.
Yeah.
What's that?
Mine was good back then.
You win.
Not this week. This week the blood pressure would be
Yeah, not this
would
week.
be horrifying.
Maybe a dash more of this.
I think we need one more, Mark.
We need something to stir with.
You know what?
Good,
I'll drink beer.
You sure?
Yeah, give that to Jay. I'll drink beer.
Is there a spoon or something back there we could steal?
Yeah.
A knife?
Yeah.
Put the back end of that spoon. Perfect.
There you go.
All right. We're back.
I was just saying this week.
You get to meet Drake?
No. But saw him. I was so happy.
Yeah,
when I
tell
saw
us
him.
about Drake. Tell us about Drake last night.
Oh, man.
Getting in was
Texted my daughter.
That was tough.
insane. It was like a fucking, really was like a fucking refugee camp out there.
Yeah.
Like you couldn't get in. There's gates. We had,
barricades.
I was literally, dude, this is how good of a guy, Christian McCaffrey. He's like, I'll get you guys in. He was like, I'll get 3 tickets for you guys. He stayed on the phone with me when they couldn't get us in for like 25 minutes.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, I'm sending guys out. I'm trying to get, like.
That's pretty cool.
If I were him, I would have fucking been like, you guys can't get in.
Christian McCaffrey was a fucking legit dude.
Great guy.
Yeah.
Gabe, everyone, we didn't meet one dick football player. And there,
we know Eagles yet?
I think we ran into a couple at that party.
Oh, yeah.
And Saquon's, we ran into a couple.
Saquon Barkley,
Saquon
cool as
was the
shit.
man.
Cool as shit. Mm-hmm. Does not know that he's getting this compliment because he did not know who we were. But he was cool as shit.
I walked away from meeting Tony Romo once.
Tony Romo, he's the man.
I'm sure.
Very
That's why I didn't want to meet him.
Oh, for real?
At Oddball tour. Yeah, I just left. And then they were like, he's taking everybody out to a steakhouse. And I'm like, not this guy. I'll be in my bunk. I have to look my parents in the eye.
Oh, wait, because he's a cowboy?
Yeah.
Are you fucking serious, man?
Yep.
You
I don't
really-
want to like him.
Really?
I wouldn't be shitty to him. And I'm going to like him, and that's a problem. It happened with Dak Prescott. I'm glad he stinks now.
How do you guys like your eggs? Does everyone like them over easy? Sunny side up, whatever?
Sure, yeah, a little
over
runny.
easy?
Well, one time you made me the perfect scramble.
Dude, I can't do it on this thing. The perfect scramble was fucking legit. I learned that from, what's the guy's name? Sterling Silver. Not Sterling Silver.
You keep saying Sterling Silver.
Gordon Ramsay.
Who is
He
Sterling?
puts milk in it. Sterling Silver is
What's Spencer's
material.
last name? Spencer Brown plays for the Bills.
Yes.
Another
So I
cool guy.
meet him last night. He's cool as shit. He's like, I live in Newport. Ready? There, like I want to do his workout. I said, let me introduce you to some chicks. He was like, great. So I bring Victoria over. I go, I forgot your name. And he said, Spencer. And I said, Sterling. And I call him Sterling all fucking night. He's the sweetest guy in the world.
I think you're on Sterling because Sterling Shepard. We were at Sterling Shepard's party also. He's Saquon. Sterling Shepard.
I met Sterling Shepard. I call him Spencer Brown.
Whoever it was you met, you called him the wrong thing.
I call him the wrong thing a lot. I'm going to start doing the steaks. I think they're going to take the longest to cook.
Those are fat.
Nice. These are fat fucking steaks. Oh, these steaks. By the way, take a look at this steak right here. Look how thick it is. Look at how beautiful it is. It's a filet. Omaha steaks. They get the best fucking steaks. We just did a whole episode of ribeyes. Cheesesteaks with them. Phenomenal. Grade A steaks. Use my promo code BURNING at omahasteaks.com. Check out one of their bundles and enjoy some steaks with your friends.
Not a sizzle going there.
Not bad.
We'll just do the noise. Fake smoke coming up.
This is a Chevy Chase. You want to pop it on?
Ooh.
There we go.
They got hot.
That tricked me. No, that was him.
Here we go.
What?
Yeah, that was
Oh, that tricked me too.
Got me again.
This one I know what you said. That one I know.
Sounds like letting air out of your tires.
It's still good.
Michael.
Here, listen to this one. Listen to this
Michael Winslow.
This is going to be as funny as I think it is.
That wasn't bad.
Dibs on that one.
So I got, when I was in college, we were taking a test. I forget what the test was. It was like an aptitude test. And it had a seal on it. It was still paper. And I go, can we break the seal? She goes, do not break the seal. I go, when can we break it? She goes, no one break the seal until I say so. I went, did you break the seal? There's a piece of paper.
Actual Smokey? The guy?
Yeah, the guy.
Yeah, I remember Smokey. I never did his.
I had to follow a guy with sound effects. Big black guy in a green suit. I was
Was
so
it Willie
nervous.
RoboCop? Was it Willie Robo?
I don't know, but he had a gun. And I made fun. I went on after and made fun of him. I was like, "Oh, is that the guy from Police Academy?" And he took me outside and slammed me against the wall. And he said, "If you ever do that again, I'll kill you." So I never went back.
You've been put against the wall of a comedy club more than once. It's
Yeah,
pretty wild.
yeah. Well,
You're
black
such a
people
nice
are
guy.
I did a show. His whole bit was white people, black people. Man,
We are different.
all these white kids getting this ADD. Ain't no black kid getting ADD. That's because our parents beat us. And the crowd's going fucking nuts. Yeah, you get some ADD, you're gonna beat the shit out of you. And that ADD gone tomorrow. Right? All right. Keep it going. It's a fantastic one more footnote to that joke. Black kids actually do get ADD. It's just you guys drop out of school so early. You don't have time to catch it.
Oh boy.
Okay. He walks up to the stage, crosses his arms, and goes, "What other black jokes you got?" And I was like, "Here we go."
Want to hear him?
Yeah, I know them all.
Are you sure you want to hear him? You're saying I can say them.
You co-signed this.
He's making me do it.
This is his idea. Yeah. Hash browns. Smothered, covered, peppered, chunked hash browns. guys familiar with Waffle House?
Yes.
Okay. So what do you guys like in your hash browns? Cheese? Everyone?
Not in the hash brown.
Everything.
In the eggs.
But Waffle House really make well started
How about, let's start here. Onion?
Yeah.
Onion.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Jalapeno. Mushroom.
Whatever you want.
Definitely.
Sure.
Okay.
We can use
Everything.
All right, fuck it. Yeah, let's just do it all. Butter.
You know, we can make substitutions in this order.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to make sure you guys are taken care of. I get joy out of making people happy. Like, I'm crazy. Like, I really sincerely get joy. Like, but it's bothersome because sometimes, like, you know how you go, I just go to sleep? If I hear people up, I feel bad that I'm not.
Yeah.
Like, I go, like, I should be up.
Shane too.
I feel that. No, don't worry. I mean, I feel guilty while I'm still in it.
Really?
Yeah.
But you need that sleep sometimes.
Yeah.
The sleep is so fucking important.
You're on fire!
Recovery is like fucking paramount.
How's that IV feel?
Did you guys have Waffle House in Tampa when you were growing up?
Yeah, that's where I learned how to do a dino order. I said that to somebody the other day. Do you remember how you learn how to eat a diner? Like, does someone ever take you to a diner and go, this is what you do? When did you go to a diner?
Very young.
Really?
Yeah. Kid.
Really? Yeah. Well, growing up in not in...
We had Louisiana, I mean, New Orleans, we had a Waffle House.
Really?
Went there all the time. It was the only place laid open.
So we had a Waffle House in Tampa. Like, Leanne didn't have one growing up, and so she didn't know how to order at a diner when she went to a diner.
I'm desperately waiting to see how to order at a diner.
Yeah, it's a restaurant.
You go, oh, you gotta give like the, oh, you wanna do like the,
No.
make them
Okay,
bloody.
hold on. Hang on. What's your
Punch them in
diner
the
order?
tit,
What's
make
your
them
diner?
bloody.
It fucks legs. I looked to see if they had Eggs Benedict.
Eggs Benedict is phenomenal.
They always bring you toast on the side. They just bring you toast automatically. So I like to order 2 eggs over easy, and I make my own bacon, egg, and cheese.
There you go. What is in Denver? That's ham and cheese.
It's ham, peppers, onions.
When I was in college, you could write a check at Waffle House. So we'd all go to Waffle House. We'd write $5 checks for food.
I got arrested at a Waffle House at LSU.
Why?
Peed on the floor.
That'll do it, all right.
It's okay at some Waffle House.
I thought it was fun.
You must have been at a fancy one.
But you lost a freestyle battle.
This is what's great about these flat irons. You can chop up stuff on here, and then just flip it over.
I was always mesmerized by the omelet guys. When you go to a hotel and you ship your parents and you're the guy and you tell them ingredients. I wanted to be that guy.
Oh, learning how to make an omelet is tough.
It's crazy.
Learning how to make an omelet is tough.
You guys know when you went to my mom's work and the cafeteria always had that good breakfast? At my mom's work? You guys remember that? You guys ever go to my mom's work?
But wait, explain what a diner is.
Diner order means, like, you go, like, some people go to a diner and they, like Jerry's Deli, or like Jerry's Deli is a type of thing. But if you go to Jerry's Deli, you can be overwhelmed by that menu. And then people will be like, I guess I'll have the meatloaf. You're like, you don't want meatloaf.
No, I get it.
And so when you go to a diner, there's a certain way to order. Like, you go, can I get, I have my diner order every time. I go, I need 4 eggs over easy, a side of pancakes, corned beef hash, bacon, coffee, and orange. Like, I have my orders. And so, like, Leanne first went to a diner, and she was like, they were all getting, she was like, I don't know, what is this? Like, if you don't grow up in a city, you don't know what it's like.
These diners always get chocolate. Adults.
For real? You know, Jay, were you telling me all the good diners in New York are closing?
Yeah,
they're going away.
They don't stay open late.
I know.
They all close, like the Salsa closes at 10 o'clock.
Dude, I went to Wohop. Remember Wohop? It closes at 10.
Yeah.
It's 24 hours.
Yeah, and so was Baselka for the longest time.
Yeah.
There's labor shortages?
No one's coming back, yeah, so they just shut down.
All those waitresses are doing really good.
Diner waitresses?
Yeah.
I don't think they clean it up, dude.
Oh, and
You
OnlyFans?
see some diner
Well,
waitresses?
it's definitely a pay raise.
I'd rather look at diner waitresses on OnlyFans than just some ho-hum porn chick.
Oh, dude, there's a porn I love. I still think of all the time. It was Rhonda from the bar, and it was just this
I
chick,
remember that.
this chick in a Giants jersey eating the dude's ass. And you're like, this is real. She didn't sign a waiver.
Wow.
This is Rhonda.
A Giants jersey eating ass.
This is Rhonda being Rhonda.
What a sentence.
Wow, this is gonna be fucking good. I love this energy of flipping it around like this, where you don't have it in a pan.
Yeah.
You know?
Make a volcano.
Everyone's been wanting me to. I don't know how to do that.
Spring has sprung, and that means grilling season has arrived. Get the world's best steaks and a huge variety of other favorites shipped directly to your door. Even better, right now, full beefy flavor.
I'm putting so much fucking butter in this food.
I apologize.
More speculation, I guess, that he might be planning a return. He tweeted, anyone who thinks I have time to come back to the NFL has never adopted a 2-month-old kitten for their daughter. You know what I say? I say that's keeping it alive. I do. I think that's not the same thing as saying, I'm definitely done, I'm definitely not coming back. It's making it funny.
Yes, it's a joke, but especially when Tom Brady literally had all this stuff happening in his personal life and still came back to football. It's like, we're never going to believe you, Tom. We're never going to believe you.
No, I'm going to believe him. He just bought a 77-foot yacht that's called 12 Angels out in South Beach. I'm going to believe Tom Brady when he say he retired this time.
We'll see.
I'm going to take your word for it, America.
That's a man who's had plenty to retire to for a long time and chose not to.
Yes.
So we'll see if the kitten is what winds up doing it. Okay, anyway, so we have that. Now, if you were just joining us here at the bottom of the hour, we have begun what is a spirited and in some cases, particularly for the former players among our group here today, a very passionate and emotional conversation about Lamar Jackson, who yesterday received the non-exclusive franchise tag from the Baltimore Ravens. And there was, I said it somewhat jokingly, but maybe I shouldn't have said it quite so cheekily, it was impossible not to notice how many teams made the immediate decision and were more than comfortable making sure the world knew about it, that they had no plans to pursue Lamar Jackson as a free agent. And Chris Canty, I think, and Sam speaking for a lot of former players when they said that this is a frustrating time for the players because the guaranteed contracts have been such an incredibly important issue in the NFL since its inception. And I did not get a chance to let Herman jump in. You see Mike T, who's going to jump in just a moment as well. But Herman, you're a player who, of course, your career was well before these guys did. But this was an issue going all the way back to the 70s and beyond.
First thing I learned from the veteran guys, the one thing the owners will never do is give you a fully guaranteed contract. And I looked at them and say, really? They go, yeah, just remember what I tell you, Rook. Well, there's been one.
Right.
Sean Watson.
Yeah. And so as you see this happening with Lamar yesterday, again, as sort of an elder statesman of the game, how does it make you feel?
Not good at all. Because without the players, you don't have the game. And the players make the game. And the players generate the money for the National Football League. And television now has become a big part of it. I remember we didn't have a TV contract. When Rozelle was the owner, was the commissioner, and got Monday Night Football, that was big, right? And you see where football has gone from there. It's just amazing that the money that the players in the game has generated. But the owners have stayed packed on this one thing. We don't give fully guaranteed contracts. And obviously the Cleveland Browns did that. And players were like, oh. And now players are hoping Lamar gets one because the next guy's going to want one. And good for the players because they're all striving to get that. Look, at the end of the day, I was a player first, and I get it, right? So I understand all that. Look, highest paid player in the league when I came to the league in 1977 was your guy.
Joe Namath?
Joe Namath was playing for the Rams. He was playing for the Rams. Yeah. Didn't have fully guaranteed contract. That was Joe Namath.
Right. And nobody ever did. And so the point that we have here is, look, the fact that all these teams have made it clear and public that they are not planning to pursue Lamar Jackson, think for a moment here. They don't have to offer him a guaranteed contract. They can sign him to an offer sheet for whatever they want. They can put $200 non-guaranteed million in an offer sheet and submit that. But they don't even plan to do that. This feels, Kmart, I have to say, I'm sort of on Chris's side.
Oh, yeah.
While I understand the other side of it, it feels like a statement being made.
It feels like a lot of circumstantial evidence. So to your point, where you can't, it does. A lot of people, I can tell you, a lot of people in the league texted me saying the word collusion, but we don't have proof of that. But when you see teams that were in on Deshaun Watson, like the Falcons and the Panthers and the Saints and the Browns, those were the teams that were in on Deshaun Watson. Well, obviously Deshaun Watson's in Cleveland. Obviously the Saints now have Derek Carr. But you're looking at the Panthers, who still need a quarterback. You're looking at all these teams. Washington, that really, right now, they're going with Sam Howell. You can make a case that Lamar Jackson's a little bit better than
Say
Sam
that
Howell.
word out. Let's just say that again.
Right.
Say that out loud. They're going with Sam Howell and not making even an offer of any kind for Lamar Jackson. I mean, it's very hard to say that sentence out loud.
You make a good point, because I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, okay, well, the NFC South, before they signed Carr, they all those teams need quarterbacks, right? So basically all those teams are saying, for the most part, they got Derek Carr, we're going to draft a quarterback.
Yeah.
That's interesting. So then my next thought yesterday was, well, here we go to Washington.
Yeah.
He tells me Washington's out. I'm going, wait a minute.
And if he decided he doesn't need a guaranteed contract, then maybe all of that would change. I asked Mike T to come on, and I haven't even asked him a question yet. So I feel Mike T, jump in here. The plan was for Mike T to get into the Rodgers of the line. We will. But let's wait here for a moment, Mike. You watched all this happen. Again, you worked in all of this from a different side. You were the one offering these contracts on behalf of ownership. What is your perspective on what happened with Lamar yesterday?
Brady, I really appreciate all the sentiment, and that very well may be true, but we don't know that yet, and here's why. The offseason really hasn't even begun. So if we're sitting here on May 1st, all these teams are passing on Lamar Jackson, everything that the guys are saying could very well be true. But based on my experience, there are a lot of twists and turns. So take a team like Tennessee, for example. Maybe they need a quarterback because they move on from Ryan Tannehill, and nothing gives you more leverage than supply and demand. And as a 26-year-old former MVP in the prime of his career, some team may look at what's happened in Indy and say, there's no solutions in Indy coming out of the draft. And now my best option is to go get Lamar Jackson, and I have to go pay this bill. So right now, maybe there's collusion, but we really don't know. And I will say from a GM perspective, specifically like a team like Atlanta, I'm not talking about collusion as a GM. I'm talking to Desmond Ridder and trying to tamp down the noise and say, hey, I believe in you. I have no interest in an alternative. So that's why, to me, there's a long way to go before if we know there's collusion in the marketplace. And the other thing that's important here, Jalen Hurts, Joe Burrow, and Justin Herbert, they're coming down the pike. They're going to have immense leverage, and one of them may break through the guarantee deal as well.
Jump in here, Ted.
Yeah, I'm curious as to what Mike T and Herm think about this, but for those teams, those 5 quarterback-starved teams, to come out within hours of the Ravens announcing the tag and say that they are not pursuing Lamar Jackson, when it takes weeks, if not months, to formulate an all-season plan with free agents and draft picks and all of those things, it absolutely to me screams collusion, because we all know that this thing is driven by scarcity. There are never enough quality starting quarterbacks to go around in the National Football League. In any given year, 8 to 10 teams are looking for an upgrade at the quarterback position. And for them to come out and definitively say, on March 7th, we are out on Lamar Jackson, a guy that's 26 years old, in the prime of his career, that's won an MVP, that don't pass the smell test to me at all. And that's the part where style of play and injury history, I throw that all to the wayside. You know why? Because we've seen players in the past with injuries get contracts. Dak Prescott coming off of a major ankle injury, got 160 with 126 guaranteed. Deshaun Watson missed the full season due to injury, and he missed the full season because of off-the-field issues. Didn't stop him from getting a fully guaranteed contract. We've seen it over and over again. Teams that are desperate enough will make that play. And the fact that all of these owners from these quarterback star teams that are in quarterback hell, decided not to go after Lamar Jackson, this is bigger than just sending a message to the players. This is sending a message to everybody in the National Football League that owners are drawing that figurative line in the sand with guaranteed contracts.
Well, here's the scary thing if you're Lamar Jackson. Teams that, let's say teams do become interested and they put an offer. What, to your point, they like that.
Hello. Breezy. Breezy.
Sometimes it's protecting pocketbook. And so if Deshaun Watson gets a guaranteed contract, and then all of a sudden, that's okay, it's an anomaly until it's not. Right. Now all of a sudden, the second person gets a guaranteed contract. Now all of a sudden, the watershed moment, everything breaks. And so what this really is about, it's not collusion per se verbally, whatever. Since the 70s.
Yes.
And before that,
Your microphone, your webcam.
how do we get guarantees? And we look at the leagues, there aren't guaranteed contracts stipulated.
Why you stuck your normal mic somewhere?
About Lamar Jackson. He's saying, I want to set this precedent. Will you all join me? So
wait. I
but
can
if
set
this
up my other
guarantee does happen, fully guaranteed contract, if that's what it's about, then all of a sudden, a watershed moment for the
Okay.
NFL. It's not about anything besides the pocketbook.
All right, I'm going to leave it there for the moment. We will get back to Aaron Rodgers and the very latest on his future in a moment as well, which is why we asked Mike T to join us here. So, Mike, thank you for that. In the meantime, huge game last night in the NBA. Anthony Davis.
Oh, and I'm excited because I get to hang out with my friend and resident Las Vegas legend, Miles Simmons from PFT. Miles, how are you, sir?
Oh, I'm doing great. I'm better now that I'm talking to my friend Eddie here.
Oh, the synergy is off the charts right now. But, you know, I love talking to you for a variety of reasons. In the spirit of full transparency, we are chums, we are pals.
We are.
But I think that you and I think will have a really unique kind of viewpoint into everything silver and black, right? In a different world, different life. We're at PFT, but the biggest difference now, I think, is compared to when you were covering it before, is the Raiders have questions at quarterback. When you, my friend, were covering, there were no questions about what's going on under center. You're in a completely different position, in a completely different place. And I'm just curious, from your viewpoint, how would you characterize everything the Raiders have going on at the quarterback position?
Well, it's really interesting when you kind of try to read between the lines of what people say when they're at the combine. So, reading out the McDaniels press conference yesterday, it sounds as if he would really like to draft and develop a quarterback. And that's good in a lot of ways because it means that you are picking the guy that you want specifically, right? And, you know, when you inherit somebody like Derek Carr, who's been there for a while, who's had some success, it makes sense that you would want to see if that can work, right? But at the same time, you don't want to just put your hands on yourself when you're trying to get things done. It's just not what you want to do. And if you don't have a quarterback that you honestly truly believe in, and you know, I don't think there's any reason to believe that you are not on the same page with this, then you need to move on. And I think that, you know, obviously the contract is in a way that they were able to do that after the year. Now, you weren't able to get any draft compensation back, and you can probably say that's a good job by Derek Carr.
The final stretch!
To force the issue before the new year even begins, that he gets that head start, and he's able to meet with teams, and, you know, teams are even able to talk about Derek Carr openly because he's that kind of player. So it's a new starting point for the Raiders. It's a new starting point for Derek Carr elsewhere. And, you know, while there are veteran quarterbacks that are on the market, it just seems like, from what McDaniels was saying, they would love to be able to draft and develop their own guy so that he's not just there for, you know, a year, couple years, developing a solution that could potentially be
You talk about reading. That's what all of us try to do. These kind of ear hustle, try to put the pieces together. I've heard this, I've heard that here. What's going to stick? But really, for me, in hearing Josh and Dave, one thing that stood out to me is, again, the commitment to teaching that they've done. And oftentimes I understand, and I completely understand the sentiment as a fan, but we got to get the guy. I don't care if we have to go up to 2, if we have to go up to 1. And it felt like Josh and Dave were very measured, like we talked about them in the line, very measured in how they wanted to get their guy at that, at the right spot if it is ultimately in the draft.
Right, and you can't reach, and sometimes you have to reach in certain situations. But I think what McDaniels and Ziegler have right now is security and kind of stability. I mean, Mark Davis talked about this over the course of the season. I believe in these two men and what it is that they are setting us on in terms of the course, the path, whatever you want to call it, right? So if that's the case and you've got that total trust from ownership, then you don't have to reach. You don't have to say, like, well, this is a guy that we really should take a chance on because if not, what happens? If you don't really, truly, and honestly believe in the guy that you're going to pick as a high quarterback, where that pick lands, unless they trade back or they trade up, whatever, right? Then you don't have to do it. You can continue to build and try to get what is a team that is maybe a quarterback away, right? And then you get that quarterback in a different place.
And I think what's really interesting too is just 7 being at 7 to me feels very intriguing. I keep saying it kind of feels like a choose your own adventure a little bit because as we sit here today, I wouldn't be surprised if the Raiders moved up. I wouldn't be surprised if the Raiders moved back.
Right.
I wouldn't be surprised if the Raiders stood exactly where they are at 7. Like 7 is such a unique spot to be, and I think especially this year where we know that there's teams that have to go and get a quarterback, whether it is in the draft or it is through free agency. There is going to be action in that top 10, and so I think it'll be very, very interesting to see ultimately where the Raiders go.
Yeah, I used to work for the Rams, and when I was
hold
them, and talking to Les Snead before every draft or whatever, he would always be like, yeah, there's 33% chance we stay pat, 33% chance we pick, and then 33% chance we move back. And it's like, okay, maybe not. And especially, when it's Les Snead, the odds are high that they're actually going to trade back. But in this case, I really feel like that is honestly true for the Raiders. What your point was there. I mean, it's just there is going to be movement within that top 10, right? The Chicago Bears seem like they're not taking a quarterback. They've not unequivocally said that, but that seems to be what it is. So is it going to be the Texans that move up from 1 to 2, or 2 to 1, I should say? It would then the Bears say, all right, well, we can move back again, and we can get, a quality player that we want with a high pick, whether it's 7, whether it's 5, whatever, and then, you
No,
move
I
back
just had
again,
to.
and you accumulate more picks.
Okay, your mic sounds worse than earlier. Then my game crashed.
Spot in
Did
the
it?
situation
Wow.
that they have Justin Fields.
Does my mic sound worse?
And I want to ask you to go deeper.
Yeah.
Or is it just low?
All the quarterbacks, but when you look at it,
I had to
What about
really
now?
turn on the back.
Oh man, I
Okay,
can hear
now-
myself really good. That's crazy.
Now it's louder now. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, I
I
hear
had to really
myself.
turn the volume on.
Really hear myself. Ooh, that's crazy.
Got a good thing.
No, I mean, I guess it's not bad.
I like Bryce.
If you like to listen to yourself, then yeah.
fact that
Love
we
to listen to
know
myself.
he can go out and execute if things are right. Yeah, if things are
Wow.
easier for quarterback at Alabama.
Hopefully, it still has me loading in. Game not started yet.
Let's just throw a random school out there, and I don't
you
really
raised
know why.
the Southern Miss fan.
Yeah, I apologize to you guys, but it's different because of the way that Saban recruits and the way that they develop, and we knew he had Bill O'Brien as an offensive coordinator. That
Fucking
obviously
game.
would translate.
Reconnected.
Now
Coming.
he's gonna go to the silver and black because of the whole,
Did it start yet?
being essentially the same thing. So I mean, there's a lot that you could like there. But CJ
How far are we at?
I like that I'm an Ohio kid. So I like
Oh,
that
that's
he's
not
from
good.
Ohio State. I like
That's
that
not good.
The biggest game of his college career, he played at his best. Players always talk about this. You need to be at your best when your best is required, and that is exactly what C.J. Stroud did. He put them in a position to win that game.
Okay, carry.
And if Clipper makes a kick, maybe we're not talking about Georgia as college football champions. So it's interesting to have that. I mean, look at this. It's like
Oh no, you died.
there's a little more inconsistency.
Oh, they just gave up bottom.
But can you be as accurate as you need to be? And I think Anthony Richardson, it's almost
Oh shit.
the issue that you get
That's
with
so strong.
Lance, where
Had no chance.
he hasn't played as much football as a starter
Hmm.
in some of these other
Oh,
guys.
bottom's down.
And
I'm cool with that.
Also, the consistency, the accuracy is not necessarily been there when you look at the numbers and completion percentage. But he's electric, man. I mean, we use him run like most quarterbacks can't do that.
And I think he also kind of, like, to your point, I think he benefits as much as Anthony Richardson of that kind of element of intrigue, of mystery. Because you've seen it, but you haven't seen it for a long, extended period of time. And I
Wow.
think
I don't know what to do.
it's a little harder to maybe poke holes in the game but you see, like to your point,
Level
what
too
it
low.
could be.
Yeah, and there are coaches that say, you know, if a player does something and they put it on film and I see it, I should be able to coach you to do that consistently. And different coaches have different philosophies on that. But if you are somebody who feels that way and you're like, okay, how do I get this kind of semantic accuracy consistently? And I feel like I can do that. Then that's kind of what makes it. I mean, that's not.
Alright, good. That's what I needed.
Going to happen overnight. I mean, most quarterbacks don't come in. I mean, and this class doesn't have this sort of can't miss Andrew Luck. You know, Trevor Lawrence was almost just like that. This class doesn't really have that. And I mean, you know, you're talking about Bryce Young, who would be the closest thing to it, I think. And you look at his body type, and it's like, okay, well, he would be an exception because he's smaller, not just in height, but also in weight. That's something that you have to think about. But again, there are exceptions, right? I mean, Aaron Donald went 13th overall behind number 2 overall Greg Robinson on the league, right? And this is one of the
Come on, man.
best players that this league has ever seen, but he fell that far because he's
I don't know what you expected from me. I'm not going up there.
it's about, can you identify the right people who are the exceptions and make sure that they are putting the
Fucking
best
piece of shit game.
Yeah,
How you crash one when I haven't even started playing?
Of hitting on the gamble and getting that payoff at the end.
Yeah, I got Woodhammer.
The next couple of weeks and the next couple of months will not be short on intrigue, on twists and turns,
Certainly
and I
not.
cannot wait to talk about it the entire way. At
That's
PSN,
alright, man.
we're dominating. What do we have to look forward
We'll
to?
come back soon enough.
Well, certainly, as always, you can find all the
Alright, here we go.
and everything that is going on
Fuck you. Let's go, Lucario. Oh, dude, what happened?
and GMs and players that
He sure did. Oh my god, Lucario's what's wrong?
on the NFL on
Hmm.
page.
Dude, they're like level 10 and 9.
My co-host with NFL.
Alright, it's not just me. The rest of our team's not good.
Make sure you find him. Miles Simmons, Vegas, friend of the program.
Dude, wrong button.
Make sure you go and follow him. Miles, thanks for hanging out with us, brother.
Absolutely, Eddie.
Let's go. Bring him to me. Oh god.
You sit in our situation at 1 overall, you have to do your work just to make sure we're making
Get him.
Yeah.
Are you about to get deleted?
You know, he knows what we're doing, and nothing's a surprise.
I would trade
I
Justin
like
Fields.
5
If you could get
deaths.
at least a first and a third round pick, which I believe you
Man, see? Piece of shit game. How you gonna crash, man? I don't understand. Alright, we can go.
Give this young man time. We don't even know what his future potential could be. There are so
That's right, they'll lose a team battle because they won't. They're gonna get cocky, they go in 1 by 1. They're gonna get the ass whooped, and we're gonna win.
Kiper's mock draft 2.0. Of course, Mel Kiper is our lead draft analyst, and he's the one that gave us all the content to discuss here today. To his left, or right, you see Matt Miller, if you're watching the TV, or one of our other great NFL draft analysts. I'm Field Yates, and of course, Tim Hasselbeck pulling double duty here in the studio. Mel, let's get it going.
Oh, give me. Oh, damn it.
Why? I'm trying to kill them. I'm just feeding now. At this point, I'm feeding.
I think we're all feeding.
They feel there's a gap between QB1 and QB2. You go get your guy. In this case would be Bryce Young. Great processor for Alabama. What a career he had. Question is,
Just call it quits, man.
I set the bar for him at 195.
Get fucking game crash, man.
195 or better. He's my QB1. If he's 194 or less, I'm going with Will Levis, quarterback from Kentucky. Matt, the size, the
No, but still, it still shouldn't have been that bad.
you look at that quick release. I thought, but the accuracy, the ability just to get it done, process so quickly. If he was bigger, he'd be.
I was on a winning streak to that game, man.
Quarterback, one of my highest graded quarterbacks
I don't
ever,
believe
but
you.
he's not that. The weight is the issue.
Played the whole day. I lost 1 game.
What's up, Bentley McCracken? Hi,
Yeah, no,
hi.
absolutely right. We'll get him some
Trying to
peanut
get
butter, some cheeseburgers
higher,
on his way in, maybe
higher,
some St. Elmo's to make sure he's bulked up for the
baby.
weigh-in. I'm with you. I do think we would be talking about a Joe Burrow type prospect if he were 6'2", 210 pounds. I can't remember.
No wonder
Ted
you're
Ginn
streaming, man. Made my game
quarterback
crash.
where we looked at
Oh,
weight
yeah,
as such
sure.
a factor. And I'll tell you, talking to Tim, this is a big concern, especially if you're worried about him playing in the North. You know, if you're an NFC North team, an AFC North team, it's more of a concern than if you're a dome team, a team playing in the South, maybe where the weather's not such a factor. So it is something teams are thinking about. He is my #1 quarterback in this draft. I do think we see someone, whether it's Houston, whether
Alright,
it's
man, this thing crash
Indianapolis,
again.
and they'll probably start this talk
And
this
quit.
week, trying to get up to get really the premier quarterback in this draft, even with those size concerns, Mel.
Look, I think the size concerns are a real thing, and I think it's fair for people to be concerned about size. Look, you want to look at Baker Mayfield, the guy went 1 overall, didn't work out. There's Kyler Murray. Look, he's had some success, but I think you can easily argue that it hasn't exactly been perfect for Kyler Murray. And, both those guys kind of had some outlying characteristics like Bryce Young has. I just remember being at Kyler Murray's pro day, talking to an NFL head coach at the time, and he said to me, I just wonder, like, I know he's a good player, but like how small is too small? Like, how many times is he trying to throw a wide route and he can't see the running back because there's kind of someone coming upfield? Like, how many times is that an issue? Not to say that, like, hey, this guy can't be a good player, but how many times does that show itself? And I just think that when you start to talk about guys at the top of the draft, you want to be checking a lot of boxes. You want to go, like with a quarterback, look, you want them to, feel like you just met Justin Herbert. Like that makes you feel good about it. It answers some of those questions, and I think that, look, I think it's fair, even with all the production, to be concerned about the size and what that means for Bryce Young going forward.
Yeah, the physically gifted quarterbacks, Timmy, have dropped a little bit. You think about Justin Herbert, as you mentioned, Tua went ahead of him. Herbert was QB3. Josh Allen, you mentioned Baker Mayfield. Josh Allen went behind Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold as QB3. Justin Fields, physically gifted, QB4. For whatever reason, the quarterbacks who may not be perfect coming out of college, drop just a bit, even though they look the part, they have all the physical and athletic gifts, the strong arm, everything you want. They've still dropped a little bit in the draft.
All right, so what we do know about Bryce Young is that while he will not be throwing or participating in the on-field work after the combine, we are going to figure out just how big he is as he's going to go through medicals and measurements in Indy. Let's get back to the draft proceedings. We're back on the board, and another trade at #2, Mel Kiper. What has gotten into you?
Well, the Colts, I mean, you can't sit at 4 and just wait it out. You got to go get your guy. In this case, could it be QB2? Maybe you got to take your guy. You get QB1. Bottom line is C.J. Stroud can make all the throws at every level accurately. Touch and interception ratio a little bit better than Bryce Young's. His 3 completion percentage a little bit better than Bryce Young's. He showed he could beat a defense, Georgia's national champion, with his legs. 12 games, though, he didn't run any of his legs. So if he can take that Georgia game, bottle it, and take it into the NFL, you talk about mechanics, arm strength, accuracy to all levels. Talk about when things break down. He folded up like a tent in some games. He didn't against Georgia. Is that game an outlier? Is that something, as I say, he carry over to his career in the National Football League? Somebody's going to roll the dice, and it will. I have the Colts moving up from 4 to 2 to get C.J. Stroud, quarterback, Ohio State.
No, you do one trade and you're addicted to him now in the mock draft in the first round. I love all the trades, and I think this would be so smart for Chicago. Not just trade back once, trade back twice. Now you're at pick number 4. You have a chance to get the player you like, and we'll see what you have going there. But I also like this for Indianapolis. It is time to go get your quarterback. Chris Ballard has tried every Band-Aid that they make. He's had the Mickey Mouse Band-Aid, he's had the card Band-Aid. It is time to get a franchise quarterback. C.J. Stroud is one. He's my number 5 overall player. I don't know. There's not a whole lot of knocks on this guy, other than like Mel said, the scheme was really good, and he didn't run a lot. Well, guess what? Against the best defense in college football last year, he tore them apart with his legs in the college football playoffs against Georgia. So I'm a believer in C.J. Stroud. I think this would be a home run for Chris Ballard as he finally goes to get his quarterback.
I score you.
I think it makes a lot of sense. Now, I'll say, wait, why were people thinking about a player who didn't have as much physical ability to project forward?
Yes, them all these quarterbacks are pretty much right there in the group. 3, 4, and 5 were my
Charmander,
right now. And you
the
think
hell
about
you
where
doing?
we are in terms of moving up. There's got to be that gap. There's got to be a guy you want to go get because you feel he's better than the other guys are. If If you feel they're all equal, hey, keep in mind, Eli Manning, Phillip Rivers, and Ben Roethlisberger Steelers waited and got their guy. So sometimes if you feel all these quarterbacks, hey, I'll be happy. Remember, the Chargers said, okay, we like Herbert, like Tua, whoever's there, we're okay with that. If you're okay with it, some of these deals may not take place.
Much more on the quarterbacks to come, but let's get back to the big board and the Cardinals making their first pick on their new
good player, hard worker. What do you think? 10 sack in your guy or 18 to 20 sack in your guy? That's where there's a difference in opinion. In terms of the Chicago Bears, if you can make 2 deals, pick up extra draft choices, help with those draft choices, your defensive front with Jalen Carter, get an offensive lineman, get some weapons for Justin Fields. You get Carter at 40, number 1 on my big board right now. He had an ankle knee injury in September, came back with vengeance, was dominating again, had a phenomenal year in 2021 on that talent-laden Georgia Bulldog defense, where he's arguably their best defensive player. If they need a player like that, disruptive on the interior, to move down twice and still get him and get extra choices would be a bonanza for the Chicago Bears.
Man, this is perfect for the Chicago Bears. I mean, they keep complaining about what's happened so far. Moving back twice, still getting, like Mel said, arguably the best player in the draft. And you're right. You look at that 2021 historic Georgia defense with 5 first-rounders on it. You talk to scouts, coaches,
You guys.
everyone said 88 is what you have to worry about. Oh, by the way, he was a true sophomore, so you couldn't even draft him yet. Now I think he is in line to be the first and second pick. I do want to go back to Will Anderson. I love the way he plays. I know the production went down this year. It had to. He reached the top of the mountain in 2021 with 17.5 sacks. He had to come down a little bit this year. Watching him in person against Texas this year, he is the real deal as a pass rusher. Someone I think could be a Von Miller or
And Wizzy, all up on your shit.
probably want him to his hand down, but he has some tools to be really special.
Tim, is there an argument to go offense at number 4 for the Chicago Bears to surround Justin Fields with better talent?
I don't know that early that you're going there. I think this team in general needs so much talent on both sides of the ball. And so, look, do they need help offensively? Absolutely. They need defensive help as well. And so I think it's one of the reasons, Matt was excited about, hey, trade down not once, but maybe, trade down twice. Do whatever you can to surround this quarterback with better talent, really on both sides of the ball. And Fields, go back to that acquisition of Chase Claypool this past season. And part of that was looking ahead at this year's crop of wide receivers, thinking, listen, maybe Chase Claypool would be better than how we have some of these receivers coming out to help Justin Fields.
Look at the free agent class right now. I can tell you, Chase Claypool would be the number 1 wide receiver in free agency if he were available. We're just getting started here on Mel's Mock Draft 2.0, and Kentucky quarterback Will Levis still on the board. So much upside and so much potential. Where does Mel think he's going to land? Plus, Anthony Richardson is perhaps the most polarizing prospect in this year's class. Will he boom or will he bust? Our guys discuss the electric Florida quarterback next. SEC player at number 5, Mel, one of your favorite players in the draft.
No question. Carolina can't wait. They got to go get Will Levis. He's there at 5. Will Levis, quarterback at Kentucky. 2021 season when he's healthy. He's got Wan'Dale Robinson catching the ball. He's got Darian Kennard and Luke Fortner on the offensive line. He's lighting it up. He's running
The hell, Espeon, what are you doing?
touchdowns that year. 24 passing touchdowns. He did turn the ball with 13 interceptions. Bad decisions here and there throwing the football. This year he was beaten up. Could not run the football at all. No threat running the ball. And no rushing touchdowns the last 8 games. He snatched it all from the year. He got physical ability, he's intangible. I like this kid. He's tough as nails. He's got the talent. What he needs is some help. He didn't get it from his O-line or his receivers this year as much as he did in 2021. He's there at 5. Carolina's got to go get him.
A lot of people want to talk about Josh Allen when we look at competition for quarterbacks. There's certainly some of that here with the arm strength, but I think maybe he's Matthew Stafford, maybe it's Carson Wentz, where he's got to speed up everything about his process. And you're right, no help the last 2 years at Kentucky. That a change at offensive coordinator that really affected him as well. So he just got to speed things up. Let's get your shots faster. Let's get near reads faster. I mean, he got his clock screened in the pocket several times because he's just not quick enough getting through things. You're right, arm talent is there. The running ability is there. He's tough as nails. He could throw to every level of the field. You hear about the intangibles. They're great. The leaders, the whole business. But you can do it. Speed things up because if not, we're probably looking at Carson Wentz as a comp instead of Matt Stafford or Josh Allen.
I think when you look at Levis, and Mel, touched on this, there are just some traits that you want out of your quarterback that are undeniable. Like just the ability for the ball to jump out of his hands. Like that's clear. There's a reason why certain guys decide to throw at the combine. It's because they're not afraid to throw next to anybody. Levis is going to feel that way. Then there's the element of like toughness. Can you teach a guy to be tough, to stand in the pocket and being willing to take a hit? Like he has that for days. And those are the types of things that guys rally around. I think there are times where you look at him as a decision maker and you say, man, why did you do that? Like I would love to be able to talk to him about some of the decisions to really have a better understanding of like, why did you do this? And is it something that I can feel confident isn't going to become a pattern? Those are the things that that would concern me about him. I also think
the final stretch.
In fairness to him in terms of how we evaluate him in certain games. I think there are times, he's maybe not surrounded at Kentucky with superior talent. When we evaluate other quarterbacks and they are surrounded with superior talent, that can make a guy look like he's confused, like he's playing late. And so for that reason, I think that he is a great prospect, but I would really want to be sure about some of the decision-making things that would make me have some hesitation.
Yes, and sometimes when you're playing with Kentucky, you got to push that envelope a bit. And there's some games even this year when he was keeping up with that, he's just trying to make a play. If you lose by 20 or lose by 40, he's just trying to keep this team competitive. He made some throws that left you scratching your head. Keep in mind, he was beaten up. And the game that really impressed me, the Mississippi State game, he threw a pick six. Emmanuel Ford, excellent corner for Mississippi State, stepped in front of a bubble screen, took it to distance, touchdown. Seconds later, he's back in the field, throws his team 75 yards for a touchdown. He didn't blink, and that's Will Levis. I think Will Levis will be, as you say, Tim, a guy that's playing. Go through a wall for this guy. And you have the talent plus the intangibles that usually adds up to a pretty good quarterback in the NFL, or even a lot of times, maybe even better than that. No, you're right. I mean, you have to look at, 23 interceptions last year. That's concerning. That's a problem. I love what Tim said. It's the why. Why did he throw those interceptions? And I do agree. There are a lot of times he's waiting for something to happen. So can you speed that up? Frank Reich is a very good quarterback coach. Jim Caldwell, very good quarterback coach. Josh McCown knows a little bit about playing quarterback too. So he would be in a situation, I think, with Carolina where they have the guys in place who could teach him to speed things up and give DJ Moore. We're going to answer that question of what does he look like when he actually has some weapons that he's throwing to.
And by the way, for those that already know the draft order, Carolina had to move up from number 9 to number 5 to make it. 3, 2, 1. And let's go back.
Time's
now
up.
Let's rip through a handful of picks here. Let's begin with the Lions at pick number 6.
Secondary is the big need area. That cornerback spot's got to be improved. And you take the best corner on the board and a guy who should really have tremendous computer numbers. And he played really well after that struggles against Georgia in the openers. Christian Gonzalez from Oregon transferred from Colorado. He has size. He has the length. He showed this year with 4 interceptions. Those are the first interceptions of his career. But he
What
has
happened,
ball
man?
skills as well. He emerges possibly
Trying to
as a
burn
number
Zach.
1 corner. Goes to a team that needs a cornerback cover
And,
man to help that defense. That was the issue. The offense wasn't. It
I was trying to get them in there,
Von Witherspoon, you
like,
think about
to try to
quarterback in
intercept them, that
Illinois.
would kill them,
He's
but
my
there
cornerback
wasn't
number
enough
1.
people on
He's
our
a guy
team
who doesn't
there.
have the size
I
of
kinda just
a
gave it to
guy
him.
like Gonzalez, but he had 3 picks this year, 11 pass breakups. I'd like to see him put on a little bit of weight, but guess what? He will throw that body around. He will tackle. He's instinctive in coverage. He's versatile. This kid had one whale of a season for Brett Bielema and the Lion Eye. I love the kid. I think this kid is deserving of being a top 10 pick.
Not class 3 anymore, damn it.
Cover man moving into that defense. Will McDonald's my curveball. He's the surprise of the top 10. Why? Because in 2021, 11.5 sacks, 2020, 10.5, dropped to 5 this year. He has 10 career forced fumbles, a strip sack. He's got that. Senior Bowl week, he's unblockable. Pass rushers who have done it over a period of time and have the skill set McDonald does usually come off the board quicker than anticipated. I think he's got a shot to go in the top 10 overall and to a team that needs a pass rusher off the edge, the Atlanta Falcons. Then you get to the instinctive in coverage. He's versatile. A guy like Gonzalez, but he had 3 picks this year, 11 pass breakups. I'd like to see him put on a little bit of weight, but guess what? He will this year with 4 interceptions. Those are the first interceptions of his career, but he has the ball skills as well. He emerges possibly as the number 1 corner, goes to a team that needs a cornerback cover man to help that defense. That was the issue. The offense wasn't, it was the defense. Von Witherspoon, you think about cornerback at Illinois, he's my cornerback number 1. He's a guy who doesn't have the size of a guy like Gonzalez, but he had 3 picks this year, 11 pass breakups. I'd like to see him put on a little bit of weight, but guess what? He will throw that body around. He will tackle.
physical. He's instinctive in coverage. He's versatile. This kid had one whale of a season for Brett Bielema and the Illini. I love the kid. I think this kid is deserving of being a top 10 pick. For the Raiders, he would be an outstanding cover man moving into that defense. Will McDonald's my curveball. He's the surprise of the top 10. Why? Because in 2021, 11 and a half sacks, 2020, 10 and a half, dropped to 5 this year. He has 10 career forced fumbles, a strip sack. He's got that. Senior Bowl week, he's unblockable. Pass rushers who have done it over a period of time and have the skill set McDonald does usually come off the board.
Right, he did it.
We're here in Austin, Texas. This next guy coming to the stage is world renowned. You know him right now. Make it loud for Mr. Ron White.
Oh no, the jungler's here. Oh no, the jungler's here. Man, chill. You dead, man.
Had him bottom.
This don't look good neither, man.
You can do it!
I'm dead.
Ooh, something so low.
Don't give up!
Name it, man. Where's it dumb every time?
The final stretch! You can do it!
Why? The Mew.
We're getting spanked.
Mm-hmm.
You lose.
Why don't you play Score Bunny in lane?
Yeah, I guess.
Good thing, if you want to.
Explain to me like I'm a fucking 5-year-old, okay? Lamar signs this. He hasn't signed, okay? He has not signed. Only one time in 30 years we learned via an Adam Schefter tweet has somebody signed the non-exclusive tag and then ended up playing on a different team that negotiated a deal, and his team that put him under the franchise tag was not able to match the deal that somebody else offered. So one time, Gilbert, right?
Sean Gilbert.
Sean Gilbert, 30 years ago was the last time this happened. He goes from Washington to Carolina. Carolina probably knew stages there, so they were probably willing to do whatever to get players at that stage. Lombo, do you know this?
Yeah, I remember this
I might
well.
go sleep.
And it was a huge splash for him because, I mean,
I'm tired, man.
Gilbert had an agent that was really it was challenging to get a deal done with him, and Sean was really involved in the negotiations too. And so Sean had a sense of his value, and he was intimately involved, and it was not an easy negotiation with him. And I think that Washington had basically said, okay, we're not going to go down this, and we'll do it. And then Carolina saw the opportunity to make a deal, and so that's what happened.
Okay, so we start talking about Lamar Jackson getting the non-exclusive tag. Well, he could just go to another team, we start thinking, because this was the conversation leading in to the franchise tag deadline was, is Lamar going to be exclusively franchise tagged, which rarely happens, or non-exclusively franchise tag happen, which always, I got non-exclusive franchise tag. Difference is the 2 first-rounders and the ability to negotiate, and then bang, you're out. So those 2 first-rounders, that's you kind of chatted about this earlier about how that's negotiated.
Oh my God.
The way the rules state kind of is the 2 first-rounders almost get you in the door, then you can negotiate, and then if you and the player agree to it, then the next team the home team has 5 days to match it. What if they match it and the player doesn't want to play for that team though? It's like, yeah, that's the deal, not for them. Like the deal, is there an ability to do that?
All
Does
right.
he have to sit out of here then, or can he say no?
Let's get a dub.
Just take the franchise tag.
This is where the agent needs to be involved. So there's steps in this, right? So if I were representing Carolina, and I wanted to get into this deal, and I'm not saying they do, but if I were, I would call DaCosta on the phone and say, look, Eric, we know you want to trade him. Let's you and I work out a deal. We think the kid wants to play for us. You and I work out some kind of compensation, and then I'll deal with the mom and I'll deal with the player, and I'll get a deal done. And then once we've agreed to that deal, we'll have Lamar sign the tender with you, and then we will trade you those picks for the tender, and then we'll redo his contract when we get him.
Got it.
Okay? All right, so that's how that's going to happen.
That's a lot.
Yeah. It's a lot of layers here. It's a lot of layers. But the first layer that's hard is you got to make sure that if I'm at Carolina, look, Eric, I know you want to trade the player. I don't give a shit what you're saying to me about, oh, he's going to play on the tender. You and I both know you didn't put that tender on him to not trade him. So forget about the 2 number 1s. Here's the best offer I'm going to make.
And they can override the NFL and just say, yeah, we're taking this.
You could override it because once he signs the
Oh,
tender,
I know you were here.
now I can trade a player who is under contract. And there's no compensation to it. So now I say, look, Eric, I'm going to give you a 1 this year and I'll give you a 3. That's my best offer. What do you want to do? You want to keep that $32 million on your cap? You want him for 1 more year? What are you going to do? You going to franchise him again? I got leverage in this thing. So I'm negotiating this deal with him to get away from the 2 number 1s. I'm not just saying to you, okay, now if I wanted to surprise DaCosta with a front-end loaded deal that he couldn't match, that's one thing. I don't want to do that. I want to deal with him. I want him involved in this. So I want to get him to agree to a deal, then I agree with Lamar, and then I end up making the deal.
So you have to have 2 first, though. You have to have this year's first and next year's first, because they're saying that San Francisco 49ers can't get involved.
You only have to have that if you surprise them. Like, let's say Miami does not have a first-round pick, okay? So Miami, Chris Greer calls up DaCosta and says, look, I'll give you a 1 in 24, I'll give you a 3 in 25. Okay, would you take that, Eric? DaCosta says, yes. Okay, I've got permission to talk to Jackson. I've got a deal with Jackson. You and I have a deal. Jackson signs his tender. I'll trade you the 1 in 24, the 3 in 25. I get him, and I redo his contract. That's it. Once he signs the tender, those 2 number 1s are off the table.
So hold on, I have a question for you now. So Baltimore could technically, and I'm not saying anybody would want to do this because they would be terrible. They could just, sign, nah, fuck you. And is that something that could happen? Does that ever happen?
No, that would never happen because you have an agreement. We have a deal, and it's part of the because here's what happens. Lamar's only signing the deal to get this bonus, and you can't. The Ravens can't do the contract, right?
So this is the standard trade stuff. This is just extending the trade window. It sounds like.
Well, this is basically getting away from the 2 number ones. Once he signs a contract, you can't trade a player who's not under contract. Okay? You can't trade a player, but once he signs a contract, that tender, that exclusive right deal is off the table.
All right, so if Lamar Jackson's mom, do we know her name? We should know her name. She is currently a representative.
Cool. Man,
For
healed.
she's about to negotiate a couple hundred million.
Felicia Jones.
Felicia Jones. So Felicia right now needs to be potentially reaching out to any team there's 10 of them that are quarterback needy teams and saying, hey, is there any way we can do business? Figuring out what they would be, and then going back to DaCosta, or the other GM would reach out to DaCosta then at that point and say this is kind of how it's going. What does Felicia Jones need to do, you think, first? And how do we get
I think you should call Chris Spear on the phone and say, look, my son grew up in Pompano Beach. He played at Boynton Beach High School. He wants to play in Florida. That's where he wants to play. We will do a deal with you if you go make a deal. And take the Miami Dolphins temperature. Now, we know what their temperature is publicly. They don't want a quarterback out of yada.
Yeah, because Tua, they got to put up Tua.
Right, they got to take the temperature. And now Greer's got to go make a deal. I'll trade you X, Y, and Z. I know I can sign Jackson.
All you guys were the OT.
DaCosta will probably say on the first phone call, no, I'm going to keep Jackson. Well, that's why we're talking. Because you wouldn't put that non-exclusive if you're going to keep him, right? Like, that's why we're talking. See, trades aren't just about, I'm going to give you a 1 and a 1. I mean, trades are about negotiations. It's about, like, who has leverage, who doesn't, right?
Selling.
If Ryan Poles had 3 number 1s, like he said he did in that column that Peter King wrote, he would have made a deal already, right? It goes back to the great movie Rounders, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Like, you know, check, you know? Like, you know when a guy's licking his cookie.
Hey, listen, I'm all about a good public negotiation, too. Ryan Poles is trying to figure it out. He's saying, hey, there's 3 number 1s on the table. So he's letting everybody know, like, I'm expecting a little bit more than this if you want to come in the conversation.
Yeah, but he was licking his cookie. He's like Teddy and KGB. We know it's a bluff. It's a bluff. You know you don't have it. You got it, you're taking it. You don't have to tell somebody you got something.
No.
In this business, secrecy, when you have the leverage, you don't need to tell everybody you're the big dog.
So do you think he was not planning that people, after they learn a little bit more about Anthony Richardson or C.J. Stroud or Bryce Young, might decide to get into the trade game? And he was setting a precedent? You don't think he was saying, like, hey.
He's trying to drum up business. I think he's trying to...
Fucking OT takes too long.
I think he's trying to 3 or 4 teams that have interest. I think ideally, if you're him, you want to try to layer it down. You want to go from 1 to 2 to 5 and then add more. Or you want to go from 1 to 9, whatever you want to do. But there's a lot of conversations behind the scenes about that pick that I think are happening, but I don't think it's where he said it was.
4th to 3rd overall pick. What is that normally? Like 4th pick?
Go to that, well, like, see, the chart would say X,
What was that?
but leverage says Y. So it depends on who you have.
Yeah, because if there's a 20 trying to get down to 3 and a 4's trying to get to 3, all of a sudden sitting at 3, you're competing with the 20 numbers because, hey, 4, this is available all of a sudden, right?
Like those teams picking in the 20 can't get there. It's just they don't have enough arsenal to get up there.
Oh, you don't think they can load it with back to get up that inside the first round? Especially with only 3 quarterbacks allegedly. So, like, we're sitting at 4. Now, Jim Irsay had Peyton Manning right there. Yeah. Now Ryan Leaf was there.
He was.
They went with Peyton Manning. Even though the dude that tripped on drugs out in Vegas that wrote that book,
Hunter S. Thompson.
Hunter S. Thompson told Jim Irsay, that Peyton Manning boy looks very thin. This Ryan Leaf guy's a big dog. So he has Peyton Manning, then Andrew Luck sitting there, right? So, like, that's pretty... Like, there's a lot of other owners looking around like, oh, aren't you lucky? You hit the lottery twice. Sitting at 4 in this particular draft, those not the... Because I think those top 3 guys, you think they're all just going to get interchanged, you think? It depends on who you're talking to for the quarterback?
I get the sense that, you know, everybody wants that to be. I think if you take these guys, you know, there's certainly their strengths in all of them. And
Freaking stuns, man.
I mean, if you take Richardson, you're basically saying we need somebody. We got to redshirt him for a year. He based on his tape at Florida, not his athletic tape, but his tape at playing.
A lot of drops, all our players. All our players,
It's going to take some time to get him up to the game. I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm not saying that at all. I think I said this on my show. I've said it on the pod. I thought the guy who would have went back to school, he might have won the Heisman. I think he won the Heisman. I think it's a rare. I mean, I watched him play high school football too. I mean, this kid's really unique.
You think that Florida regime right now is going to win? Dude, I'm only saying this strictly because I watched Oregon State at the Vegas Bowl, and I got a chance to kind of check the temperature of the whole entire program almost via my Twitter. I don't know. I think he kind of had to go. And that Florida, hey, they're in an interesting spot right now. That Florida program is in a bad spot right now. Not saying that can't change overnight, and if you're an incredible player, you should be able to win overall. But this ain't like the Florida team that everybody thinks.
No,
this isn't like
ain't even the Dan Mullen Florida team.
No, this is a different Florida team that I think a lot of people are thinking. But nonetheless, I appreciate the conversation there about draft and leverage. You're fucking so great at it.
Just staying
and,
here.
I very much appreciate you.
Boys, it is a pleasure to be on. I'm taking, this is the only time I will take away today from feverishly refreshing my Twitter feed. It's sort of like, Pat, I'm going to give you a sense of what you have coming for you now. So at some point soon, your wife, Samantha, is going to start going into contractions. And you're going to start timing how far apart they are. Oh, they're coming 10 minutes apart. They're coming 5 minutes apart. My refreshing of my Twitter feed is at one point yesterday was coming 5 minutes apart. Then it was 2 minutes apart. Then it was 30 seconds apart. And every time I did it, something else had happened. Diana Rossini's got something. And then Kimberly Martin's got something. And Schefter's got something. So the Jets are on a plane. Now they're off the plane. Now they're at Aaron's house. So
Not me, man. It's the tree.
I have been doing since yesterday, and the only thing I anticipate doing until there is some resolution.
I'll tell you what, being in labor for 24 hours with no baby yet for you is certainly probably something pretty stressful. I will say.
I'm exhausted.
Yeah, I could imagine, but I'm pumped for you. We're all pumped for you. I think whenever this even became a thought for the Jets to be in the Aaron Rodgers sweepstakes weeks ago, we heard you talking on Get Up. We saw the clip. We were so excited about it. Now that it's close to real, this is a massive deal because you guys have just sucked for so long. And if you get Aaron Rodgers to win, is that the immediate thought for every Jets fan? Because it feels like
Celsius is a billion-dollar company that told its customers to unbank yourself with crypto. But then last year, they declared bankruptcy and sold a new shirt. Unbankrupt yourself. Now, at the time, I reported on extreme incompetence, but stopped short of using the F word, fraud, because we just didn't have all the evidence. But today that changes because of thousands of pages of new court documents, Celsius insiders talking, and my personal interviews with victims. Make no mistake, this was a gigantic fraud. People's lives have been ruined, and the founder might get away with it. So to help shine a light on this issue, here is my full investigation into the crypto lender, Celsius.
So when we're talking about taking back power, it's really not even from the government. It's really from corporations that dominate our lives. And that system, right, does not work for 95% of the people on the planet. Why? Because the banks control all the money in the world. We talk about all the money in the world. What Celsius does is really helps people navigate in a safe way into this environment. So when you use a Celsius wallet, you know, okay, I'm going to earn yield, and I'm gonna stay safe in a safe environment.
I'm done after
did
this.
the homework and
Super
figure out
tired.
what's safe. Normally, we trust people that we think are acting in our best interest. But what if these people are not acting in our best interest? What if their interest is exactly the opposite of ours? Should we continue giving them our money, or should we take the money and put it somewhere else?
To understand Celsius and how they got 30 billion in assets, you first have to understand what they were selling. It wasn't just a place to borrow or lend money. It was more than that. It was a battle against the evil banks. And their CEO, Alex Mashinsky, was here to level the playing field.
Banks are not your friend. But Alex is your friend? Yes. So I have a lot of my own money in the company, several $100 million as well. I'm talking about as a user of the service, not as a equity shareholder. So basically everybody came in and said, hey, can I take the same ride on the same bus with you? You earn 8.8%. Can I earn it? And the answer is yes. You get exactly the same. You have $100 or $1,000 or $1 million, you earn the same yield as everybody else.
And this pitch was really attractive. Not to mention, Celsius offered 8% on your money at a time when your bank probably offered less than 1%. Mashinsky said this is part of how he was battling the banks.
We basically thought, okay, how many people in the world want to earn more money on their money? Yield. And we said 8 billion people are
I don't know, did I
going
pick lane? I have no idea.
more money on my money. So the customer was there. The second part was we can take on the banks and win. Why? Because 8 billion people are going to join you. And that was really the key to make that decision. Then we went and presented it to 200 venture companies, and they all say, nope, you're not going to win against the banks. So we went to the community. We actually went to the community and said, we're going to build this for you. Do you want it? And we raised $50 million from the community. And then we went and raised $400 million from investors after we showed them, hey, 1.5 million people showed up, 30 billion in assets. They've given us 30 billion. We've proven that people will send somebody money to manage or digital assets to manage. And that was really a breakthrough. No one has done that in 700 years of banking. There hasn't been anyone who actually taken on the banks in a real way.
And this clearly worked. Celsius customers told me that the reason they switched was just to get a higher yield on their money.
Honestly, I was looking for a place to stake and earn interest and earn yield on my crypto.
I was actually first in Crypto.com, and then I saw Celsius on YouTube. It had higher yields and everything, so I kind of moved my stuff from Crypto.com to Celsius. People were writing about Alex Mashinsky and all the messaging on the website. You know, he's an entrepreneur that had created all these companies, and he didn't need the money. You know, this was built as a high yield savings account that was outside the traditional financial systems.
Now look, of course, in hindsight, maybe these high interest rates should have been obvious red flags, but at the time, because of other crypto projects, things didn't seem so crazy.
There was also others that were much bigger, or much higher, you know, look at Luna and stuff like that. So in comparison, it didn't seem as crazy at the time.
But it wasn't just the competitors who convinced people, it was Mashinsky himself, who gave a really compelling argument that banks were lending out your money and keeping most of the profit for themselves, and he was going to do something different.
We were paying fees upon fees upon fees. They charge us $24 per year to basically borrow money on our credit card. They charge us 24%, but they pay us 0.1%. So where is all that profit going to, right? It's going to the toll collector. So the opportunity is really for all of us to, again, go off this toll highway road and go into a new world where we don't pay any tolls, we don't pay any fees, we act in our best interest.
And this is the vision that most people bought into. Alex was going to lend out your money and pass most of the profits back to you, 80%.
Definitely.
And that was
the
argument that was repeatedly
How many more minutes?
I remember them talking about how 80% of their
7? Oh, okay. Let me go get it set up.
That's what I thought I was doing. I thought I was loaning money to someone that had posted enough collateral.
I'll play a few
Pay back
more.
We then lended to the institution. The institution are the ones paying the interest. So we've collected over $700 million of interest from the institution and distributed most of that. 80% of that went to retail users. 80% of whatever we collected. Celsius next year are benefiting because we are lending the collateral you gave us, redistributing 80% of that income with all the other Celsius. So it's a win-win-win.
Of course, if that's not enough to convince you, Celsius also said that in addition to making high yield, they were extremely conservative. They told customers that there was collateral backing up all their loans in case of a disaster. And the key thing to understand here is that this secured loan with collateral is much less risky than unsecured loans where there is no collateral. And ultimately, Celsius said because of this, a bank run wouldn't affect them.
And every day, we have a process, the daily reconciliation process, where our team, like 20 or 25 people, get on a call and grind through all the tokens and all the coins and make sure that we have more coins than what we owe the community, right? That's our process. And no bank in the world can do that for you because they never have enough assets to return for you if there is a run on the bank.
These promises of safety and collateralization were key to people actually putting their money in with Celsius.
when I deposited my money in Celsius, I thought their primary business model was over collateralized.
No, after you use OT, I'm not going to use
More
it.
assets, then they borrowed money from the platform and they pay interest to pay a return.
Oh, man.
And so that's
Don't
why
worry
I
about it.
said, hey, I'm not going to lose my money because all these things, all of the loans are over collateralized, and I'm able to earn a yield.
And look, all of this sounds great. And so far we've been establishing why people were so excited about Celsius in the first place. So if that was the case, then what's the problem? Well, the problem was Celsius went bankrupt. And not everything was as it seemed. Let's go back to the studio.
CryptoLender went from managing billions in assets to filing for bankruptcy in just a matter of months.
CNBC obtained dozens of internal documents that in part show disorganization. Prices dropped, and the industry faces a liquidity crunch.
The collapse of Celsius came as a huge surprise to anyone listening to Alex Mashinsky. All the way up to shutting down, he had claimed that Celsius had billions of dollars in liquidity just ready for withdrawals.
We have billions of dollars in liquidity. So anyone who wants to withdraw, that's a service. You can withdraw at any time.
What happened? That was true. Why did it fall apart? Well, the picture wasn't clear. We heard allegations from people like Dirty Bubble Media that Alex Mashinsky was selling tokens. We also found out that Alex withdrew money off of Celsius before it shut down. But at this point, we didn't fully understand why Celsius had collapsed. Was it just incompetence or greed? These were open questions until a few weeks ago, because that's when the court-appointed examiner released her 600-page report detailing exactly what happened with Celsius. In this massive report, the examiner details not only systemic lying, a Ponzi-like scheme, but also tells us what I think constitutes fraud. Here's a breakdown of the report, starting with the biggest lie of all: the interest you'd get on depositing your crypto. You see, for years, Celsius had been telling people they paid what they did because it was 80% of their profits they were earning from all these loans.
And we're very proud as well to pay out over 80% of our revenues directly back to the community, and so this is something that we are going to continue to do, and we look very carefully at all of our numbers on both sides to make sure that we are doing that, and that's also what is helping us decide the rates every single week that we're paying on our coins.
But this was a lie. According to the report, Celsius did not distribute up to 80% of its revenues to its customers because it had little to no profits to even distribute. Celsius also made no efforts to set its reward rates based on its yield. And look, I know what you're thinking. If they didn't set the rewards based on what they actually were making as a company, what did they set them based on? Well, I'm getting more customers. And according to the report, Celsius consistently set its reward rates based on what they perceived was necessary to
We
meet
got it.
competition.
Over there.
For most of Celsius's existence, the rewards it paid exceeded by substantial amounts the revenues Celsius could earn. So for those of you following along, the whole idea that we're paying 80% of what we make was a total fabrication. Celsius just wanted more customers, which, as you might imagine, works when you're bringing on more assets with new users than you're paying in interest. But eventually, when you have billions of dollars in assets, you have to pay rewards based on that. And the Celsius team realized they had a problem. But even as some within Celsius management attempted to lower reward rates, Mashinsky, quote, overrode their recommendation and refused to do so. One example of this was when Jason Furman, a Celsius executive, recalled Mashinsky saying that Celsius could not cut its reward rates because of his belief that our customers will leave us. And that, quote, our investors didn't invest in us to shrink, they invested in us to double. So with this new understanding that they weren't going to be able to lower reward rates, they realized they were stuck with the other strategy, trying to raise what they were able to make with their assets by employing riskier investment strategies to try to get closer to profitability. And
Pretty hard.
they lied about this.
I'll kill someone.
Even as
Yeah.
the company started to make riskier investments, like offering unsecured loans,
They're actually together.
Mashinsky told people the opposite. He said everything was business as usual.
Celsius is very, very strict at who we lend to, right? So we only lend
We
to
started
the
together, but
first-tier
then it didn't
institutions,
that way.
first-tier exchanges. We do not do all kind of unsecured lending like a lot of people are talking about or saying Celsius does unsecured. We do not do unsecured lending.
But of course, this wasn't true. Celsius internally had been talking about the number of unsecured loans they were giving out increasing, shown here in orange. And internally on Slack, executives were furious. Quote, I just told him that the number is increasing and the overall ratio of collateral with institutions is going down. Another executive responded, yes, so why does he publish so dangerous statements? Everyone out there, if you have an unsecured loan, tell everyone that I'm a liar. But in the end, no one did so, even as he literally asked them.
Here, I'm calling on anyone who received an unsecured loan, go on Twitter, make fun out of Alex Mashinsky. Say, hey, I took a loan, here's my loan number. You know, I took a loan from Celsius and then I did not have to provide at least 200% collateral.
And through the next year, Mashinsky continued to boast about how safe Celsius was, even as the team began to engage in riskier behavior. In the same year, Celsius would recognize $800 million in losses from some of these investments. Mashinsky told the Financial Times in June 2021 this.
From a risk standpoint, we are probably one of the least risky businesses that regulators worldwide have ever seen.
Around the time he was saying this, Celsius was over $500 million underwater on their liabilities, as shown by the black line, which represents a net surplus. By the end of the year 2021, Celsius would owe $1 billion that they did not have. Things were looking bad.
Wait a minute. I thought you said this was a fraud.
It is a fraud.
Maybe to you, Coffee. There's another way of looking at this.
What do you mean?
Well, imagine I'm defending Celsius as a lawyer.
You're a mixologist and a lawyer?
Hey, I could pass the bar if I wanted to. I
Where's
already
the
work at
baby
one.
at, man?
But anyways, what I would say if you were coming at my client is, look, all this lying and losing money, standard fake it till you make it stuff. They could have become profitable eventually. Now, did they fail? Yes. But trying a business and failing, that's the American dream, Coffee.
Do you actually believe that, though?
Doesn't matter what I believe. If a single person on that jury was an entrepreneur, Alex would walk.
Well, either way, your hypothetical doesn't even matter. Mashinsky isn't even being criminally charged.
Wait, really? Well, I rest my case then.
Yeah, nice try. But it's not that simple. They're still suing him for some of the money. He's just not being criminally charged.
And let me guess. You don't think that's enough?
No, I don't think it's enough. I mean, it's a slap on the wrist. It's a financial speeding ticket
I
for
know.
guys who ruined so many people's lives.
But that's my point, Coffee. If you think it's so wrong, you gotta give me more than this.
But how? You said it yourself. They're just gonna claim incompetence. They faked it till they didn't make it.
Ah, but that's because the evidence so far is lies and incompetence. You need to show a definitive step across that line. That's the only way people are gonna believe you. Well, that and...
What?
Well, this might be ironic coming from me, but it wouldn't hurt to humanize the story a bit. Don't get stuck in the technical jargon. Nobody can follow that. Make me feel something.
As much as it pains me to say this, I think you might be right. Let me see what I can do.
If he's not coming, I'm going to sleep.
What does that money mean to me? It means a lot, actually. I've been working.
Find one when we leave.
I was investing this my first
Just saying.
couple of jobs out of college. Ultimately stopped us from buying a house because I mean it was half of our down payment was locked and I couldn't get it. So I mean it was a big impact actually.
Honestly,
Yeah, I was
that
way too
loss,
sleepy.
was a culmination of many years of work. To be quite
Maybe I'll wake up middle of the night and play with you again.
What that money means to me,
Oh.
it's a lot more free.
How's that
with,
sound?
what we're able to do as a family.
To describe what the
All
money
right.
lost meant to me
Peace.
is really hard because it's tied into a lot of what it feels like to be a grown-up or an adult. I feel like I have this stunted development. I'm almost 40 at this point, and I'm very aware as a stunt man that wants to be physical. If we have a kid last year like we wanted, all right, maybe by the time he's 20, I could show him some stuff. But the longer we wait, the more I watch my dreams and my future and my hope to be like a proper functioning adult slip through my fingers. It's hard to describe what that's tied into, but it just feels like I can't proceed with life, if that makes sense.
That does make sense. And hearing these stories made me realize just showing lies isn't enough. If I'm going to demonstrate fraud, I need to get to the heart of Celsius. And that's when I found out about the flywheel. The flywheel was central to Celsius's plan to become profitable, and here's how it worked. Celsius was not just a crypto platform. They also had a crypto token called Cell, and they controlled the vast majority of it, up to 95%. So if the price of Cell went up, theoretically, the balance sheet of Celsius would also go up. and they could sustain these insane reward rates. However, in order to do so, they needed people to actually want Cell Token. So the flywheel was Mashinsky's plan to do that, to create a positive feedback loop. And the way they did this was set up Cell Token like a rewards program, where you could earn bonus interest if you held a certain amount of Cell, which obviously incentivizes people who wanted to get the most out of their accounts to buy and hold these Cell Tokens. On their website, they describe this process as a self-sustaining ecosystem, where users would buy Cell, earn more yield, get more crypto, collect interest, earn more yield, lend more coins, collect more interest, and buy more Cell Tokens. Now, of course, you might notice a problem here. What if people actually go to sell their Cell Tokens? Wouldn't that crash the price? Well, Mashinsky had an answer for this too. He told the community that Celsius would buy Cell Tokens in order to pay their rewards, theoretically creating demand out of thin air. Here's him explaining this.
Basically, more visitors usually translates to more app downloads, and that translates to more deposits. More deposit allows us to do more loans. More loans.
God damn it. All these wires.
Okay.
God, you there?
Hold on, I'm about to go take a dookie.
Okay, hold up. What was the password again? The code. Chào. Fan.
Fan _1708.
Okay, that's what it is.
Ghi một.
Oh shoot, I messed up.
Ngon ngọt không? Dạ, yêu của anh. Thôi. Nó giống với cái bữa trước mình mua mà con nói là mình muốn mua mà bị heo đó. Dạ. Dạ. Và lâu lâu mới có thôi. Ừ.
God, you there? Oh, there you go. Wait, what?
You need the light, Ellen? Okay, she's sitting. She's sleeping. Tối thì Ellen ngủ trong phòng đó đó, mà không đóng cửa lại là như nghe bắt hay đấy.
Okay. No cancellation headphone. And I have earplugs.
Thảo Vân ở bên phòng Thảo Vân còn nghe vậy.
Oh, really? Oh, wow.
Mi xì mở. Ok. You know me, right? You know me, right? And then his mom.
I guess. Comes in the family. Claude, say hi to you, ciao. What?
Say that video.
Claude, you hear me? No? Alright. Claude, you hear me? Claude. You fell asleep? Is there a hamburger in your mouth?
Definitely his not family.
Yo. Howdy, howdy. Yo. Oh, there we go.
Ủa con sao kỳ vậy? Cái đó nó vẽ nó ra mực hả? Dạ. Nhưng mà cái ở dưới nó đen. Cho nên vẽ nó ra cái nét. Anh nên biết cái này là đen.
Calligraphy.
Thư pháp. Không nhận bây giờ nó không học với con ra các kiểu không. Thì nó mất khô nên con phải viết lại on top rồi đấy. Đỡ tốn mực. Đỡ tốn giấy. Thì em viết vô. Really? Cái này là để cho nó bị chế tạo, chứ không phải là chế tiếng Việt.
Alright, I'm back. Baby, I'm back.
I think the other one's gone.
Oh no, yeah, he left. He's going to bed.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Then why is he channel?
Yeah, he was like, "Oh, I'll play another," and then he's like, "No, you know what? No, I'm going to bed. I'm going to bed." I'm like, okay.
Oh, okay.
Fansley. I thought you made it to master already.
Who, me? No.
I guess not.
I haven't been playing.
Generate more income, and more income means more income that Celsius
Unbankrupt
generates
yourself,
from
man.
these coins that people gave us, translates into us
What?
having to buy
Unbankrupt
more
yourself.
Bitcoin, Ethereum,
What do you mean?
Cell token, and so on.
So, okay, that's the flywheel. Why does it matter? Well, the flywheel and this Cell token became the place where all sorts of shenanigans happened with Celsius. Because while the community was aware
Never heard
that
of
they
the
were
Cell
buying
token?
back Cell to pay rewards,
Nope.
what they didn't know was that Celsius was using customer funds to do so, to buy their own coin. What they imagined they were doing was that they were using all this profit they were theoretically generating from making these loans to buy their own token, but that wasn't the case. This was because, as we said earlier, Celsius wasn't really profitable at all. So the only money they had to buy Cell token was their own customers' money. But it gets even worse, because starting in 2020, Celsius decided to substantially expand its purchases of Cell for the purpose of increasing Cell's price. Instead of buying Cell when it needed to pay rewards, Celsius began timing its purchases so that they would prop up Cell's price by creating activity in the market. Now, of course, the question is, why would Celsius go beyond its mandate to purchase more Cell than necessary and artificially boost the price? Well, perhaps it has something to do with the top holder of Celsius being Mashinsky and his executives. And this was the only way they could sell some of these tokens without crashing the price. According to the investigation, quote, between 2018 and June 2022, Mr. Mashinsky sold at least 25 million Cell tokens, realizing at least $68.7 million on these sales. Daniel Leon, also a founder of Celsius, sold at least 2.6 million in Cell tokens for at least $9.74 million as well. That's a cash out of over $70 million, while Celsius was buying these sales to prevent the price from going down. Quote, Celsius often increased the size of its resting orders to buy all of the Cell that Mr. Mashinsky and his other companies were selling. The former chief financial officer would write, we are talking about becoming a regulated entity, and we are doing something possibly illegal and definitely not compliant. Some employees, of course, were even more direct. Quote, if anyone found out about our position and how much our founders took in USD, could be a very bad look. We are using users' USDC to pay for employees' worthless Cell. And even worse, in 2022, their coin deployment specialists described their practices of buying up Cell and using customer coins as very Ponzi-like. And a few weeks later, when this person was asked where money was coming from to buy Cell, this person would say, users like always. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the core story. Not merely lying, it's a story of using customer funds to buy out your executives and manipulate your own cryptocurrency so you can sell for a higher price. In fact, Celsius's own purchases of their own tokens were such a large component of the market that overlaying the price of Celsius with the amount that Celsius was buying results in a near perfect match of the price change. And ultimately, what this meant for the end user
Nope, all good, all
they
good.
thought were being used for safe loans or for generating yield actually squandered on this flywheel.
What the Sable Eye
mechanism.
doing?
And the result was that Celsius just didn't have the money to pay customers back. And what's so wild about this is that Celsius didn't even need to buy their own Cell token in the first place. They already controlled 95% of all the Cell tokens in existence, so they could have just paid rewards from that instead of buying Cell in the open market. When asked why they did it this way, one executive responded that the answer lies in who holds the most Cell. In other words, buying Cell from the open market was what propped up the price, which benefited no one more than Alex Mashinsky, who executives
You
were
just say about
the
trash.
biggest seller by far and depressing the market, selling up to $165,000 a day. As a result of all these actions, by the time Celsius would pause withdrawals, they had a shortfall of over $7 billion from customers. The after crypto crash was more like $4 to $5 billion. Either way, hundreds of thousands of lives were ruined.
Need help.
This, in my
Big
view,
time.
is where Celsius crossed the bright red line. Rather than just being an incompetent lender, they had created a scheme with Cell tokens where new users' funds had to be used to prop up Cell token value, which benefited their executives. It also created a need to use new customer funds to pay out old customers because of their impossibly high rates of rewards to fuel growth. According to the Examiner, this all meant that Celsius Network on a standalone basis has been insolvent since inception. This meant that new users always had to keep on coming in to keep Mashinsky's flywheel going. And when they stopped coming, it was doomed to collapse. This is the textbook definition of a Ponzi scheme, where new users' deposits are required to pay old users' withdrawals. And according to the Examiner, this actually happened explicitly multiple times. One example is from June 2022, when Celsius relied on $33.4 million of USDC of new customer deposits to fund withdrawals of old customers, which Celsius couldn't afford. And this, unfortunately, is the real story of Celsius. A Ponzi scheme designed as a way to take on the banks and fight for the little guy. But hey, don't take it from me, I'm just a third party. Take it from the victims themselves.
Getting melted, bro.
So this is an absolute fraud from the
I know.
beginning.
Getting
it turns
melted.
out that a lot of these businesses that they claim to be propping up Celsius were completely fraudulent.
From what I've seen from the Examiner, more and more it looks like it was just a textbook case of a Ponzi scheme.
I don't care if it was a Ponzi scheme from the very beginning or the very end. It still was a Ponzi scheme.
It doesn't matter if you meant to start a Ponzi scheme, right? But the second you got into those circumstances, it becomes fraud.
They're basically losing money from the very start of the company, and they're literally lying in front of everyone's faces saying, yeah, oh, it's totally fine. Yeah, you can totally keep our money here. Yeah, I would totally invest more if I could. As they're currently at that same time withdrawing funds as they're literally on camera lying to everyone's faces.
He made a lot of egregious claims on his Twitter, on his website, on his podcasts he would do, claiming Celsius never went bankrupt. All the customers would get all of their funds back. You know, there's tweets of him saying that. And as a CEO of a company, you would take that word at face value. You would believe him when he says your coins are going to come back to you. And now that everything's coming to light and showing that essentially what he was running is a Ponzi, I do believe he should face 6 jail time. And the people that were also involved with that were enabling that behavior.
There needs to be an example set, or we're going to see more of these drifters in this space, like Sam Bankman-Fried and others who just take advantage of people who believe in the technology, who believe in innovation.
I'm here
You're
up
not
top.
supposed to steal people's money. Just plain and simple, you know. It's called theft. It's a Ponzi scheme. Just being stripped of all of your wealth like that. Emotionally, psychologically, you ruin people's lives, Alex. You ruined their lives, man.
I've seen
Cái lúc mà người ta khác đó thì đừng có để ý. Tới lúc mà người ta đóng cửa thì nó mới thấy cái tin nhắn nó xe sửa xong rồi.
$100 a month, and they lost $1,000, and they don't even know how to feed their family. I've seen people who are
Yeah, so what's your point? I have ears.
And you see this CEO who's gloating about this and taking money out. I think
See, he can hear too.
If like the justice system prevails, Alex should be in jail.
Well, that's our story. I reached out to Alex Mashinsky about these allegations, and he declined to comment, except to say I should talk to Celsius employees named to clear up the FUD. Now, I talked to him, but they declined to go on the record themselves. And when asked if anyone within Celsius wanted to speak to me, I was told nobody is willing to go on the record. So that's what we're doing. As for Celsius, the company, they're trying to reopen their doors. They have a new plan to basically distribute whatever's left.
Go, Weezy, I got you. Go, go, go.
And I'm not going to go too much into the details of
There
this
you go.
plan.
Get him.
If you're a creditor,
Go, get
you
him.
can visit this page to learn more. It's not
Get
a
him.
perfect plan
There you
by
go.
any means, but I'm not sure I have any better ideas of what to do in this situation. So that's it for me for now. I hope the wait was worth it, guys, for this video. We're trying to level up the production behind the scenes. So if you enjoy all the in-depth investigations, please consider supporting us on Patreon. These videos are a lot of work to produce. But either way, I'll see you in the next one.
Retreat, boys.
The final stretch. Grant Cardone has recently made the mistake of calling out CoffeeZilla.
So in this video today, I'm going to be defending coffee with facts.
This hasn't worked out well for scammers like TechLead and Logan Paul in the past, because it seems like they've both been pretty quiet since the release of my videos on them. But out of the three, Grant's call out is by far the worst. This video is nothing but a pathetic attempt at marketing that unfortunately will not get him the response that he's desperately hoping for from the more famous person that he's actually calling out. And instead, the best he's getting is me, a YouTuber with 13,000 subscribers. And in a beautifully ironic way, by making this video, he somehow managed to damage his reputation because this call-out
they got it.
what began my investigation into Grant.
They got it.
And I'm proud to announce that today is the day
Jeez.
we put an end to Grant Cardone, who I can confidently say is the cringiest fake guru of all time.
I guarantee you my grandkids will be talking about me. That's a bad motherfucker right there, dude.
You're in trouble.
There's it. That dude, goddamn. Goddamn.
So let's check out what Grant has to say.
Hey, Steven, man, look, big shout out. My friend, I want to give you a big shout out for sending me so much traffic.
Oh, score.
So many new clients, so many new customers. Bro, you're amazing. You're amazing. You pitch better than I do. I'm serious. You're fucking the best, okay? Now, I do want to apologize to all your viewers and yourself directly. I want to walk it back. Not everybody can be a billionaire. Let me tell you who cannot be a billionaire.
You are literally not a billionaire. And if you want to brag about being one, despite that not being something that most real billionaires ever talk about publicly, show us proof that you are. He can't because that proof does not exist. He also mentions how Coffee's sending him so much traffic, but it seems to me like he's not even in real life here, because he hasn't made a video about Grant in well over
Still
a
lost.
year. So I don't know if the guy's going senile or what's
GGs.
going on over there at Cardone Enterprises, but it would be physically impossible for Grant to be getting a significant amount of traffic from CoffeeZilla in 2023.
Number one, people that think like you, Steve. People that spend most of their time pimping out for Google. Taking your little ad bitch dollars. You're criticizing other people that are successful because you gave up on it. Quitters will never make it. Loafers will never make it. You guys that stay home, comfortable in your house, you're never going to make it. You ain't going to kill a brick. You probably won't even get $1 million because you gave up. You guys that you're not willing to leave your mama's house. You still live in the basement, probably like Steven.
Grant, come on, man. Are you really saying that a YouTuber who has 2.6 million subscribers is 37 years old and has gotten more than 100 million views in the last 6 months is living in his mom's basement? Like, I get it. It's an insult that people throw around online to anyone they dislike, but it has to be at least somewhat rational if you're gonna say it. Like, for me, I've actually been relegated to the backyard recently. I'm no longer even allowed in my mom's basement anymore, so this can't possibly be about
Hey,
me
man.
either. So I just have
I'm
no
sucking
idea
on
who he's
the
talking about
Joy-Con.
here.
Okay, you just want to make YouTube videos about other people that have done whatever it takes. And you guys that stay
I
in
forgot-
college.
I forgot to grab my Pro controller.
Hundreds of thousands of dollars to go to college to waste 5 years of your life. But then you talk about $12,000 to get
Mistake,
a
man. Rookie mistake.
Too much money.
In case anyone doesn't know what he's talking about, Coffee made a video reacting to this.
I'll never forget, these guys paid $12,000 each to sit in that chair.
Rookie mistake.
Rookie mistake. Nope.
What happened?
You didn't press A.
Oh, sorry. I was doing stuff. My iPhone being weird, man. For some reason, won't connect to my fucking iPod, AirPod.
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mudahar, and today we have to have a serious talk, okay, about shopping carts. Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, it's something that wilds me out is when I
Oh, there we go.
go
That works.
shopping, 'cause I
Stupid
have
ass
to have
AirPods.
food to sustain my human form. Yeah, you know, the one thing that I find funny in the parking lot is seeing like 7 shopping carts just chilling out in the middle of nowhere. Now, I'm one of those people that when I'm done putting stuff into my car, I put the shopping cart in the corral.
So everyone
it's
else is
what
stacking.
it's there for, okay?
Stacking.
To corral
Stacking.
carts. Now, of course, the reason why you shouldn't leave shopping carts out there, they take up like unused parking slots.
Everyone's stacking except for you and God of War.
Comes and then the shopping carts fly into somebody else's car.
What?
Nobody wants car troubles. Nobody wants to deal with that. Maybe
Blue
it's a
stacks?
Canadian thing. All right, maybe we're just
You
there
sure?
for our fellow man, or at least we try to be.
Okay.
But I'm generally in support of people pushing in their carts to the
you're not
corral.
stacking either.
Now, if it's one thing I love about
What do you mean I'm not?
there is a channel for everything.
You have the-
Ladies and
you have
gentlemen,
the
this is
jacket,
the Cart
you have
Narcs, for those of you who don't know.
the
And
band
they're pretty
and,
active uploaders where they basically go
the
into like
sports
parking
shows,
lots and
but you're
basically
not
shame
stacking.
people for not putting their shopping carts back. The 5 seconds they could have spent in order to not get shamed in front of nearly 500,000.
Dude, everybody's bringing Trevor in that
This
now.
is the whole channel
Did he
for
get
it.
nerfed?
Of course, this is such harmless, goofy stuff.
I just saw an update.
100% in support of the people behind it. Now, of course, like every good meme, there's a origin story behind it. Now, this is the Woody Show. It's a radio show. For a lot of you youngins that don't know, but Luna, what's
Damn
a
it.
radio? It's the
Dude,
thing before
Big Party's taking everything.
and of course, when you're in your car, you fire up the radio and you listen to shows. This is like a morning show, but the person behind it is interesting. The person behind Cart Narcs is one of their producers. This is Sebastian. Now, Sebastian's main gimmick is basically going in to these. Now, Sebastian basically started off by basically creating this thing in 2018. Where he said, Cart Narcs shaming people who don't put back carts. Let's listen to this.
Steve Ass here from The Woody Show, and Americans unfortunately are facing an epidemic perpetrated by the laziness of their fellow citizens. We're talking about the dicks who don't take their shopping carts back to the corral.
Your little car go trash, bro.
Spots taken up, grocery prices raised.
Your little car go hella trash.
Employees have to go out and spend their time hunting down.
Is this dude snoring?
We're doing something about it. We are publicly shaming those dicks.
Yeah, that's why I kept talking to him. I was like, hey, you there? You there? Like an idiot.
I love it. I love the fact that this is even a concept. So
It's not like the first time he's done that before.
I just love when they have like this TV style.
Yeah, you using me at the meat show? Bro, we getting melted, bro.
Very much puts a level of charisma that is unmatched.
It is
by many
pretty
on
sad.
the platform.
That little
To
car
show you
gets
guys
suck,
the
I'm
level
telling
of
you.
fear that Sebastian has instilled into parking lots in America. I'm going to show you the response
Car
that
hella
basically
trash.
he gets from people that are apparently about to leave their cart behind. So in this shot, you can see this individual walking by. He's thinking, maybe I'll leave the cart.
Dude, the car just went up there and got melted.
And then he thinks, well, goddamn, what do I
That's just
do?
dumb.
He looks around quickly for a corral. Notices one right there. And then he immediately flips
Alright, I'm out. I'm dropping bottom. I'm in top. I'm going bottom.
Greg will definitely put it up to him, but this is the level of fear instilled.
It's embarrassing, Luigi.
Not to get publicly shamed. The dude corrals it. I love it. He's
The car hella trash.
the moment people are looking at you for doing a
Get 'em, get 'em.
really shitty thing, yeah, they won't proceed to do the shitty thing. Now, of course, to understand, it's even wilder when you've got an actual, and I'm not joking with you, but don't take my word or Sebastian's word
Get 'em.
for it. You know
Get 'em.
you've made YouTube content when there is a goddamn university scientific paper written about you. You can see at the 72nd annual conference of the Association.
Get him, Luigi, get him. He's almost dead.
Oh, man, that's a cute way of saying Redditor. You can see at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. The typical Cart Narcs YouTube video opens with the agent
I'm
Sebastian
coming.
walking
Stay alive.
through a grocery
Go Hill.
store parking lot.
I'm coming.
Sebastian briefly explains the video's purpose. We shame people who don't put their carts back. And he looks for a cart miscreant to confront.
We getting an objective, bottom.
With around 160 videos, 160,000 subscribers, and 2 million views, Cart Narcs
Dang, everybody abandoned me.
to YouTube channel.
No, he got melted too.
Now, Jesus Christ. Yes, this is in fact a actual like professional
Oh, you abandoned, man.
paper written about this. By engineering the communication
Your
system
Snorlax sucks.
the Cart Narc is able to take the moral high ground and leave Sap's few options. Concede and return the cart. Tell the Cart Narc to mind his own business. Ignore him. And this is the reaction of the situation is designed to provide. Now, of course, if you want to look at what Sebastian looks like in public, I'm going to show you how he dressed up. This is Sebastian in the Cart Narc uniform. Oh, he's got a harness, got the GoPro, he is ready to go. I can't, dude. This is the greatest ever. He's got the whole red baton, he's got the whole uniform. This is a man that that takes it into character. Now, if you look at one thing he's got down over here, that, my friends, is a sticker. Now, what does he do with that sticker? Well, he sticks it onto those cars that have actually not put their carts back in the corral. Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is where things get very dangerous for our friend Sebastian. And it's to a point where he had guns pulled on him. I'm going to show you exactly where it gets really spooky.
Phil here, cart arcs. Yeah, cart turns all over the place around here.
Are you gonna get it for me?
No, sir, I'm a cart narc. I narc out people to go get the carts.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, let them know. Let them know I didn't put it back.
Well, I'm gonna let you know first. I'm giving you a chance to redeem yourself. Why?
It
How
melted.
come you being a lazy bones?
Sorry, man. I hope you have a good day.
Well, I'm gonna give you our bumper hood of
I love the passive aggressive.
Are they didn't push? They're down here. They're in your jungle. Filling your farm.
It's definitely about to do it. Don't give up! Right here, he's about to put the sticker on. He's like, don't do it. Watch what he's about to do.
Well, this is magic. It's not
There you go. He brought the gat out, ladies and gentlemen. Jesus Christ.
Dude, we're getting melted.
This is what happens. Now,
Should just quit playing.
which doesn't really shock everyone, even unborn fetuses, probably have registered firearms. Or I don't even know if registration is that important in the state.
Gardevoir, melt them, Gardevoir. It's your job, Gardevoir, to melt them.
Escalated the situation from goofy, borderline
Like, what the hell, Gardevoir? Get this one. Damn, hella balls. I'm coming.
But then again, he loads a gun, getting ready to go. Obviously, our buddy Sebastian backs off from it because he realizes
You on your own now, Luigi.
isn't the play. Even like
Your team didn't come help. Snorlax chilling.
had to tell him this was like mostly a misdemeanor and like
Alright, I've been chilling.
firearm under those terms weren't
That Snorlax sucks, bro.
State of Texas, Sebastian, you're not gonna come out
Look at Snorlax. Oh, they got it.
Once I would never uplift him. But see, Sebastian has what I like to call mega balls, alright? And of course, this was the first time he ever had a firearm brain.
They're on bottom.
There was other cases, and of course, the state of Texas where this occurred.
Got me in the hip. Yes, sir. He left his car right here blocking the spot. Inconsiderate motor shoppers like yourself.
He's chasing this man.
Sir,
He's
lethal
already
force is not
brandished a
justified in
gun. Look at that, look at that. The dude just brandishing a whole 9 again. Everyone is loaded.
Dude, we're getting melted, man.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, lethal force, like
We need to do something about it.
not justified. But of course, this is one of those scenarios where just the most
Get this
harmless,
thrown it.
real world trolling can get anybody killed.
Get him,
Now,
get him. I got
what's
you.
Even wilder is like people like Dr. Phil have decided to put their 2 cents in and basically tell Sebastian what he's doing isn't exactly good, isn't exactly, a great thing that he's going behind. Because of copyright on YouTube,
You're right, it's time to quit.
Dr. Phil without having assassins sent over to my house. So just to summarize for you what's going on, Dr. Phil brings our God and Lord Sebastian on television, and
We got melted, bro.
maybe there are just
This is the second game we got melted.
to which Sebastian says, anybody that says that really doesn't actually go out to feed the homeless. It's really just a big old virtue signal. And to be honest, I can kind of agree. I find it a little insulting that Dr. Phil is out here trying to morally grandstand when his content and his show has always profiteered off of the most bereaved and most hilarious in society. At least when you watch Maury Povich, you know flat out that Maury understands his content is morally bankrupt. But at least he's not trying to beat the bush and try to make it a holier-than-thou situation. Honestly, I kind of don't like Dr. Phil, but I feel like I might as well summarize and
Here they are.
to the best of my abilities. Anyways, without getting sent to the ranch, let's get back to the big deal. There's other elements of danger too, like for instance, when he puts a sticker on, these people just do not have a good day. This guy's already brought the knife out on him. And this is some of the most like, this content right here, when I see this, it is the most like anxiety writing experience for me. And one thing that I look at with all these
Rayquaza halfway down. Rayquaza halfway down.
Sebastian's not doing it, but I have to go.
Rayquaza halfway down.
Because again, I don't want to like leak out anything. But he travels effectively the entire country. I've seen places from Texas, Massachusetts, California,
GG's.
you name it. So Sebastian is like a world warrior. Speaking of world
So
warrior,
trash,
what am I
bro.
saying?
So trash.
Sebastian went all the way to Australia for this too. Listen to this one. So of course, here's our buddy in Sydney, Australia, and apparently it seems like a woman has taken this cart and she's gonna go home with it. Now, of course, Sebastian You know, being the character that he is, do you think he's going to just shame her here or follow her all the way home? This is when it gets a little creepy, chat. Watch this one.
Oh god, 6-8 blocks from the grocery store. Ladies have taken the cart into a garage. Unloading the car.
Okay, first off, he's making it sound like they have a chop shop for shopping carts. Bro, there's a big difference between doing this in the parking lot and going all the way home. This is unhinged behavior, Sebastian. I was defending you for the majority of the video, but this is where I also criticize you.
When they getting out. Carts, I'm from America, obviously. You can sell they buy little trolleys you can get for yourself, you know?
No,
You'd rather just steal it.
I always take my trolley.
If we need someone to carry us, I get you.
That's pretty good.
But you could get your own personal trolley. That way you
And-
take it
and
anywhere.
they say he
You can go
wasn't.
to Woolworths with it. You can go anywhere.
Nor do
You
I
can
care
go
if you're good or not. We trash.
Do
We're dead.
you guys have the
Desperate right
term,
now.
in Australia, lazy bones?
I just, could you imagine waking up one day, going to the grocery store, shopping for your groceries, coming home, and then some dude from America has flown in, and you have unfortunately been caught in their sting operation. Holy crap. Just the absurdity of the situation baffles me. Now, I think I've shown you enough of Cart Narcs and Sebastian's wacky characters and antics on the internet. Now, unfortunately, the problem with this entire story, as much as I like to look at this content, I consider it wholesome myself. The real problem
He
is
said
he's
no.
putting himself in some real, actual danger here. And unfortunately, given
The same
fact
thing
that
as
there are
saying no.
2 firearms that I've known brandished on him, and a knife at least, I can only hope that it never escalates from there on.
Wow, man, that's a punk bitch play.
He has a good eye for attention, a good head on his shoulders, and he can get out of sticky situations.
It is meaner.
But this is one of those scenarios where a goofy thing can lead to an incredibly serious altercation. Now, of course, at the end of the day, this has kind of sparked some debate.
Ready up, ready up.
Actually doing something cool or based, or if it's real action. Look, at the end of the day, it's cart narking, okay? This isn't like the most serious thing imaginable. But of course, it's one thing that I can absolutely respect. Like in the beginning of the video, it takes like maybe 5 seconds to be the good person and put your cart into the corral. If you're being publicly shamed for just being an asshole, I really don't have any sympathy for it.
Cause you're trying to give the Zycam the middle.
Actually leaving their shopping carts unchecked in the parking lot, or probably like sociopathic individuals that just do other shit that just annoy people anyways. These are probably the same people that just merge onto like a busy like highway section on the on-off ramp just because they think, wow, I beat 20 cars in the lane, when they're just deliberately ruining the flow of traffic for everybody.
Man, I'm gonna go stack.
The amount of people I see doing this in like California, Toronto, you name it, any massive city, just astounds me and leaves me alone. I had to mention it just for mentioning's sake. But of course, I think what he's doing is ultimately a cool little internet thing. Nobody's really being hurt in this scenario. In fact, if anything, his presence has sparked so much fear into shopping, like parking lots around America, that I'm hopefully about to see less and less of this disgusting, inane practice. So I guess moral of the story, ladies and gentlemen, there's a YouTube channel for everything, and Sebastian is our resident cart operative. The man, the Leon S. Kennedy of the resident shopping world. I didn't even know this, but there's like a shopping cart race every year apparently in Chicago that he ended up covering on his channel. And of course, it's done for charity. Like, it's a yearly race where people just dress up a shopping
Hey, man.
cart and have wacky races.
Why you trying to steal it?
So many
I saw
weird
that.
things happen around the world, and thanks to
Yeah.
YouTube and social media, I
The
learn
rest
about
is yours.
cool stuff. And you know what? It allows me to have some fun
Later,
in life.
motherfucker.
You know, not everything is negative. Sometimes things are positive. But of course, I'm hoping that one day I will see
I stole that
Sebastian
shit.
not stop uploading. At that point, I know that Cart Narc has truly entered some serious problems. But ladies and gentlemen, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. This
Stole the
video
other
is
shit,
a
too.
dislike with
Alright, I'm out. But they whacked me. God dang it. But you should have farmed
These 8
crap load
YouTubers
things.
did irreversible damage to their channel with one single video, and we're going to begin by talking about
You didn't take all of it?
Jackson, whose entire career came to an end as a result of an upload titled
Damn,
"My
Trash
Girlfriend
Bunny.
Alexia Died, Rest in Paradise."
Last night, we lost
Middle.
Around 11 p.m., I got a call from her parents telling me what happened.
Oops, I didn't mean to hit that.
His girlfriend Alexia had
Middle.
gotten into a car crash and as a result had tragically passed away. J-Station would also go and visit his girlfriend's memorial on the side of the road.
This is actually the same road that she passed.
Run back, Trash Bunny, run back. Take middle, go down middle.
J-Station seemed so emotional that he could barely get out of the car to look.
Everything's gonna be okay. Let's just go say the final goodbye for her.
Hey, go to middle.
I don't know if I can do this.
However, his extremely emotional state here ran contrary to a video that he posted 3 days later, titled "Dead Girlfriend Ouija Board
They're up
Challenge
here.
at 3 a.m. Gone Wrong," in which he couldn't stop smiling.
We gotta go defend. Are you sitting in there, Jungle? Go ahead, steal it. Steal the Jungle, I'll defend.
J-Station's complete lack of
Steal it.
emotion in this new video led
I got it, I'm
Canadian
defending.
YouTuber Some Ordinary Gamers to call the Canadian police and see if
Take the middle
Alexa
shit.
Morano had recently passed away.
Oh, there's a bunch of them. Run, bro. There's hella bunch of them.
That name specifically has suffered any form of death, right?
There's a bunch of them.
I have an Alexia, but there's no death in that.
As mentioned by the police officer, nobody by the name of Alexia had died, and after other channels such as Penguin's
Jungler here? I'm coming.
Story, Alexia came forward
Jungler's
to
here.
confirm that she was still
I'll bait him.
alive.
I'll bait him.
Sure, a lot of you are
Go,
really
go.
confused as to what's going on right now between me and Jay and the videos that he posted.
Alexia would go on to explain that she had nothing to do with the J-Station videos.
I was not a part of any of them. It was just Jay, and I didn't even know what he was gonna say in those videos before he posted them.
And as a result, the two had broken up.
I felt like he was just constantly being mean to me for some reason. The times that he was mean to me, it's just like he was so mean.
However, J-Station then clapped back by showing Alexia helping out with the videos before trying to expose Alexia as being the crazy one out of the pair.
I have been a good person to you, Alexia.
This one
Hey, man, I couldn't
original
stack
video
enough.
didn't
I only got
only
4.
lead to the collapse of their relationship, but it would also eventually result in J-Station's entire channel being deleted. Therefore, J-Station
Hey, you hear him snoring?
gotten some advice from Sam Pepper, who had
Told
already
you.
made his image by posting an idiotic fake video. It went by the now infamous title "Killing
He's
Best
hilarious.
Prank," and it began with Sam stating this.
This is the shit.
To his best friend of 5 years being killed in front of him.
The premise of the prank was that two friends get taken to a rooftop somewhere where one of the friends who was in on the prank is shot with a fake gun to see how the other friend will react. Even though they eventually revealed that the whole thing was one giant prank, the absolute magnitude of the stunt helped it to go viral, racking up over
Dude, this
9
thing's
million
hilarious.
views in a little over 3 weeks. But while the
Dude,
extremity
just
of the video
snoring.
helped it to go viral, the prank also began to receive an unbelievable amount of backlash. It was obvious that Sam didn't care about the controversy in the beginning, as he'd respond to the drama by promising to delete his YouTube channel if he was donated $1.5 million on GoFundMe.
Your goal's pretty steep here, $1.5 million.
I just thought if everyone hates my channel so much, they gotta put that money where their mouth is, you know?
Yet this only seemed to add more fuel to the fire, as he was still getting heavy backlash over 3 months later, at which point it became all too much to handle. Sam Pepper would not only delete the original prank, but he'd rather unlist every single video from his entire channel, leaving only one fresh new upload titled "I'm Sorry," in which he'd come forward and explain that the video was
Dude,
fake.
this bastard's snoring for real.
Like, I've been an idiot, like, I've been stupid. You know exactly what I'm gonna say now, of course, it's fake.
However,
I
the
know.
damage had already been done, and while Sam Pepper has since had some success on TikTok, his channel never really recovered after posting the best friend prank. Brooke Hout's channel never recovered either, as after she'd accidentally uploaded a video of her mistreating her dog, her reputation was destroyed permanently. In the lead up to posting the video, Brooke Houts had gained 327,000 subscribers, which, as you can see from the videos on her channel, had been aided by her pet Doberman named Sphinx. Brooke always put up the facade that she loved her dog more than anything else.
Obviously, me and my dog are really close. We're besties. We hang out 24/7. We're like 25/8. Am I right?
However, less than a month after stating this, on the 6th of August 2019, Brooke would accidentally upload a full uncut clip of her pranking the dog while treating it like absolute garbage. As the video began to spread throughout social media, almost every single news outlet wrote an article on the story, prompting a Change.org petition titled Ban Brookhouse from YouTube, which received over 67,000 signatures. Peter would also take to Twitter
funny
that she was banned from the platform, yet incredibly her channel remained active, helping her to post a bizarre apology video about a month after the original incident.
First, I want to start this video by saying thank you. I just want to genuinely say thank you.
Although this video did nothing to fix her image, as after taking a 7-month break from the platform, she'd return with an upload titled Where I've Been, which received an impressively terrible 98% dislike ratio, solidifying just how much damage this one video had done. However, at least Brooke was never arrested for the controversy, as when Count Dankula posted a 2-minute 23-second clip of his dog, he'd end up appearing in court. The video was uploaded in April 2016, and the premise was as follows.
Girlfriend is always ranting raving about how cute and adorable her wee dog
They're
is, so I thought
snoring.
I'd turn them into the least cute thing that I could think of.
In order to achieve this, Count Dankula taught his dog to perform
Shit's
a
fun.
very controversial salute, with the video racking up 2 million views in the weeks after it was uploaded. Initially, the video was seen as a bit of comedic fun. However, on the 18th of February 2017, approximately 10 months later, Count Dankula would post a
Get him,
post
get the
on
fox.
Twitter confirming that he'd been arrested and would have to appear in court for posting the video. 5 months later, Count Dankula would take to Twitter once again, stating, "Trial starts tomorrow, no jury, only a judge. But it will be an open trial, as in members of
Run,
the
Weezy, run.
attend, and as
Run.
a result, many fans showed their
Run,
support
run,
for
bro,
the
run.
trial. However, this didn't seem to have any impact on the decision made by the judge, who ruled Count Dankula guilty and ordered him to pay a $1,000 fine.
Dang, man, I said run,
The judge
bro.
stated, as a matter of law, the test is not whether the video
Thirsty,
was
man,
offensive,
don't
but
listen
whether
to
it
me.
was grossly offensive. I concluded that your video was
Dude,
not just offensive,
they didn't
but
get you,
grossly
they-
so
they
as
melted
well
you,
as
man.
menacing. Count Dankula was able to overcome this hiccup and still maintains his popularity on YouTube up until
You got
this
you
day.
melted.
However, the same can't be said for the Try Guys member Ned Fulmer, whose entire career came to a crashing end after a single video was posted of Ned cheating. on his
Gengar's
wife.
coming.
The girl in the video was fellow BuzzFeed employee Alex Herring, who had been in BuzzFeed.
Sorry, Gengar, I got Scorchio,
And
baby.
after the original screenshot of the two kissing
Hey, go get it,
viral,
melt it,
a bunch of other
rip it,
evidence
kill them up there while they
surfaced
drag them up
confirming
down
Ned
here.
and Alex had been seeing each other behind the scenes. The event was so scandalous not only because Ned, his wife, and Alex were all public figures, but because
Right, you
Ned's
got that on
main
your own.
shtick within the videos was that he
Shit,
loved
dude.
his wife so much and was therefore extremely dedicated to the marriage. Ned was literally known as the wife guy and would constantly talk about his wife.
Get the Gengar, he's almost dead.
To the point
Run,
where
just
people
run,
made
bro.
compilations on YouTube of him mentioning her. As a result of the scandal, Ned was fired from his high status position as one of the Try Guys, which was followed by the group posting
Middle.
their own video to explain the decision.
Ned
Let's
Fulmer
go.
is no longer working with the Try Guys.
We found that Ned had engaged in conduct unbecoming
Where are
of
they?
our team, and we knew that we
Here they
needed
are.
to move forward with him.
He's now been fired and has publicly embarrassed his wife and 2 children. Turns out Mr. Nice Guy
Hey, you got melted
isn't
already?
so nice and dependable after all. Ned Fulmer had months to stop his eventual
Alright, GG's.
collapse. However, PewDiePie wasn't quite so lucky, as after making a single joke in a single video, he'd accidentally changed the social media landscape forever. The video was titled "I've Discovered the Greatest Thing Online," and it was
That's
posted
GG's.
on the 11th of January 2017. The premise was that PewDiePie was testing out the website Fiverr.
There's a website called Fiverr where you basically can ask anything.
Alright,
for
give me a second, I'll be
anything
back.
For $5.
Corporate.
And therefore, as you might suspect,
I'll be right
the video
back,
wasn't
alright?
all that controversial in the beginning. He'd order a subscribe message from Jesus, pay to have his pictures photoshopped, and even had someone sing to him in Hebrew. However, it would be after PewDiePie ordered from the guys dancing in the jungle that things became controversial. As a part of the Fiverr deal, PewDiePie was given the opportunity to write a 5-word message, which the guys would hold up on a sign in the video. Well, PewDiePie decided to have a bit of fun with it and wrote an anti-Semitic phrase just to see if they'd do it. And as you can tell from PewDiePie's reaction, they most certainly did, leading PewDiePie to state this:
I didn't think they would actually do it. I feel partially responsible, but just I didn't think they would actually do it. Like, I'm not anti-Semitic or whatever it's called. Okay, so don't get the wrong idea. It was a funny meme, and I didn't think it would work. Okay.
which was followed by the video being uploaded as usual. However, the response that the video generated certainly wasn't usual, as only 3 days later, articles began to pop up explaining that PewDiePie had been dropped by his Disney-owned multi-channel network. Upon seeing Disney drop PewDiePie, other advertisers such as Johnson & Johnson, the UK government, Coca-Cola, and Dr. Pepper removed all advertising from the platform, fearing that they might be put beside some unsavory content. In order to get these advertisers to return, YouTube introduced the demonetization of non-family friendly content, leading some creators to instantly lose more than half of their revenue.
With us, our YouTube money was cut by more than 60%.
PewDiePie has since made a pretty
we getting melted, bro.
Apocalypse wasn't really his fault. However, there was definitely no argument that Ryan Taylor
Hey, can you kick him out?
after he'd post a completely unhinged video titled
Can you kick him out then?
Toys R Us. The video
It's annoying hearing him snore.
that Toys R Us was closing down permanently, and therefore it would serve as the perfect
You hear
place to
that?
have a Nerf war before they officially closed.
Yeah, thank God. Sounds
However,
much
for
better
the
now.
exact same reason, the staff members seemed completely unconcerned about keeping their jobs and began to tackle the boys instantly.
He's gonna, cause if we don't kick him out, he's gonna wake up tomorrow. Why my phone dead? You know?
After this exchange occurred, the conflict escalated further.
You have no authority, bro, so I'll slam you back. Don't try and touch me, bro. And even you. Bro, that's not gonna end good, I'm telling you right now.
Alright, same thing. But this time,
which eventually resulted in them being kicked out and wrecking half of the store.
Make
in
sure
the
you steal our
process.
farms,
The video
okay?
most certainly received a mixed response. Some people saw it as a hilarious
You hear me,
piece of
Weezy?
entertainment, while others saw Ryan as nothing more
I
than
think
an idiot.
I'm gonna go
messing
score and
with
bully
local
them. So
workers who were already
go
about
steal all
to
the
lose
farms.
their jobs. But while Ryan Taylor had some support for the
Save ours.
controversial
Just take
video,
theirs. Take the
same
two middle, the
couldn't be
bottom
said
and
for
top.
Logan Paul, who quite possibly holds the gold trophy for the most damage done to a reputation as the result of one single video. Japan Forest Vlog. 3 words that transport everybody back to the 31st of December 2017, when Logan decided that he wanted to have an unconventional New Year's Eve.
2 years ago, I fell in love with the idea of, for New Year's, slowing it down, like going somewhere that's really isolated. So we're in Tokyo, Japan, right? I figured this was the perfect time to do it, because if you look to my right, Logang, I give you the Aokigahara. Ooh.
After deciding to camp in the forest, Logan and his crew found someone who had recently passed away, and while Logan was extremely serious in the beginning, it wouldn't be long before he began to make jokes. At this point in time, Logan was one of YouTube's most hated creators, so when he uploaded the video, it created the perfect storm for the entire world to pile on with criticism. The pressure put on Logan prompted the now iconic So Sorry apology.
I've made a severe and continuous lapse in my judgment.
And while this video received over 60 million views, making it quite possibly
There's 3 of them up here.
a well-known mistake in YouTube history, Logan was eventually able to repair his reputation using some very unique strategies.
Good. Damn, I need it. Alright, I'm out. Stop digging around. Dang it, needed it. Alright, I'm out. Gotta die.
I've heard non-stop about this goddamn police chase.
Oh, app's all here. Go, go.
So I heard this is like some actual GTA shit.
David, we were up over at Donsbury Farm, looked out the window.
No one told me there'd be jump scares in here.
Nice.
Holy shit. Wow.
Just need to stack.
That was so loud. What?
Who this dude? Oh, okay.
Okay, so now he's just booking it out of there. What the fuck?
I got it. I'll tank for you. Get the Blissey. He's almost dead. I got it. Blissey's dead. Oh no! Dude, he's sucking my life. Run, bro, run.
Don't give me that shit
Yes.
at all. That wasn't
Smart
skill
move,
at
run.
all. He just wedged himself between the two cars and hit the gas. There was no skill in
Run like a little biatch.
And he also got lucky the car next to him backed up, so he had a little extra space.
It's time to play, and that wasn't one of it. I'm coming, Weezy. I got you. Get him. Absol's here.
Needs to find a bridge and then switch cars. Oh, holy shit, he actually is switching cars. Oh, maybe not. What is that? Did he hit the wrong button on his controller? What is going on?
Got him.
What the fuck?
Top's done.
Okay. That didn't work. Man, he must have left the cops in the dust. Man had the afterburners on that Honda Civic. Fucking turbojets activated. One star left. Yeah. Helicopter is just so busted in the police chase meta, you can never escape it. Yeah, where? I haven't seen a single officer here. Where are they at? Bro, at this point, this guy could probably just go home and just wait out the wanted level. Where are they? Oh, I just heard a siren. Maybe not. Maybe there's a cat in the helicopter. I don't know. What was that? I thought it was a siren. What is he doing?
Where's the other one?
Oh.
No, we hear someone in the bush.
Oh, we lost him. Oh, there he is. Cameraman has aimbot. Yeah. Oh, he did. There they are. There's the boys in blue. So someone in chat enlightened me. My dad used to always say hot wiring modern cars is almost impossible. Is that true or false? Like cars made within the last 10 years. Getting mostly trues and a couple falses. So if he actually hot wires this van, I'm going to have to assume that it's an older van. Yeah, I can actually see that he's trying to hotwire it. He's got the alarm going off. Oh, he's done it.
The cameraman sounds excited.
Middle, Weezy.
Oh boy, it's a game of chicken.
Here.
Here comes a 45-point turn.
Yeah, get him. Oh, he almost died.
Is there someone talking to him? Who's he saying that's right to? Me?
The final stretch. You can do it.
I like that they're giving him plenty of space to work with here. There we go.
There's another GG, bro. Should we quit?
It's gonna be more than a 4-point turn, I think.
Weezy?
We have not won one.
I know, that's what I'm saying, man. It's GG's, bro.
Oh shit! Jesus Christ!
It's not even like regular GG. It's like GG's.
Oh fuck! The whole department's here now. Oh!
I know.
Drifting? Oh god, he actually. What the? Did you see that drift?
That fucking.
Holy shit!
Buzzles has been there at the thing the whole time.
Oh my god, this guy must have hopped in this car.
GG's, bro. We haven't won one thing. We haven't won one thing, bro.
What a mean drift.
It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing, bro. It's pretty bad. Pretty bad.
It's a slower vehicle though, so surely we can catch
Pretty bad.
3, 2,
get in there with a quick maneuver.
time's up.
Yeah. We sucking ass.
Dude, I think we need to quit.
While we're behind.
Yeah.
You lose.
Dude, at this rate, we're about to get a bot match. Yep, I just got downgraded.
Same.
Yep. GG's.
GG's. Fucking shitty.
It's pretty bad. How many is that? 3 in a row?
Yeah, I think. I don't know. Let's see. Trader info.
Three in a row, huh?
4 in a row.
Jesus Christ.
And then you, I guess you played one earlier, right? Yeah. You were on earlier.
What do you mean?
You were on what? 22. I guess you did play a couple matches and you won. Oh wait, no, never mind. That was on the 6th. Never mind. Yeah, we've been.
That's why I was like, what are you talking about, bro?
Yeah, no, we sucked ass.
The last time I played was with you.
Yep.
Suck ass, bro. Dude, it's pretty bad.
Baby, we sucking booty.
Hey, man, if we lose this one, I'm out.
It's only fair.
Because it's just going down. You know what I'm saying?
Announce its compensatory draft.
Do I
pick
know what you're
list,
saying?
And the Las Vegas Raiders are going to
No.
have 2 extra picks, and I'm excited. 2 extra draft picks are huge in my opinion. Now, they are technically a 5th and a 6th round pick, and I know a lot of people are going to say it's not a whole.
Man, that's it. I gotta go back to playing attacker.
I disagree. We'll get into why in just a second. But officially, the Raiders get pick 173 and 213, a 5th and a 6th round pick. The Raiders get those picks, and the reason why I think these draft picks matter is because Dave Ziegler and Josh McDaniels need to build this roster. They need to shape it the way they see fit. One of the things John Gruden and Mike Mayock oftentimes did was they would take guys from smaller schools. They would take guys in the late round, that is, guys that are from smaller schools, and oftentimes those guys may not work out. Now, there's a chance you may find a Max Crosby, but there's also another chance where the guy never plays in the league, and we've had plenty of those guys. And that's kind of what Mike Mayock and Gruden kind of did. And Ziegler will have his own plan of how he wants to handle those late round picks. In my opinion, one of the things the Patriots do is they take guys in the later rounds from the top schools. And oftentimes, guys from the top schools in the later rounds are guys that are going to be depth players. And there might not be a whole lot of upside, but depth-wise, those are the type of guys that, in my opinion, you want on your roster. And I think Dave Ziegler's plan of attack for the later rounds is going to be much different than what Gruden and Mayock did in that instance. Mayock and Gruden went for the smaller school guys. I think these guys are going to go for the bigger school guys, guys that aren't necessarily getting that same type of attention. As an example, Georgia has 3 interior defensive linemen coming out this year, but only one guy really gets that attention. You look at Alabama, a bunch of guards and tackles, and they have a couple of defensive tackles that are coming out that aren't getting any sort of hype. And those guys are going to be late round guys, but they've also played against some of the best guys in college, right? So translating that into the NFL, there's a chance we can get some good depth pieces. And that's the way that Dave Ziegler and Josh McDaniels will attack this, and I think that's the right move forward. You want the guys that will be on this roster in 5, 6, 7 years. Guys that have long careers in the NFL. They might not be the best players, but they have long careers, and I think that's the way to have success. 5th, 6th round pick, it goes a long way, and some of you guys understand this about me. I cover the Raiders on this channel, of course. You guys all see that.
What the
I also
fuck?
have 2 channels that start. One channel is film breakdowns, one channel is kind of talk, draft, and those type of things. But I'm very, very, very thorough about my, watching tape and really studying these prospects that are coming out. And this year specifically, I got started early. I got started back in November of last year. So I've at this point studied maybe 40 offensive linemen. Generally speaking, right? 40 offensive linemen at least, right? Probably even more than that. I've studied all the top guys, and then we've even gotten into some of the guys that could be undrafted guys. And in my opinion, in this class, there's a lot of really, really, really good football players. Guys like Curtis McClendon, Wayne Morris, who are going to end up going, round 3, 4, 5, or 6, that are going to have good NFL careers. And just to kind of put it into perspective, last year we had 2 tackles, or 3, I should say, 3 tackles that were picked in the 3rd round or later that ended up starting pretty much every game for their teams. The Bears took Braxton Jones, who started at left tackle the entire season. He's a pretty good football player. I think he may have a long career. I wouldn't say he's going to be a great football player, but he's a pretty good football player. He'll continue to develop. The Seahawks got the overall best tackle in the 2022 NFL draft class. And he's still in the 3rd round. That is a right tackle, Abraham Lucas. Abraham Lucas is the best tackle in last year's class. The guy has top 5 tackle potential. He went in the 3rd round. Even past that, the Titans get a tackle in the later rounds, right? And that's kind of the case across the board where you can get guys later on. And interior guys, I think, are even easier to kind of find. Like Corey Smith went in the 7th round, or maybe he was a 6th round pick a couple years back, among other guys, right? So for me, for the Raiders to get an extra 5th or 6th round pick is massive. This benefits us, obviously. Again, I know it's not, getting a 3rd round pick or a 4th round pick, but 5th and a 6th, I think, is something that will allow the Raiders to kind of do some things that they may want to do. Either way, I'm excited. 2 picks. Let me know what you guys think. Thumbs up, subscribe.
I don't think your 40-yard dash is everything, but that right there is very concerning if I'm an NFL team. I think there's some other guys I would take over him now. Oh, Metal Man, I'm looking at these numbers again. They are hard to believe and fathom. He ran a 4.38 40-yard dash, which is good alone. With the NFL Draft Combine finally coming to an end, it's time to answer 2 questions. Who are the biggest winners and who are the biggest losers? One of my favorite quotes, and most of y'all know this, is winners win and losers lose, and we definitely saw that over the weekend. I've always found the NFL Draft Combine so fascinating because something as simple as 40 yards, it can either cost you $2 or $3 million, or it can make you $4 or $5 million. I can't be the only person that thinks only 5 seconds out of your day can determine whether you're a first-round pick or a 5th-round pick. The Combine's awesome because, yes, it helps a ton of players, but it also hurts just as many, and that's the bad part about it that nobody talks about. I don't think I have to explain this one. It's rather simple. We're going to talk about the biggest winners and the biggest losers. You already know we're not doing no corny intro. If you like football content, anything like this, consider joining our amazing community. It is 100% free. Helps you out, or it helps me out. Doesn't hurt you whatsoever. All right, Matt Ball, shut the crap up. Now, without further ado, let's get into it. Where do we want to start with this? I haven't even thought about it. You know what? I'll say we start with the category that people love to talk about the most, the quarterback position. Leading up to the Combine, who was the wild card in the quarterback room? It wasn't Bryce Young, it wasn't CJ Stroud, and it really wasn't even Will Levis, because all 3 of those guys, they've solidified themselves as top 10, top 15 picks guaranteed. We already know the good and bads about Bryce Young and CJ Stroud, although there's not really any bads at all. And it's the same thing for Will Levis. I know he has a lot of haters and he didn't have a lustful college career, but the dude looks like he's going to be an NFL pro. He checks off all the boxes and he's got a really strong arm. And oh yeah, by the way, I forgot to explain this in the intro, but when I go over these winners and losers, I'm not just talking about guys who had a good combine. I'm talking about guys who I feel like benefited the most from the combine. So although yes, CJ Stroud had a good performance, I don't think he necessarily gained too much from it. Yes, he performed well, but we already expected that. I'm talking about guys in the combine who weren't supposed to do that good, or nobody expected to do that good, and they outperformed. So I do want to make that clear. As far as it goes for the quarterback room, I only have one winner, and I think all of you can agree on this. It's Anthony Richardson. Man, oh man, you want to talk about strapping up, putting your big boy pants on? That's what Anthony Richardson did. I've already dedicated an entire video alone just talking about how good he was, so for that reason alone, I'm not going to talk about it too much. All you need to know is he was
dude, keep getting CC out of my
first in 40-yard dash, first in vertical, and first in broad jump. And on top of that, as far as it goes for his throwing abilities, and unfortunately, I can't show you any
defense low, bro.
Draft combine because the NFL. Last time I did, they took my video down. Yeah, he wasn't too shabby. I knew Anthony Richardson. He was an athletic freak. The best comparison I can use is LeBron James in the NBA. But when it comes to his throwing abilities, that's where he shocked me. He has a really strong arm, and he showed that on full display. My only concern with him, and it's similar to these NFL executives and GMs, is the short ball accuracy and the medium accuracy. That's where things get a little dicey. He's definitely a work in progress. He's not like a Bryce Young or CJ Stroud where they're ready to go tomorrow. With all that being said, nobody had more concerns about Anthony Richardson than me. Nobody's been a bigger hater on Anthony Richardson than me, and yeah, I think he solidified himself as a first-round pick. I'll take a step even farther. I would be shocked at this point in time to see him fall out of the top 15. I really would. We all know this. You got to take into account quarterbacks are always overdrafted. I can continue to go on and on about Anthony Richardson. There's so much to speak on for that, but let's move on to our biggest loser from the quarterback position, and there's only one, and that's Max Duggan from TCU. This is one of your classic situations where he would have been better off just not showing up. I'm going to keep this one short and simple like I'm going to try to do with every single player. Yes, he ran a 4.52 40-yard dash. That's awesome, but he was terrible when it comes to throwing. He was so bad that an article wrote, quote unquote, he may have actually cost himself some serious cash with a poor performance, likely dropping him down a few draft boards in the eyes of some. And when I say terrible, let me give you some context. I'm not talking about compared to me and you. I'm talking about to the other quarterbacks at the Combine. I watched the Combine, and I also watched Stetson Bennett throw, and I thought Bennett was better than Duggan. And Stetson Bennett is projected to be a late 3rd round or 4th round pick. I think the best way to describe this is Max Duggan, he didn't help himself out. If anything, he regrets. Moving along here to our wide receiver room, we got 2 winners and also 2 losers. I say we talk about the winners first. Winner number 1 is, and this guy shocked me, is Zay Flowers. Zay Flowers isn't exactly a household name, and I don't expect too many of you to even know who this guy is. The one thing that helped him out the most, and it's got everybody talking, is the ran a 4.42 40-yard dash. When it comes to wide receivers, that's mainly the only thing people really care about is the 40-yard dash. But I'll tell you this, outside the 40-yard dash, he had a great combo. And the comparison that I'm going to use, I'll show you this little graph right here, whatnot. Everybody's saying Steve Smith Jr., but I like Antonio Brown as a comparison. Zay Flowers is reminding me a ton of a young version of Antonio Brown. From the combine alone, Flowers went from a late first round, early second round pick to maybe you see him go off the board as early as top 15. He was the talk of the combine, and nobody helped themselves out more than this guy. Moving along here to our second winner when it comes to the combine that I see nobody talking about is Trey Palmer from Nebraska. Fun fact about Trey Palmer, he played at LSU for 3 years before he went to Nebraska. So that's why I know a lot about this guy that most people don't. I don't know, I like to keep up with my SEC players and whatnot, and that's why I actually took time out of my day to watch and see how he does. At Nebraska last year, let me remind you, Nebraska was terrible. He had 71 catches for over 1,000 yards. And take nothing away from Casey Thompson, the quarterback at Nebraska, but it's not like he had freaking Bryce Young or C.J. Stroud throwing him the ball. Nebraska was terrible, and he still put up over 1,000 yards. But check this out.
Weezy, we finally win one.
Demons, Trey Palmer was the speediest of the speed demons.
Who you playing?
He ran a 4.33. I think most people have come numb
Oh, that's you?
40-yard dash, and they don't understand.
Oh, damn.
If you run a 4.4 flat, that is
I'm actually impressed with your Lucario.
If you get under a 4.4 flat, you're beyond fine.
I thought you were the
And
slow
I won't
bro.
harp on it, but it's what the NFL goes off of when drafting a wide receiver.
I was like, this Lucario, sometimes he missed it, but he knows what he's doing. But sometimes he just missed it. Sometimes I see you dash and you miss. I laugh.
The Dolphins so good. It's not necessarily because of Tua. I like Tua, love him to death, but I don't think
You know what happened? I told you about how
Tom
like
Brady
screwed us
type
on
of
switches
quarterback
at
is because of Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill. There's a lot of guys that can run a
So much better.
4.45 or 4.5, but not many guys that can get under a 4.4. If you run the fastest 40-yard dash at the NFL Combine, you definitely, without a shadow of a doubt in my mind, made $3 to $4 million.
It was so much better.
than you would have if you would have finished 9th on this list. That's
And
it.
look at that, so much better.
Trey Palmer, congratulations on making a couple million more dollars. But, and I have a big but, with the good, you get the bad. Let's talk about the two biggest losers at the wide receiver positions. I said positions, it's position. Matt, what are you talking about? Loser number one is Jordan Addison. All throughout the year at the college level, most people thought he was going to be the first wide receiver taken off the board in the NFL draft. However, at this point in time, that would be a stretch, and I have a hard time believing he's even wide receiver.
For a second, I thought we were gonna have to quit playing.
Somebody wrote this. Addison ran just a 4.49 40-yard dash, which tied for 12th among receivers who chose to run. This is still
Lucario was pretty good for you.
In the top 32 picks don't typically take average athletes. Wow. I don't know if they're trying to be funny by saying that.
I think Lucario went to Bully though, and you saw I still all there for him.
Because they got great points. Addison ran a 4.55 on his second 40.
Oh God,
Here's
I'm about to
something
die.
interesting. This is the second slowest time for a receiver under 175 pounds since 2003. Another key piece of information to throw in there is he ended his workout early because he tweaked his back. So number one, you didn't do good in the 40-yard dash, and number two, you didn't even finish the combine. I don't think that's good whatsoever. He's not very big, and just like that article stated, he's looking like an average athlete. Compared to the other wide receivers, at least. There's nothing about Jordan Addison that wowed me, and whenever you're selecting a guy in the first round, it's got to wow you. Something about his game's got to wow you. Taking a look at loser number two at the wide receiver position, this one was atrocious. Arguably, one of the worst performances at the Combine, and that's Kayshon Boutte. Nobody, and I mean nobody whatsoever, hurt themselves more at the Combine than Kayshon Boutte. He shouldn't have showed up. He ran a 4.50 40-yard dash, and on his second attempt, ran a 4.67. And the worst part about all of this is he finished last in vertical jump at only 29 inches. I think it goes without being said, it ain't looking good for old Booty. Going back to our winners, this was single-handedly the best performance out of anybody at the Combine, and this is Darnell Washington. Good gosh almighty, man. You want to talk about a freak of nature? That's Darnell.
Alright, I'm gonna go stack then, alright?
I feel good talking about him because I've been trying to tell people the past
You hear me?
year, this guy's a monster.
Wheezy?
The only reason he gets no recognition
Alright.
whatsoever is because everybody's
Oh, you about to go
waiting on the
stack
guy
too?
who was ahead of him, and that's Brock Bowers at Georgia. Darnell Washington, the backup tight end at Georgia, would have started at any other university, including Alabama. Not only was he insane at the Combine, but you had to watch Georgia games to understand this. This guy on the field is nothing short than a flat-out, unreal creature and specimen. It doesn't make sense for a guy to be this tall, this strong, but also as athletic as LeBron James. I hate to beat a dead horse, but I want you to understand, and my words don't do it justice, it is unreal watching this guy play football. He can hurdle people like Najee Harris from Alabama. But to go on top of that, at the Combine, he measured in at 6'6", 264 pounds, right? Had 34-inch arms and posted a 4.64 40-yard dash. 4.64 at 6'6", 264. Remember Kayshawn Booty we talked about? He ran a 4.67. And oh yeah, when it comes to the 20
Alright, go ahead.
I'd say he did okay. He was right up there with Jackson
Just leave him.
Jigba and Julius Brandt, who are
You don't need
quarterbacks
it. Go
and wide
over there.
receivers. Dude's a beast, man. The dude's a beast. But since we're at it, I say we talk about another Georgia player who was also another winner from the Combine, and that's Nolan Smith. I've been keeping up with Nolan Smith since high school. For those of you who don't know, he was the #1 recruit coming out of high school, and he dominated at Georgia. You hear people nowadays say, oh, I'm an athlete, I'm an athlete, I'm an athlete. No, you don't understand. Nolan Smith is an athlete. I almost wonder if he played basketball because he had over a 40-inch vertical. And his broad jump was also 10.8, which is in the 95th percentile, and he ran a 4.44 40-yard dash. That's all I'm going to say. Sometimes the
I'm still in their shit.
That's what this is. A lot of people are saying he could be a fringe late first-round pick.
I'm still in their shit. Go. I'm still in their shit.
With these numbers, he has solidified himself as a guaranteed first-round pick. Could be picked as high as
This dude tanky as fuck.
13, 14. I didn't even realize this, but we got 3 Georgia players to talk about. Might as well talk about one of their losers from the NFL Combine, and that is Jalen Carter. I know what you're sitting there saying, Matt, he didn't do anything at the Combine, but we all know with the incident that went on, since it's really going to affect him a lot, I'm going to consider him a loser post-Combine. I'm not really going to dive into it. I think he easily went from, without a shadow of a doubt, top 3 pick to now he could fall to 7, 8, or 9. Will he fall that low? Probably not, but he's no longer
Bombs getting destroyed.
top 3. So for that reason alone, I am going to consider him a loser. Oh, snap, didn't even realize this. We got 4 Georgia players to talk about. Keeping it on track.
Hit that one. That's yours.
We gotta talk about Georgia's running back.
You need to get low 5.
The only running back we're going to talk about. Kenny McIntosh, he had a poor performance. This one's kind of weird to me because McIntosh at Georgia was considered to be the shifty,
Dude, we only got 2
agility
stacks.
type of running back, and I think
Okay,
he is.
they're coming.
40-yard dash tells you otherwise.
They're behind us.
4.62.
They're
That
coming.
mind-boggled me to say the least. I thought he was a
Not killed a hoopla.
4.45-ish type of guy, but he ran a 4.62. I don't think your 40-yard dash is everything, but that right there is very concerning. If I'm
I'm not gonna dunk.
I think there's some other guys I would take over him now. And the reason it hurts him is because he is
Stacky,
considered to
stacky.
be a fast and quick player, and at the Combine, he didn't come off with that. If a guy like Bijan Robinson
good?
ran a 4.62
Yeah, I'm
or
coming.
Ezekiel Elliott, nobody would bat an eye because those are physical runners. But when a quick guy,
Alright, I gotta go.
quick,
Shit, about to die, about to die, about to die.
it looks bad, at least on paper. So that one was shocking to me. Let's talk about our last winner, and then we got a couple more losers, and that's Christian Gonzalez. Oh man, I'm looking at these numbers again. They are hard.
Hey,
to
3 of them up
He
here.
ran a 4.38 40-yard dash, which is good alone. But to go along with that, he had a 41.5-inch vertical and an 11
There's 3 of them up here.
broad jump. And he's physical, man. He looks like an NFL cornerback. He's 6'1" and nearly a half and already 200 pounds. It's harder to argue that anybody improves their stock more than him. I've seen some recent comp drafts with him going in the top 10. Coming into the Combine, he wasn't on a lot of radars, but now I think
No,
everyone
score, buddy.
Last but not least, though, we got 2 more, or really 3 more losers to talk about. Andre Carter, who played for Army, I don't expect many.
Ooh, I got
people to know
horny
who he
leaked
is,
now.
but he was
Over
widely considered
bitches.
to be a first-round pick.
I'm horny
After
now,
a
ready.
long time, though, I
Get
had a
ready.
hard time believing that
I'm
it was
horny.
gonna happen. He had a miserable 30-inch vertical and only a 9'1" broad jump. That's it. That's all there is to it. He put up terrible numbers. Last but not least, though, we got a 2-for-1 special. Our last 2
That's a
losers
gang
from
guard.
Combine are 2 players from the same team, and they're also from the same position. Trey Dean III and Rashad Torrance II, Florida safeties, were terrible.
He's dead. Get him.
I'm going to
Yeah.
remind you, these are
This one's
safeties,
dead
and
too.
40-yard dash. One of them, Dean,
He's
ran
dead too.
4.75, terrible. and
Yep,
Torrance
get
ran
him.
4.72. Look, man, it's hard to hurt yourself worse than running a 40-yard dash.
This
over
one's dead.
4.7.
Get him, Bear.
I would expect
Nice.
not one of these guys, but the entire package, both of them, to fall. Ladies and gentlemen, though, there you have it. The biggest winners
Nice.
and the biggest losers from this NFL Combine.
Shit,
Let me know
Weezy.
your biggest winners and losers down below, but roll with me.
Dang, I need more stacks, man. Got it.
That's right. You see those names there? Those are the young men most likely be going first overall. It starts with Bryce Young.
Got him.
-1.
Let's go.
He was just 5'10". And 204
Need more
at the
stacks.
Combine last week, and just behind him, Anthony Richardson, a shade under 6'4". 244 pounds. He blazed a 4.4340. That's why.
They didn't even defend.
Rounded out by C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson, Will Levis. No surprise at all. The 4 of those names are quarterbacks. That's right. Is with the first pick. The CBS Sports HQ's NFL Mock Draft Special. I'm Ryan Wilson. And I'm joined by 2-time Super Bowl champ Brian McFadden and our general
4 left.
As we call him on the podcast, Rick Spielman, more than 30 years NFL experience, more than a decade.
You want to kill the hoopla?
As the Vikings general
No,
manager.
run, bro, run.
So here's what we're going to do,
Run.
guys. We're going to go through my latest mock draft, which you can find on CBSSports.com. And we're going to see how we like it, see what we don't like. And Rick, I'm going to let B-Mac go first, because he's going to be our defensive coordinator this hour. B-Mac has been known to be a little nicer to me than Rick at times, so that's why I'm going to start there. But we'll have plenty of time for conversation. So here's the deal, B-Mac. At the top of the board, the Chicago Bears. In my latest mock draft, I did not have them trading down, but as Hakeem just told us, there's a very good chance that happens. But assuming they don't trade down, I have them picking Will Anderson, edge rusher out of Alabama. Great season in 2022. Otherworldly season in 2021. Tell me what you think about that pick. If there's someone else you might have taken there at the top of the draft.
Well, that's a big if, right? If Chicago Bears put at number one, I think there's only two guys that are deserving of going number one, clearly that are not quarterbacks. And those two players would be Will Anderson, as you have there, and Jalen Carter. Now, of course, we know about the off-the-field issues concerning Jalen Carter, which will allow Will Anderson to be the for sure choice at that spot in regards to the Chicago Bears. And we know that's an area of need for the Chicago Bears on the defensive side. Finding a way to get disruptors on the defensive side to put pressure on opposing quarterbacks. They traded away Robert Quinn, who in 2021 had an outstanding year. Didn't have the same sack production in totality as the team in 2022. So they need to improve. And Will Anderson is one of the best pass rushers in this draft. Everything that we saw on tape while he was at Alabama, he was able to verify for all of us at the Combine over a week ago. So just looking at and seeing what he's done on and off the football field and knowing the big-time need the Bears have on the defensive side, I have no issue with Will Anderson going number one, especially, as I mentioned, the big if the Chicago Bears stay put. But we all know they're going to trade out.
Yeah, Chicago, if they stay put, in my opinion, Jalen Carter would have been a no-brainer for him. And the reason I say that, I agree 100%.
I got you.
That Will Anderson and Jalen Carter are the two top players, and I know for sure on the defensive side of the ball, but potentially players in this draft. And it's harder to find a three technique or a dominant defensive tackle, but they have to hit this out of the park if they don't trade out. And if you draft Will Anderson, I think
If we all get melted?
the edge presence as a rusher that they need. I think watching him work out at the Combine
Kinda.
shows that he
Looked
has
like we all got
the
melted.
skills to drop in coverage or even do some fire zone stuff. But the best thing about Will Anderson, he's a high character guy. When you can have a high
Are we?
character guy
We're losing?
game of football and has no off-field issues, then they're going to hit a home run if they select Will Anderson.
And
He's
that's the
a-
thing, right, Rick? And we
I
talked
thought we
about
were
this last
struggling.
week at the Combine when the Jalen Carter news broke. Will Anderson basically takes his family very seriously, takes his teammates very seriously, high character, as you mentioned, so there's nothing to worry about off the field. And Jalen Carter has some things to sort out legally between now and the draft, and that could obviously affect his draft stock. We'll see how that unfolds. Rick, I'm going to come right back to you, because now the Texans are on the clock. You mentioned Will Anderson. You spent a lot of time in Tuscaloosa talking
That
to some of
Hoopla
those
ran.
Alabama players throughout the course of
I'm
the
gonna
fall,
go
preparing them
score.
for the draft. And you're an old school guy, and B-Mac, he is as old school as they come, Rick is. Tell me you're going to be okay with me taking Bryce Young at 5'10 and 1/8 and 204 pounds, even though he doesn't fit the mold of an NFL quarterback.
If you took him, which you did in this mock draft, I'm over there in the living room high-fiving you up and down. Because I think he is the premier number one
Nice.
in this draft. I understand he's 5'10", 1 or whatever.
Look at you, Weezy.
He weighed over
Look at you.
200 pounds.
Master Bear.
I don't think
Look at
he'll
you.
weigh 200 pounds when he plays
Master
next year,
Bear.
because I don't believe he was at all during his season. But he weighed in there. That was his official weight. I really question that when he has his pro day, if he ever steps on that scale again, he can tell the scouts and the general managers and the coaches down there, I weigh 201 pounds, I'm good and ready to go. But he has such a unique ability as a quarterback and a 5'10" quarterback. I've never seen a guy with this type of savvy for the position. He has excellent vision down the field. He's great at off-schedule schedule type throws and making off schedule type plays. Some of the throws, and I saw him play live twice this year, some of the throws that he makes, is like there's no way a 5'10" quarterback can see that far down the field. Yet he did it week in and week out through his collegiate career. So, after the combine, and we'll talk about it here, C.J. Stroud may have inched up there, but I was very excited. In Houston, playing indoors in the AFC South.
I mean, very homo.
Weather games. Size is not going to be a factor.
Hey, wait, no!
Me and
I
you
mean,
are
no!
all the way to the Super Bowl eventually with this one, Ryan.
Well, Rick, can I join the high five party?
Nice, I
Because
ranked
I'm
up.
right there with you. I have no concerns about Bryce Young being 5'10".
Nice.
Last
Me
time
too.
I checked, he's been this height his entire football career. When you talk about high school and collegiately, and he's dominated. Was a 5-star player coming
I'm
out
not
of high
trash
school,
no more.
dominated every opposing team he faced off against. Goes off to Alabama, becomes a starter, won the Heisman last year in 2021, came back and put up big-time numbers with a average class of wide receivers. Don't forget that. So this is a guy who's become accustomed to being a shorter quarterback, being able to oversee big linemen in front of him and the guys that are rushing him to be a very, very efficient quarterback. And for the concerns about, well, the durability issues, they protect quarterbacks like parents protect infants. They do not allow these guys to hit them like they used to be hit back in the day, back in Rick's day. So no, I'm not concerned because you have to lay quarterbacks down. You can't even sling them down. You can't throw them. You can't even accidentally fall on top of them because that could be a change of pace penalty in favor of the offense. So I'm okay with that. He's the best thrower of the football. And if you think he has issues in high-level type play, go back and watch Alabama versus Tennessee last year.
You go stack.
When his defense could not stop
I go
a
Steel Farm.
nosebleed, he kept getting hit. They were the most physical
It worked out
team
well
against
last
him,
time.
and he was dropping dime after dime. No question, Houston, if this happens, you just landed yourself a franchise quarterback.
And I'll just say this, there is no
Few things
stage
around- Yeah,
big
go
for
ahead.
this kid. I'm just saying there's
What?
no stage too big for this kid. Every big stage he's been on, he's performed. So that's not going to be
Cocaine Bear?
That's what it is. It's Cocaine Bear.
No, that's exactly right. And
You
a few
see
things
the new
about
movie?
the 12th
No, I
pick.
Cocaine
haven't
Shark?
To be Max point,
No
Danny Hill,
way.
our quarterback made the same
Yeah,
point
go look
that
it
you
up.
can't
It's on
touch
YouTube.
quarterbacks
There's a
anymore,
trailer.
So that certainly benefits Bryce Stroud. And finally,
Look it up.
instead of high fives,
Cocaine
we're gonna do a
Shark.
fun bunch celebration when the Texans take Bryce Young. So let's move to number 3. The Cardinals are on the clock. They need a lot of help in a lot of places. B-Mac, I'm going to come to you first. I have them taking Tyree Wilson. Producer Stryker said he's my brother. I wish he was my brother with that check he's about to sign. B-Mac, what do you think about Tyree Wilson, who is long, had a great season at Texas Tech, battling a foot injury as we head into the draft?
Extremely long. I think he has a high ceiling. The potential is there.
The hell going on here?
For Tyree Wilson is
The hell that dude doing?
lack of burst.
Trash, bro.
Did not see from him at Texas Tech. He's a guy that utilizes power all the
You got one? Calm
You know,
down.
On Sundays, it's not just about power. You got to be able
Your
to
panty on a bunch.
emphasize some moves. Not to mention the speed to get around some of these prolific blockers that are blocking for their quarterback. I didn't see that. It's all about power with him. It's all
What happened to you?
about- And I didn't see the burst. One thing I love seeing from
Well, yeah, I know that.
especially in the trenches, the first man off the ball is usually the first man to the ball. When you watch Mr. Wilson,
Come back, Bear.
oftentimes he's not the first man off the ball, which is a lack of momentum in regards to trying to create and generate consistent pressure. So I have my concerns with him, but maybe
Dude, you
when he's
suck,
able
bro.
to go through his pro day regimen and run the 40, he can answer some of my
Bear
concerns.
natural, my ass
But
better
that's
run
one
to
of
the
the
zero
things
order
that
there.
I have with Tyree Wilson. I love the length, I love the strength, but in regards to rushing the passer, there's only one move with him. Straight
He ran.
power.
He tried to score, but he couldn't. I defend the shit out of it.
And we know on Sunday you have to be able to display more than that to be efficient.
Yeah, well, if anyone saw Ryan Wilson stand next to Tyree Wilson, there'd be
They were already trying to get me.
They're not related one way, shape, or
They try to get me.
So that would get answered
Try to
right
get me.
away.
No, you got
Came
me.
up with that analogy.
That thing makes still became Bear. Fuck us over.
But this kid has great upside. I agree with B-Mac all the way on this. He is not as polished. I sure would have looked at potentially taking Myles Murphy here. Both another young pass rusher that may be a little bit more explosive from a speed and from a quickness standpoint. I think both of them are going to be very good players. Both need a lot of technique work. But when defensive line coaches work these kids out, and we'll see what they do at their pro days, because Murphy didn't work out either at the combine, to see which one may nudge above the other one. But with a first-time head coach in John Gannon, who was a defensive coordinator at Philadelphia, you have a first-time general manager. They have to make sure this pick is right. So I think they'll go.
And they're working.
Definitely need more than pass rushers on this football team, but pass rushers are in a premium, and I think they cannot go wrong with a Wilson or a Murphy.
Get something.
Well, stop dying.
Said, Rick, you cannot go wrong with a Wilson ever, and I can't believe that you think that I'm short. But
You were dying, bro. Let's be honest, you were.
I love Tyree Wilson, so I'm going to have a conversation during the break.
Because I wasn't. Because I haven't been dying. No, I get what you're saying. I should let it have you, but technically, it's because you've been dying.
But there's another quarterback in the conversation that's sneaking up on Bryce Young, and the one's 1A and the other one's 1B.
All right, that's fine.
1B
I'm
is
cool with
CJ
that.
Stroud, who have going to Indianapolis.
Yeah, and then this mock draft 101 you put together with no trades, and I'm sitting there at number 4, and C.J. Stroud falls to me with the Indianapolis Colts. This is a no-brainer. And I thought C.J. has just spiraled upward since the end of the season. It started in the Michigan game. The question was not about his arm talent, but can he make off-schedule type plays? Can he make plays with his feet? We started to see signs of that in the Michigan game, even though they lost that game. Then he goes down and plays against an NFL caliber defense against the Georgia Bulldogs. And he was like, where has this been all year? Because if he would have shown that week in and week out during the season, I'm not so sure he would be the top quarterback in this draft. The other thing that I'm very excited about is that when he threw at the combine, it was probably the best combine throwing session that I've seen from a quarterback. He's working with receivers he's never worked with before. You look at the coordination between his feet, his upper body, his release. He was on target to his left, to his right, short, intermediate, deep. He put on a show at the combine. That's why I etched him up to 1B. And if I'm in Indianapolis Colts, I may be jumping higher and high-fiving even more than I could when Houston took Bryce Young.
Yeah, I agree with you, Rick. I think if you're the coach, if this actually happens and he's available, you don't waste any time to go put this selection in. He's a do-it-all type of quarterback. I think he's a plug-and-play guy instantly for that team. Not to mention, he has a nice running back behind him to have the luxury of handing the football to, and Jonathan Taylor as well. So they have some pieces already there. Hopefully they can kind of get that offensive line back to what they were years ago. But yes, he's the best thrower of the football, the second best thrower of the football in this draft behind my guy Bryce Young. A very, very smooth throw. I mean, he does everything with the same motion. He has a nice touch when need be. He has the velocity to sling it down the length of the football field. His anticipation is there in regards to throwing pass catchers wide open. I would love this pick, and I'm pretty sure the coach will love it as well.
All right, things are going to start to get interesting here, B-Mac. I'm going to come back to you. The Seahawks are on the clock by virtue of the Russ Wilson trade that has yet to work out. My guy, your guy, Rick's guy, Eugene Cyrus III just got a new deal, well-deserved, so I don't know if a quarterback would be in the mix here. I want to get your thoughts on that, but I have them taking Jalen Carter, who falls to 5. We mentioned the off-field issues earlier on the show. Last week, he left Indianapolis to go back to Athens, Georgia to talk police, returned to Indianapolis to meet the teams and get weighed and measured. If you're the Seahawks, who have a history of taking guys like this and turning them into all-stars, are you taking Jalen Carter here, or are you going in another direction, B-Mac?
I'm not going any direction. The only direction I'm going is to Athens, to go ahead and go get Jalen Carter. Because if you look at the formula the Seahawks used last year's draft, remember, they emphasized loading up on the offensive line in the interior, getting 2 bookend tackles.
Dude, I'm sucking this game, though. Oh, shit, I'm sucking.
To have a bright future in regards to that side of the thing offensively. So now you do the opposite in attacking the defensive line, getting beefier in the interior, getting guys that can be disruptors as well. So this is remember, Jalen Carter, before the information came out, he was the #1 guy, the consensus for most people felt like he was the best player in this draft. So if you're able to get him at 5 for the Seattle Seahawks, A team that made it to the playoffs last year with a lot of young talent that emerged to be big-time contributors for their organization, adding him to what they already have in place. Man, look out. This will be a win-win for all parties involved.
If it was anyone else but the Seattle Seahawks, I would say there may be a little hesitation here, especially if all the legal issues are not resolved before the draft comes. But the Seattle Seahawks have a history of taking guys that may have some questionable character issues that are hanging out there. I think they do a great job. Pete Carroll does a great job. John Schneider does a great job. When I bring in some of these character concerned players, then they have a unique way of making sure that they handle them. And what I've heard in the past is they like to celebrate the uniqueness of a player, whatever that means, whatever that is, they have a formula to do that. So Jalen Carter is sitting there at 5. I don't think there's any hesitation. They may run that card up faster than the Indianapolis Colts did with CJ.
The final stretch. You can do it!
Rick, I think I hear your dogs back there barking. They agree. They like Jalen Carter and the Seahawks as well. All right, let's take a look back at those top 5 picks that we just made here. Started at the top with Will Anderson going first to the Bears in a no-trade situation. You see 2 quarterbacks off the board. How many more quarterbacks will go in the remainder of this first round? Well,
We said he stole it.
come back. We're going to take a look at picks 6 through 10. The Lions are on the clock. We'll get right back with the first pick right after this. So here are picks 6 through 10 as we look at this mock draft from me, Ryan Wilson. And something to note here, pick 6 and pick 10, those teams are on the rise. They made trades and found themselves with high first-round picks. This is with the first pick, NFL Draft Special on CBSSports.com. We're going through my mock draft. We've already done picks 1 through 5. Now we're on to picks 6 through 10. And Rick, I'm going to start with you. You have some ties to the Lions. They got that pick by virtue of the Matthew Stafford trade. And in my mock draft, I had the Lions taking Myles Murphy, who you mentioned in the last segment, the edge rusher out of Clemson. Just so you know, he's 6'5", 275. What do you think about that pick, pairing him opposite Aiden Hutchinson in Detroit?
Well, I'm not going to put any words into B-Mac's mouth, but I'm sure he's in the corner here. But the reason I would go with the defensive end here, whether it's if it's Myles Murphy or Tyree Wilson, one of those two will be here. They have to get another edge rusher to go along with Aiden Hutchinson, who they drafted and had a great rookie year. They got to rebuild that defense. I can see them going best pass rusher because after Myles Murphy, it starts to drop off from the pass rusher. So they have to get one here, knowing that they have another first-round pick coming up, knowing the depth of the corner position in this draft. They should be
How the hell we won?
back and get another corner.
I don't think
But this is a long, athletic kid. I thought he played very hard. He played very hard on tape. He has an excellent get-off. He uses a long arm, which most of them do. He needs to
Oh, damn.
come up with a pass rush plan to counter.
Me neither.
But with this length, this athleticism, this quickness, this speed, he has a chance to be a legit
Damn.
pass rusher and a very good one.
18
I
points.
agree with you when you talk about the areas of concern for the Detroit Lions. Clearly, they're on the defensive side. The front, being able to get more guys that can rush the passer and improve it in the secondary, getting better in coverage. And you talk about the depth at the cornerback position. It's okay to select elsewhere on the defensive side with their first-round pick because clearly there will be some nice proven guys waiting for the Lions at the 18th selection. I think that's the second pick in the first round they currently have. So taking Myles Murphy, who's clearly the next best edge rusher, is the best thing to do. I love his first step. He has great athleticism, very, very explosive. In 3 years, around 18 and a half sacks, 6 forced fumbles, 6'5", 270 plus. I would love to see exactly what he does during his pro day because clearly he might improve his stock based on how athletic he's shown he can be on tape. So this will be a slam dunk for the Detroit Lions, and seeing what they were able to do with Aiden Hutchinson, seeing the success and how hard he works, you better believe he will have a good leader to learn from in Aiden Hutchinson and trying to be a quality pro on football.
And B-Mac, just to cut in
Here's
here
the other
real
thing,
quick.
guys.
Yeah, wait, just real quick, I want to make one point is B-Mac knows that if you have the pass rushers up front, it makes that coverage behind a lot easier than it is when you're sitting back there trying to cover a guy for 3 or 4 seconds.
No question.
No, that's right, Rick. And here's the thing. Miles Murphy, he just turned 21 in January, so he's just scratching the surface. And BMAC, you mentioned that 18th pick that the Lions have. And spoiler alert, I haven't taken a cornerback yet to watch to see who it ends up being. It's one of Rick's favorite players, so put that feather in your cap. BMAC, I'm going to come back to you because you're a Florida State guy. Our guy Danny Cannell.
Oh shit! I thought you were playing Gengar.
Let me tell you something. When this young man walked across the set to talk
We're having a
about
Gengar.
Anthony Richardson out of Florida,
I was like,
you
nah,
would
I
have
haven't played
thought
Gengar forever,
that Danny
so I
Cannell
don't
was
feel
meeting
comfortable
his
playing
favorite
Gengar.
player on planet Earth. So I have him going
He's very-
ahead of Will Levis to
he's
the
only
Las
good in
Vegas
groups.
Raiders. Are you buying or selling?
Well, I'm
Yeah, 'cause he's
buying it,
squishy.
Especially if there is a clearance price on
This
it. You know,
go-getter
because they're
Ninetale?
selling. Right now for the Raiders,
Interesting.
this is a big area
And a
of need
go-getter
for them,
Mr. Mind.
I have my concerns or reservations in regards to Anthony Richardson.
Interesting.
Over 400 passes in his collegiate career. A very, very small sample size. But with what he displayed at the combine, the athleticism and the speed, he's jumping up the charts. But the last time I checked, the quarterback is supposed to throw the football. Everything else is extra. But what we're talking about first and foremost with Anthony Richardson is the athlete that he is, the skill set and how explosive and how fast he is. But I do believe the ceiling, the potential is there. I think he has the highest ceiling out of all the quarterbacks because we've only seen so little from him. And when you factor everything that he has from the athletic skill set, if he can become a better passer of the football, then you might have yourself a big-time player at the quarterback position. So based on the need, guys, I'm okay in making this pick for the Raiders because if you can get him coached up to be the guy we believe he could be a Josh Allen-ish type of player in regards to what he has athletically speaking, and he's becoming a better thrower of the football.
Yeah, B-Mac, I'm going to disagree here.
All right.
Ryan, I would have took Will Levis here. I agree with
My bow's worth 2 acts though.
I just don't know
He got melted.
if he's an athlete playing quarterback or can he be a quarterback that is an athlete. And that's the thing that teams will try to discover, try to have a lot of meetings with him to see how much he understands and knowledge of defensive fronts, defensive coverages. Can he adapt to a NFL offense, especially Josh McDaniels and the New England offense that he brought out to Vegas? And the only reason I probably went with Will Levis over Anthony Richardson here is because Josh McDaniels, when he was in New England, and everybody compared this kid to a Cam Newton type player, he had Cam Newton up there, but Cam Newton wasn't successful in that.
Those work out suck. He's supposed to be stacking, but he's not stacking shit.
But the concern is the accuracy, the decision making. Can that all improve? But I would have went with Will Levis here over Anthony Richardson.
All right, we'll see how this unfolds in terms of the quarterback rankings because there are NFL teams that certainly like Will Levis more than I do, and we have 52 days to figure that out. All right, let's go to pick 8. Rick, I'm going to come to you. The Atlanta Falcons have a ton of needs. They have A.J. Terrell, and that's basically it on that side of the football. Grady Jarrett, maybe. But I went with cornerback Christian Gonzalez, a Colorado transfer who went to Oregon. Great season, great combine. This week, he was my cornerback 1. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, he's been my cornerback once in the fall, and he finally came around as you watch more tape and watch what he did at the combine. If one of those pass rushers would fall there by chance, and let's say Detroit pulled the trigger on a corner and a Tyree Wilson or Miles Murphy fall there, then they have to go pass rusher. But they need help everywhere, especially on the defensive side of the ball. They need pass rushers. They need corners. And I say this is a great pick because he's my #1 corner coming off. He's long. He's athletic. He can run. When you watch him move around.
And the bird came down and melted me.
He was very smooth for his size. The biggest question coming in, transferring from Colorado to Oregon, was his ball skill. This year, I believe he had 4 interceptions. Showed that he can judge and go up.
I'm coming, Weezy.
He is a shutdown #1 corner in my opinion, and I think this would be a great pick for the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah, Rick, talking about the 4 picks he had this season, heck, he had
there you go.
team in Colorado.
There you go.
I'm okay with this pick. I believe that Atlanta, they will address the pass rush.
You want to melt the comfy?
Free agency with all the money they have to play with, but going to get a corner who's 6'2", over 200 pounds, ran 4'3", that's a can't say no type product. And in my player comp for Anthony, Gonzalez was AJ Terrell, who would be his teammate if this was to become a reality. When you look at Christian Gonzalez, his measurables, how fast and how fluid he is, and his press technique and off technique, he reminds me a lot of AJ Terrell, who's having a heck of a career so far for the Atlanta Falcons. So I'm okay with this pick because, yes, Atlanta has a lot of needs, especially on the defensive side. But when you talk about having Christian Gonzalez right here at the 8th pick, you got to make this move happen.
Another team with a lot of needs are on the clock right now. That's the Carolina Panthers. It starts with the quarterback position. And Rick, I'll ask you, I have to take Will Levis here. He's the fourth quarterback off the board in the top 10. If the owner comes to you and says, hey, GM Spielman, I see all these plays in 2022 on Twitter of Will Levis looking...
Mr. Mom's the only one alive. And the bird's about to be dead.
Well, you better go back and watch him in 2021, owner Wilson. So... It's been documented. Everyone's talked about it. The offensive line wasn't good. He had a lot of young receivers that I think are going to be very good down the road, but they're still maturing right now. He was banged up, got beat up a lot. I mean, when we talked to him on the set, he had a bad foot, he had a bad shoulder. I kind of questioned him why he didn't play in the bowl game, why he didn't show up down to the Senior Bowl.
And he OT.
Could have been, the focal point of
Get him, Weezy. Oh, you got him. Nice. Run like a bitch. Run like a bitch. Yeah, run like a bitch. There, Weezy.
I didn't think he was going to throw at the combine, but he did throw at the combine.
Holy shit.
Quick release.
I never see you ran like a little bitch before, and I loved it. And I loved it.
He's got a little bit of technique work, especially throwing to the left side of the field, where it kind of skip doesn't open up enough. That's all correctable with coaching. I think he has tremendous upside. I don't think people remember how good of an athlete he was in 2021, and he can make plays with his legs as well. The biggest issue I had with him when he made plays with his legs, he thinks he's a running back and trying to run through everybody. He has to learn how to slide, so he doesn't do that. But this would be a great pick. The owner is like, just like we talked about with the Indianapolis Colts, it's like veteran and then another veteran and then another veteran. They have to find a young franchise quarterback. And I think Reich would love to work with this kid, and he could be their franchise.
But it was like, why does this so fast?
Well, I'm not as high on Will Levis as Rick is, and here's why.
Ooh, I made it out of there, bro.
Beat out Sean Clifford at Penn State. We're talking about a young Sean Clifford. Then he goes to Kentucky. I saw a lot of inconsistencies. And even going back to last year, when you talk about some of the offensive line issues, not having Chris Rodriguez in the backfield, clearly that hampered the offense. But there were a few ball games where he was a liability for Kentucky. I mean, you go back and watch the Georgia game. Makeable throws, costly red zone turnovers from Will Levis allowed the Bulldogs to run away with that ball game. So there were so many up and down moments.
Oh, man. Then he stole it.
That is a
Fuckers.
Sunday-like player. You see it regardless of what is surrounding him. It's his job to make everything around him better, especially when you have that skill set and that type of talent. He just does not see the field well for me. And when we talk about playing the quarterback position, when we talk about guys like Will Levis and Anthony Richardson, oftentimes the first thing we say in regards to those players is the measurables, the athleticism, the grittiness they utilize when they're running the football. Last time I checked, the quarterback job is to throw the football. That's probably the second or third thing we emphasize with these guys because they're not natural throwers of the football, or at least we haven't really seen a lot of that in their collegiate career. So yes, this is a need for Carolina, addressing the final stretch. But he took Matt Corral last year. He was injured in his rookie campaign. You bring in Will Levis. Last time I checked, they still have Sam Darnold, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, those two guys seem to be far along than Will Levis in regards to what they did collegiately and being in the National Football League. So I don't know.
And they're defending the shit out of it. You told me to go over Quasar.
Can I counter that?
And we lost.
All right, go ahead, Rick. Yeah, I'm your owner, okay? You're the general going to be our franchise quarterback, and Will Levis is the last one on the board before it falls off. So
Who doesn't want us to run it? What a dumbass. It's GG's.
that you're not taking Will Levis because you think he's a weak player, then what are we going to do going forward? I do not feel that going through the quarterback carousel that we've been going since I've owned this football.
So my rebuttal would be to you as the owner, right? How much better will Will Levis be than Sam Darnold? Or if Matt Corral was in this same draft as Will Levis, would you still take Will Levis over Matt Corral? If there's not a big difference in separation in regards to production, potential, and just the upside, then I say, you know what, either we trade back and maybe ride and see what we can do with Sam Darnold. But I think if you were to put all three of those guys in the same category, the third guy we all would probably pick would be Will Levis behind a Sam Darnold, Matt Corral, based on what he did at Ole Miss, and then Will Levis. So that would be my rebuttal. But at the end of the day, Mr. Owner, it's your team. I got to do what you want me to do. But it's my job to speak up for myself, because if it goes left, guess what? You can't blame it on me. You can't say, well, this was your guy. No, Mr. Owner, this was your guy. So at the end of the day, you have the final say. So whatever name you want me to write on this card, just let me know.
And if it doesn't work out,
Hey, B-Mac knows.
Anyway.
As I say, B-Mac knows where the who's cashing his check, but he also is keeping some receipts. I understand that, B-Mac. All right, I'm coming right back to you, B-Mac, because this is your
Correct, bro.
This is producer Striker's dude, and this is the Eagles.
Correct.
Somehow at the 10th pick after going to the Super Bowl by virtue of the trade with the Saints. I got him taking cornerback Joey Porter Jr.
Correct.
This is how old you are. We were on set with him last week, and he remembers watching you play and looking up to you in 05 when he was playing with Clark Hagan's kid. Tell me about Joey Porter Jr.
Oh, man, I love everything about him. Just seeing his development as a little kid to now as an adult getting ready to get drafted in the National Football League is a blessing. This would be a dead-on big-time get for Philadelphia. When you talk about what they already have in place defensively, making it to the Super Bowl, as you alluded to, getting a big-time playmaker, extremely long, lengthy guy. That's the thing I love about Joey Porter Jr. He can literally scratch his ankle standing straight up. That's how long his arms are. And Rick, you know how important that is in regards to being disruptive at the line of scrimmage and being handsy as a defender in the secondary. So this is a big-time need, and this would be a big plus. My only question for Philly, already having another pick in the first round, would they actually stay put here at 10? Would they trade back to add more picks, to maybe add more resources to add in the draft? Or would they just go ahead and make this?
Oh, you gonna play Sport Bunny? I'm gonna play Trevor Nett then.
With this pick, because you get a plug-and-play guy
Alright, not Trevor Nett.
guy that plays with the fire and grit that his father displayed week in and week out. He is not the talker of Joey Porter Sr. We know how much Joey Porter Sr. used to love to talk, but he plays with the same fire and energy. So I would love this move for Philly.
Yeah, their number one need, in my opinion, is defensive tackle, but there's no defensive tackles here to take. So I agree with this pick. They need a corner. They lost Bradbury, so he's going to be gone. They can't afford to pay all these guys. And talking with Howie Roseman a little bit, they know they're going to have to rebuild the guys that they're losing through the draft. A lot of their draft picks last year, except for Jordan Davis, didn't have a lot of play time. Those are the guys in waiting that are going to need to step up this year. And this year's rookie class is going to have to go out there and help immediately. And Joey Porter Jr., if you can get a player of this caliber, especially at the corner position, Gonzalez is gone. This is a great pick for Philadelphia.
Where you going, Bunny? You forgot that you were leaning?
He's got to go grind some tape on Will Levis so he can have some talkback points for Rick Spielman and Pete Briscoe. But Rick's going to hang around, and we're going to grind through the rest of this mock draft here on CBS Sports HQ. Here's a look at picks 6 through 10. The picks we just saw here, Myles Murphy at the top to the Lions, the rich get richer edge rusher, and then that pick 10 there, Joey Porter Jr. His dad was V-Mac's former teammate for the Steelers, Joey Porter Sr., going to Philadelphia. We got 4 quarterbacks off the board in the first 10 picks. Could another one sneak into the first round? Hang around.
Dang it, run.
Here
Run.
on CBS
Run.
Sports HQ.
There goes through the middle for him. Damn.
We're back with the first
Can only score once.
draft special here at CBS Sports HQ. Here are picks 11 through 20 of my latest mock draft.
And I'm gonna bait him out.
Linemen go in picks 11 through 20. And Rick, I want to get your opinion on pick 14 there. 4 picks in. The Patriots take right tackle Darnell Wright out of Tennessee. We've watched him in the fall. We talked to him at the Combine. Great young man. But I get the sense, Rick, that you feel like the Patriots could have gone in another direction here. Perhaps some might say a crazy direction. What would you have done?
Well, let's just kind of analyze everything where the New England Patriots are. I can see why
Send me
they're
some.
an offensive tackle here. They got Isaiah Winnup, who's kind of been the #1 bust for them. Their backup tackle, Marcus Cannon, is also up. Trent Williams played the left side. He could potentially move over to the right side or keep it on the left, which you said. But also look at the receivers. They got Nelson Aguilar up. They got Jacoby Myers up. So they got some receivers up, and that quarterback, Mac Jones, needs some help. But here's my theory, and this may be reaching a little bit, or some people may disagree with me, which is fine. I don't care. But I'm going to go with Bijan Robinson here. And the reason I went with that, okay, Damian Harris is out of contract. Ramondre Stevenson has durability and fumble.
I'm coming, Weezy.
Although I think he's a very good back.
Get this convenience store. Oh, never mind. You're about to die.
Coordinator. Bill O'Brien came from Alabama. Alabama, I know, had some great players down there, but they've always had 2 very good running backs.
Oh, I need a Weezy. Damn it.
Take some pressure off of Mac Jones. I'm going to go and just say, I'm out on a limb, that this kid is too good of a football player to pass up. Ryan, you even talked about it. He may be one of the top 5 or 10, and maybe the top 5 players, regardless of position in this draft. And I know how the running backs are devalued, but this kid is unique and special. He has excellent vision. You can see how he's patient through the hole. He has excellent burst once he gets to the second level. He can sidestep and avoid tacklers in space. He can catch the ball out of the backfield. I don't know. I try to watch and try to poke holes in this kid's game, and I can't find any. I think he is one of the best running backs
Get him, nice.
since Saquon Barkley. And I'm going to go out on a limb here and say, and I may be wrong, but the reason I laid out
The bird, OT. There's a bird in the bush. There's a bird in the bush.
You can disagree with me if you want. You're probably not right, and I'm probably
You didn't hear me?
right, but let's hear it.
I was like, there's a bird in the bush.
So you are right about this. I released my big board prior to the Combine. Bijan was number 7. And here's the thing, man. The more you talk, the more I'm buying what you're selling at 14, because Mac Jones' season last year, forgettable. What's the best way to help a young quarterback? You can fix the offensive line. You can give him wide receivers. Give him a running back. And you mentioned Ramondre Stevenson, how well he played when he was holding on to the football. Give him another running back in that backfield. Take the pressure off the offense. Make Bill O'Brien's job easier. I don't hate it. At 14 especially, it's not like a top 2 or top 3 pick. And just in case you don't know this, and I can't imagine you wouldn't, Rick Spielman, that's the guy that drafted Adrian Peterson. So it all adds up, Rick. Let's go 1 pick later to pick 15. The Packers, are on the clock. The last time they drafted a wide receiver in the first round, 2002. That was so long ago I had hair, Rick. I had them taking Zay Flowers out of Boston College, a smallish receiver, but absolutely
They're in the jungle.
electric. We talked to him last week at the Combine. I know you like Zay, but I think you might be thinking about another player too.
Yeah, but if they took Zay Flowers, I would lose my hair like you did. I can't understand why would take a third small receiver to go along with the 2 young guys, and they don't have a history of taking receivers. So my theory here on the Green Bay Packers, Adrian Amos is an unrestricted free agent, their safety. Darnell Savage has been average as grits. I don't think he's a top-end starter in the NFL, so they need safety help. Also, Tunyon and Mercedes Lewis, both tight ends are hitting the free agent market as well. So I can see them going either tight end or I can see them going safety. And since the tight end class is pretty deep, the safety class is not deep. So I went with Brian Branch. I know he didn't run great at the Combine, but he plays fast. He can play Nick. He can play safety. I think he's going to be an excellent free safety when he gets up to the NFL. Don't forget about what you'll see on tape. Okay, everybody gets hung up with the Combine stuff, but watch him in the drills at the Combine. He was as smooth as silk getting into and out of his cuts, his transition quickness, his ability and to turn his hips, his range he had on the back end when he tracked balls in the DB drills. I think this is a no-brainer. And then after Deion Branch, I don't think there is another safety that's going to go in the first round, and it gets even lower when you get into Friday on round 2 and round 3. So if you need a safety, which they definitely do, there's only one in the first round that you can take. So because of lack of depth at the position, I would have went with Branch.
Yeah, the 4-5-8, I don't care about. Brian Branch is a first-round pick all day long, and he is a middle of the first-round pick all day long. I love it, Rick, even though you made the ball cracks. So, look, we're going to go to break, and when we come back, we're going to hit the final picks, 21 through 31. There is no 32 this year because the Dolphins cheated. That's another conversation. We'll be right back after the break to finish out this mock draft. All right, here are picks 21 through 31. Into the first round of my mock draft. Here we're talking about here and with the first pick, CBS Sports HQ mock draft show. No quarterbacks. That was it. The top 4 went in the top 10 picks. 1 cornerback goes here, 2 tight ends, 3 wide receivers. So, Rick, let's talk about some of these wide receivers. Let's start at 25. I had the Giants who just gave Daniel Jones all that money. A huge weapon outside in Jalen Hyde. He reminds me a little bit in terms of the way he plays of Mike Wallace and that he runs 9 routes all day long. What do you think about Jalen Hyde going to the Giants, or is there someone else you'd like to see there?
I would like to see someone else there, to be honest with you, because you're going with a one-year wonder that's a one-trick pony right now. Although I think he has the ability to improve his technique running routes. I think he does have good hands, but I think he's a ways away yet. And I always was a little cautious if they were one-hit wonders. Hopefully, you'd like to see some of these guys that you're going to grab in the first round have back-to-back productive seasons. There's no question, when we talked to this kid on the stage, bright young man, talks about how he continued to get better through the season. There's no question about the vertical threat. He's coming from a very basic offense. He's going to have to learn an NFL offense, but I went with someone different. Okay, you've just got Daniel Jones done for a 4-year deal. By doing that, you were able to franchise Saquon Barkley. So they need to get weapons on the offensive side. I couldn't even name a receiver. I believe Galladay got released as a cap casualty, so they need some explosive playmakers. I can see why maybe you see that and why you would take that, but I'm going to put my money on Addison. He's been too productive, not only at Pittsburgh, but also at USC. He's a very smooth route runner. He can do it all. Go over the top, stretch the defenders down the field, although he didn't run as fast as everybody thought he was going to run. He's an excellent route runner at the intermediate and short level. He gives Daniel Jones a legitimate threat at all levels of the field. He's well-known. He's been proven it over the last 2-3 years as a collegiate player. So I'm going to put my money on a guy that I know his college game is going to translate up to the NFL.
I love Jordan Addison. You'll get no argument from me on that. Let's take a look at one more player. Let's go to pick 30. The Eagles there. They have selection. Earlier they took Joey Porter Jr., the cornerback. Now they circle back. And you mentioned this earlier. You'd like to see him take a defensive tackle. I haven't taken Clemson defensive tackle. Bright Brzee. Tough season on the field. A ton of things going on off the field in terms of his personal life that he had to deal with. I think he's going to be a much better NFL player than college player. What do you think about this?
Yeah, well, I actually agree with you on this one for a change. And
yes.
You're welcome.
Earlier, the rich get richer, and you're telling me that the
stole the shit out of it.
Eagles took at number 10 Joey Porter Jr., and now they get an opportunity to come back and take Brzee from Clemson. This kid has so much potential.
Bro, that last dunk I did saved us, bro. That very last dunk.
But when you looked at
and that right quick, he's already saved us.
Ran in a 40. Look how he looked in the drills. This guy,
dude, I scored 2 dunks. Dude, that last dunk saved. Holy crap, saved us.
Run, but rush the passer or going to come at a premium.
That was nuts.
Sitting there at 30.
That was nuts.
And the Philadelphia Eagles and Howie Roseman
can really be won that.
Out of the park again with this mock draft.
Like for real, like.
I agree with you. Miracle. Agree with me. All right, Rick, that's it. That's a wrap on With the First Picks, CBS Sports HQ NFL Mock Draft Special. I want to thank you. I want to thank BMAC. I want to thank all of you for watching. Oh, and by the way, here's a podcast.
Speaking of culture, Lamar Jackson seemingly fits in the Atlanta Falcons culture, also in many other cultures that are around the league. As soon as he's given the non-exclusive tag, which we know other teams are able to come and get him, and we want to break through that process here in a second. But first, I want to know, why do you think all these teams came out so quickly publicly saying we are not in the Lamar Jackson race, even though they are certainly in the quarterback-needed race, and they've looked into other veteran quarterbacks of the past? Is this like a message you think that's being sent about guaranteed contracts? Lombo, is that how you read it as a man who spent, what, 60 years in the NFL, or 50 years in the NFL? Honestly.
Well, I think it's lion season in the NFL right now. Like, how can the Atlanta Falcons for a straight face say that they were all in on Deshaun Watson last year and say they're not in on Lamar Jackson?
That's what Pac-Man said, too. That's what.
How can Carolina say that they're not in on Lamar Jackson? First of all, Ryan Poles, the general manager of the Chicago Bears, says he has 3 number ones on the table, according to what he wrote, what Peter King wrote about in his column, that teams will move up and he can get 3 number 1 picks. He can get the flip in the first and then 2 more ones. Why would you pay all that for an unproven player when you can go get Lamar? Now, look, the contract becomes tough because there's no agent involved here, so it's a tough situation. What the Ravens did by putting the non-exclusive on is they took an advertise. They said, call us, make a deal. And I think all these teams that said they're not interested, when they were interested in Watson last year, you know, what message are they sending to their fan base? I mean, we were interested in Watson last year, but we're not interested in this guy. This guy won MVP. The other guy, the other guy missed football. Like, how does that make any sense? So I think a lot of it is just posturing, and a lot of it is a message to the Ravens that they're not going to engage, trying to get the price of 2 number 1s down. Remember, when they put that tag on them, you don't have to pay 2 number 1s. You can negotiate a deal. So it could be less than 2 number 1s. And I think that's what we're in a posturing mode of the NFL. We're not interested in Lamar. Frankly, who wouldn't be? Like, I know it's going to cost a lot of money. I know the guarantee's a problem, but there's still solutions.
Pac-Man has a question for you.
Hey, Mike, do you think if he had an agent, do you think we would be still talking about this?
No, I think it would be. I think he's hurt himself. Look, his mom. He trusts his mom, but you got to find somebody who's confident who can do this. Agents broker deals. Dave Dunn, the agent for Aaron Rodgers, is going to broker that deal with the Jets. That's how this deal gets. That's how it all gets happened. And they also understand the value of the player in the open market. Now, especially when it comes time when there's a lot of moving pieces in this Lamar Jackson thing. We got to satisfy Baltimore. We got to get the guarantee, and we got to find a trade partner. That's a lot of things that have to happen behind the scenes that you got to understand the National Football League to make it happen. This is Lamar's mom. I don't know if she does that. I think it's unfair that he's in this. He should be out. Look, pay a flat fee. I don't know what the deal is. But you need somebody to broker this a little bit. You need somebody to do this so that you can get what you need to get out of it.
See, Lombo, you know, because I've called you and asked for advice, I take a lot of pride in the fact
Dude,
that I represent
the jungler came in and melted me.
my life. I take a lot of pride in it. In the business.
What happened to you? You
I have the
died too?
relationships with the people at the business to do it. I think
Oh,
I
damn.
understand the business a little bit.
The jungler,
But
man.
at some points, too, like, there's a time where you have to look and be like, good business is probably for me not to be the one handling this particular situation, because Lamar is in a very unique, this is a billion dollar industry, and you're talking about 31 billionaires, okay? So if
And
you're
the
going in there
jungler's
alone,
still there.
you're up
On a
against
run.
it immediately. Like you are up against
No, I'm abandoning it.
and a
And
lot
pop.
of potential sway and everything like that. As somebody that is one of the loudest advocates for, like, people need to understand what's going on for themselves and people need to do it. Like, an NFL deal, if I was a quarterback,
You need
I
help?
don't know
I'm
if
coming.
the guy
I'm coming.
that is the right person to be doing that. And that's smart business. to
I'm
make that
coming.
decision, I think. Like, that
Where
is
you go?
something I feel like Lamar, because I think Lamar's probably a great businessman. I think his mom
Dude, I
is
died
probably
too.
incredibly
Malcolm
intelligent,
Gardevoir?
business.
No, he melted all of us. What the fuck? He melted all of us. What the hell?
The other 32 teams before
Some bullshit.
Agent can call whoever he wants.
What do you think?
You know, we making deals. They making
That
deals.
Usher food nasty, bro.
I don't think Lamar mom have the relationship to call.
He melted all of us.
They trying to give us 170, but what y'all got before free agency hit.
Yes.
Because agents have those relationships that go behind the scenes. That's why we call them agents.
Well, how about right here too? Like, yeah, secret agents, special agents, sports agents. The fucking here in Indianapolis, the combine.
Dude, that Urshifu was melting all of us. Not even funny.
To, like, meet with people and
Dude, he melted all of us.
That's the shit that's taking place at the NFL. That's how they do their business. So acknowledging that that's how they do business and being like, oh, I need somebody that's able to fucking figure out this game is good business. Like, in my eyes, personally. And I think you know this, and I'm excited to get your kind of take on it.
Yeah, smart ass.
Well, I think the other element we're missing here is they control the narrative, right? How does all these guys get stories? How do you think they get stories about what's happening in the league? They get planted. A lot of these stories are planted. We're planting a story so we could say something else. We saw that the Falcons planted a story. We're not interested. The Miami planted a story. Well, Lamar needs to plant some stories too, and it's hard to plant a story when you don't have somebody helping you plant. Agents are great at creating what we call non-elements, what we call non-negotiable.
Carnivore, meltdown. Carnivore, what the fuck are you doing?
And I think he needs to have
He's too busy farming.
Control the narrative a little bit from his side. We don't hear his side. We only hear the Ravens side, who are very good in the PR battle. They're very good at
Dude, Carnivore ass.
You know, they handle that really well, and we're missing that element.
Hey, that's a big. Hey,
tied together.
Hey, that's a big part of it because you win the mob, you win Rome. Right?
That's right. You got to control the
Carnivore's
narrative.
pretty bad.
All right, you know, and so how does these? And the other thing is too, we can't underestimate this. You pointed out these 31 billionaires. You go after Lamar, you're changing your franchise. You're basically saying we're all in for 5 years, and that has to be a marriage and a convincing of a lot of people coming together. That we're all going to do this together because he's a great player who could change our franchise.
Dude, we getting melted.
Signing some wide receiver or trading for Calvin Ridley. This is an
It's not
organizational
funny.
shift completely, and you got to get everybody behind that. And that takes somebody who can do alignment.
Dude, all this Carnivore do is farm.
Together. And I think he's missing that. I really do. I think he's hurting himself in the long term about that. Brokering a deal is more than just saying I want $200 million guaranteed.
Yeah, it's a lot of shit. You know, it's a lot of, as somebody that's been through it a few times, just because I wanted to go into his life, and I've had success. I'm a great card player, so I think that
Got him.
helps me out in the
That
entire
OT,
thing.
bro.
And I have great
Pikachu OT, bro.
like this man
Nasty.
It was 20 minutes before I went into that one negotiation where I called
Pikachu OT, bro. Nasty.
I will forever be grateful for that. I want to let you know that.
Well, I think you understand the business, right? And so you didn't have to get traded. You were negotiating. It was a straight line. This is a little bit of a curvy road that you got to navigate, and you've got to be able to see beyond the road. I mean, the secret to all victory lies in the way.
Yeah, what the? What the?
Hey, dude, that was awesome there, Lombo.
I think I'm done after the game, man.
Really bad team against a really good team.
Dude, that Carnivore is so ass.
Okay, let's talk about Aaron. We haven't talked about it with you, I don't think yet.
Look at that Carnivore, it's trash, bro.
You tell us. You tell us, pal.
Did anything happen that we?
11-hour trip in California. Woody Johnson and Aaron Rodgers and the boys allegedly.
What'd they do?
Diana
What'd they do
Rossini
together?
says very optimistic. Deals getting done in New York. A lot of things have happened. AJ, would you like to comment on any of it, or continue to be the guy that withholds information from every human on Earth?
First off, in that picture, if you cut back to that picture, Aaron, that helmet looks huge. It looks like it's way too big up top, right?
That does look like it is a
And
little
I know he's been forced into that helmet too because he thought he was grandfathered in like far school helmet. I think they forced him to update it and do that, which still looks good, a lot better than some of the other terrible ones.
I'm sure he was very thrilled.
They're coming.
I don't know, honestly,
They're coming.
the Jets really want him from all the reports, what it sounds like, right? And if they want him, when will this happen? If they want to sign him, they want to trade for him. Wouldn't they want to use him to recruit other players to the team? So they would want to have him.
Okay, all right, so let's take what he just said. All right, let's just take what he just said.
I don't know if it's going to happen. I don't know if he's going to play football, but that's what I'm saying. The Jets obviously are very thirsty. They want him.
Publicly, the Jets. I think privately, you would know better than anybody. Retirement's still very much on the table.
I don't know how because he's so good, but I mean, he says it is, right?
What's Tom Pelissero reporting?
Sitting on here.
Tom Pelissero, the Jets have worked through the compensation and contracts for Aaron Rodgers. It's up to him to let them and the Packers know what he wants to do. Mike Garafolo said the Jets won't let him go.
What a goal!
Everything about the Jets, right? Constantly just like, I'll cut my dick off.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I will. What's that?
Players are recruiting him now too. Like how does, like if they don't get him, how does that work?
Hey, listen, you got a penthouse here. The final stretch. I got a house out in Jersey you can stay in. If you're here during the summer, got a place in the Hamptons. You can stay.
I'm gonna rip this Brock Quasar.
Howard Stern.
You guys are distracting them. I'm gonna rip
I
this.
don't think Howard would be a big fan.
No, you're not.
Howard's in that. One person in a city. This guy. Well, it's not too good. It's not too good.
It popped into my head. I know Howard's gonna be pissed.
Maybe that's something. What did that guy? What did happen to that guy?
He's still doing it, bro, isn't he?
Yeah, like, what did he do?
Stern really changed the whole game. Business-wise, they took that serious. They only
Yay.
It was a huge deal.
Finally.
For everybody.
Somebody go score. Score, Luigi, score. Yeah. Oh, you're fucked.
Howard or Robin.
Somebody score, goddammit. Finally. Oh,
We have an update.
I'm just gonna defend.
Internet. Aaron Rodgers, who has a Twitter account, has a tweet. It is a tweet about Greeny. I assume he's slicing his meat off. That is what this one is, we'd assume?
I think so.
I don't know exactly what that video is or what is all in
Here's the mute.
This one is the one where you need to send AJ.
Okay. Okay. I love that was the right tweet. AJ, have you and Greeny FaceTimed yet? Has that happened yet?
Yay.
I have not. I didn't
Yay.
know his number.
That's what he said about you.
Yay.
Okay.
You're the one that has. You have both of our numbers.
You want me to
We leveled up.
I mean, you know, I'm all right. I got a lot going on.
Dude, you know we put. You know we pulled that out of our ass, right?
Honestly, if you give me Greeny's number, I'd like to send him a text. I can't give it to
Okay.
I know. I had no choice because they were dead.
I've already got an offer on the table for 3-1.
Ultra 4 again for the third time today.
Okay, we got 7 kids. We got shit to do. But certainly, that's a big stride.
So stupid for the third time today.
Just
That's
send him
so bad.
little nuggets. Hey, Aaron says he looks really good in green. Just get him juiced, get him pumped.
Oh my God, AJ. AJ, did
Patrick's green too, though.
Here's a picture. I know you'd be fucking with him, but he would get excited. Here's a picture of my house I have. Greenberg has been rich for
long time.
25 years, 30 years. Imagine if Aaron actually ends up living.
You go roll the dice.
Like one of Greenberg's houses.
You can see it.
That he has there. That would be hysterical.
Got dice, bitch? Got dice?
Yeah.
You know, Greeny's,
We might have been going up against a 5
what
stack.
he wants to do with his life.
wait.
I think so.
He wants to be the MLB commissioner.
It seems like it.
That's
It was
been his goal.
definitely a
At
3
least he
stack.
said it on Mike and Mike for at least.
The way they were melting us, yes.
Why not?
Fire him in there.
I love Greeny.
He's been good to me.
Yeah, he's a good dude.
The internet, though. Because Greeny's been a part of every sports story in the history of sports. Like literally every single sports story. He's been directly in the middle of it going, his kind of thought expert.
Yep.
His kind of thought expert. Gather information, press back. He's been in charge of a lot. Greeny is nobody really.
He gives his opinion a lot more now, though. I think which is good.
He's in 2 Hall of Fames at this point.
Yeah.
He's a disher, though. That guy is Stockton. Watching him kind of navigate a show was really cool to kind of watch take place. He is unbelievable.
I think people like him a lot more now that he's got a beard too.
He looks
When
much
he was
more
clean
relatable.
shaven.
Agreed.
Maybe not so much. Now he's got the beard. It's like this guy looks fucking cool.
He wears Louboutins, I think, every day. Red bottoms. He has like an incredible shoe collection.
Boom.
I assume he doesn't buy any of them. I would assume.
No.
Sure. I'll jungle.
What a joke.
How
this
bad?
is. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us live in studio is a man who's the reason why I got drafted to the Indianapolis Colts. I'm thankful for that. I'm lucky for that. He is now the general manager of the Los Angeles Chargers. Ladies and gentlemen, Tom Telesco.
Yeah!
welcome to the Thunderdome. I don't think your microphone was on just yet, but we are very thankful that you are here. How about it, bro? Huh?
It's unbelievable. I was just saying this for me. I mean, I live here, so I kind of know the area well. I have not been out this far before. Thought we were halfway to Fort Wayne on the drive.
Okay, yeah, turfing that.
I mean, we appreciate
And
you
a
making
comfy
the trip
together.
up here. We had to get out of the city mostly because we all live here now, and we're old. And when we were downtown, we went through some. Hey, downtown went through some stuff. After COVID, went through some stuff. It's coming back though. It's coming. Hey, it's coming back.
What? I didn't say anything.
And whenever you see a space
Flipping, man.
that's available that you can flip into something like this, you got to do it.
Too much THC, man. Or not enough. Could go either way.
Yeah, it's a busy week. Just a lot of meetings, a lot of things going on, a lot of multitasking between the draft, free agency, our own players. So trying to get everything done as efficiently as possible this week, which is hard here. There's a lot of stuff going on, but yeah, it's a good week of football.
So we're certainly not supposed to tell you that they told us that you were in a meeting with Goodell before you got here. What happens in that meeting? What are the meetings that take place around the NFL?
First of all, there was like 100 other people in this meeting.
Whoa. So what? So they didn't tell us it was Goodell. They said a very important meeting with somebody very important. So we just got it. Gotcha. No. What are some of the meetings that take place? Are you guys talking about rules and like next year or anything?
Are you
like
top?
Anything substantial take place?
Yeah, so there's some discussions about just some rule changes. Maybe talk about it.
I'm rolling top. Rolling now.
King is not happy about the tush push.
So a lot of discussions will start here. The competition committee will start that.
I'm here.
Just get the discussions going. Get different.
You're coming in the middle.
In March, they'll start to kind of fine tune that. Will it go to vote? Will it not? That's just two of the.
There are oars behind me.
What is your
Get him.
You know, I mean, to me, it's
He's dead.
part of the game. The quarterback
Get the other
is
one.
part of the game. Now, before we couldn't, I don't know, 10 years ago, couldn't push the quarterback.
Yeah, because Reggie, right?
He's dead too.
That was a big conversation on whether or not.
I don't mind the way.
This one's dead.
What you worry about from an offensive line perspective is, you know, you're in a tight zone. So I understand that would happen in goal line plays, but if we have this 5, 6, 7 times a game, I have a little bit of question there. But as far as the actual,
You're their farm.
It's part of football. It's a high percentage play for the offense.
Yeah, and remember the field goal rules changed because they didn't want 600 pounds of people pushed. Right? Two D tackles are lined up right over the shoulders of the long snapper, and then you have two linebackers right behind, sometimes two linebackers on one guy. So you had a 330-pound tackle lined up on the shoulder pad or the head of the long snapper, then two linebackers pushing. So you have like 250, 253, like 800 pounds being pushed through there, and they deemed it unsafe for obvious reasons. This is kind of the same argument, right?
Yeah,
Isn't it kind of the same?
Also, how football works is
He's telling the Greninja to help me. You see that?
Strategy off that.
The Greninja left his partner.
Sweeps, some fly sweeps, some misdirection off that. It may look like 1940s football at some point. In the short yardage, which is actually, if you watch it, it's pretty.
Dang, Greninja took my shit too.
Misdirection,
bastard.
But, I guess we'll kind of
I
see what
figure.
comes out as we get into March.
Do you have actual say? General managers have actual
Dude, why does Greninja suck?
By someone. Like the competition committee have all the say, and who are?
I'm coming.
We just give our
Sorry, ass.
thoughts and opinions. Down the road, there'll be a vote of all the teams in March if it goes to vote.
It's so fascinating because the rules are changing.
This Greninja suck.
Substantial changes.
Bro, this Greninja's horrible.
5, 10 years. We're gonna see more of that, you think, or not?
It's a little different each year. I think
Worst Greninja ever.
Safety. I think we've gotten a lot better there. I think that's really been most of the rule changes lately, but it kind of varies year to year.
I'm coming, Weezy.
Sling and slam thing.
Rip it.
You guys talking about that?
Yeah, we watched some of those today. I mean, a lot of them did not look that bad to me.
I'm coming.
Dossie.
I'm almost there.
Yeah, I didn't know that was a thing. I didn't even know Tortilla was a thing.
Well, it happened against Tom Brady, the Falcons. That was a big one. Jarrett comes through. I assume you watched that one. Yeah, that was the one you watched. That was when it became a big conversation because that was fourth quarter.
One of the game.
Yeah, game-winning drive, the whole thing. So that became the talking point.
Yeah, I think if it's in one motion, it should not be a.
He fucking healed himself.
And I don't think quarterbacks.
Hey,
now,
out,
in the
retreat,
moment,
retreat.
Tom definitely wanted it because it gives them first down. And there was a time where Taylor Heineken celebrated a hit or things like that. But if you talk to them afterwards, like Aaron has been very open about like.
Get him 9-tail. Get this 0 or 9-tail.
I don't want these calls either.
There you go.
Trying to make the right thing to keep people safe, keep the integrity of the game, while also keeping people off the ass of the NFL. Let's move on away from all the future of the NFL. Let's talk about the current of the NFL and your team.
Oh, they're not hit ripping it.
I told you, like,
Go get him. Go get him right behind you.
I'm gonna have to ask.
I got OT too.
I was watching a horror film for you in that playoff game. Obviously, making to the playoffs is awesome. It's great. Herbert's first taste of NFL football. A lot of success, a lot of great football by you guys for 2 quarters. Then, obviously, the Jacksonville Jaguars do what they got to do. As you're watching that game, are you just melting down in the press box, or how's that whole thing unfold for you?
Nice. My OT, man.
Yeah. Great football.
Wish that they
Big
did.
Stage showed up. Hey, he played great. Played great. Guys got moxie. They can work it. Yeah.
You know, just based on how we played in the first half, even the second half wasn't going our way through the third quarter. I still had in my mind, like, you just got to make one play and offensive defense to go down. The end score may not look pretty. It may be a lot closer than it is, but that's going to be fine. I felt like that way all the way to the end. So I wasn't in that panic mode of what's happening. I was like, hey, we got to make one more play. It's a playoff game. We're playing a really good team. It happens. But on offense, you know, we couldn't convert third down. And then on defense, we couldn't get a third down stop the whole second half. So
yeah, you got to get off the field. I mean, it's just basic football.
Yeah, and usually when you have a lead like that, the only way you'll lose is if you have turnovers.
Coming, Weezy.
Second half, but you know, we didn't
Hold up. Don't die.
Run the ball
I'm coming.
had to run it. And then defensively, you just couldn't get a stop.
So I know you have a ping pong table in your office, and amongst other things, you enjoy living your life while doing, you know, your general manager position. Do you take positives away that you guys took the next step? Like when you're playing ping pong, are you like, it did make it. We were up, what, 27, 27 or whatever. Like, is that how you view that, or is it just like so demoralizing the way it ended and you can't really think about the positivity?
Yeah, at least in my job, you have to flip past the demoralizing into, okay, how do we get ready for next year? And it can't be just looking at one game and say, all right, this is what happened in this game, how we fix it. You have to look at the whole season. Now, typically, you know, in the playoffs, whatever your weaknesses are, they get magnified in the playoffs. We saw that. Like, there were points in the game where we had to run the ball when they knew we were going to run the ball, and we just couldn't get that done. Our third down defense, you know, third long defense through the course of the year wasn't probably where it needed to be. Shows up in the playoffs. So those are things we'll look at.
That's something you see that we don't see.
But try not to look at, hey, look, this is how we played in the second half of one game, and that's how we're going to try and, you know, kind of fix this moving forward. So, but yeah, the demoralizing part, that's the plane ride home next couple of days, and you got to flip and get ready.
What'd you see from your head coach this year that you didn't see maybe in his first year?
Stole it. Stole it like a can baby. Like from like a kid. Stole it.
You can anticipate what's going on. Like my first year,
Stole it.
he had great time management skills because you're talking about a head coach that also.
Hey, he did change. Hey, he changed his. You know, like first year, the only conversation was, oh, Brandon Staley, this guy's fucking up fourth down again because it didn't work, or it did work. And it was like, Brandon Staley, stats guy's going crazy. Feels like he took that all in and adjusted a little bit. I enjoyed watching that from Coach Staley.
Yeah, I mean, he takes in the information that he has, you know, on a really play-by-play basis and makes decisions on it. That's all the analytics are. It's just trying to help us make really good, solid decisions. We're talking about a head coach, you know, in JL sports. Like,
I'm out.
Second decisions, you're on the field in real time. So having that data helps you make those decisions. But just seeing him maneuver through this season, you know, we had our ups, we had our downs, which almost every team does. But we had a tough stretch in the middle of the season. We pulled out of it. We won 4 or 5 straight games in the playoffs. And just didn't quite take it far enough after that.
Well, I've had two in the playoffs. Best team in the league. Took pride in that, I assume, that your boys showed up in the big stage there in the first half. Whenever they show up, like, okay, the stage wasn't too big for a coach. The stage wasn't too big for a coach. Like, we came out and did our thing. I think that's
I think so. Coming off the weekend team to go to the first week of the playoffs, cross country, Saturday game, our guys were ready to play. Coaching staff had those guys ready. We played really strong.
Hi.
But
you know, the Colts gave up a 33-0 lead at halftime.
Yeah, so it wasn't
So
as
you
bad
can
as that.
kind of put that on the wall if you like to. A place you used to work has the worst history. This season was wild. Did you get a feeling about that or no? Like it was tough to predict.
Man, we lost, bro.
Some teams were like incredibly hot, then they got ice cold. Like you guys said, you had a middle stretch there where you kind of got local. Why is that? Do you think this year was different football than any other year?
I don't think so. I mean, you know, Philly kind of ran with the beginning to end. Everybody else was different, you know, ups and downs. Like even the year the Lions won the Super Bowl, they had a, you know, beginning of the year they didn't start real strong, and then they finished strong and then played well in the playoffs.
Just like the Bucks the year before.
Yeah. So I think that's just kind of normal, and that's what makes our league so great. Is we don't just have a couple teams that are out in front of everybody else, and you know, everyone has their ups and downs. But
you're in trouble. Cone has a question for you.
How do you feel about how do GMs feel? How do owners feel if like one team is strong
It gives a guy a fully guaranteed quarterback like the most money.
And you have a quarterback that is on a rookie contract who is certainly going to be due some in Los Angeles.
Yeah,
I think that's what turned. Is that what you meant?
Right along those lines, yeah.
Yeah.
He frames the question very nicely.
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah.
Yeah, certainly.
It doesn't have effect on everybody. Like, we'll do what we have to do. I know in our situation with regard to the back, we're pretty confident we're going to get in a place that we really like to the contract is. We'll be in a place that we can still do a competitive team.
GGs.
Both teams do. I just think, when I look back, when you were playing,
Alright, Weezy.
Peyton's last contract.
I'm out. I got to go to bed.
And actually, I have a 3-ring binder. Binder in my office that says 3, 2, 1.
Time's up.
But I have
Alright,
notes in there
I'm going to bed, man.
Chris Point and Bill Point did with that
Later,
contract.
bro.
It was a huge contract. And then how we're going to build the team having all of this money on the books. The only thing that's different then is the rookie wage scale was different.